Hey,
Hey, we're live.
we're live?
Day 5. We are live for day 5 of NFL free agency. Harrison Graham, Chase Sr. And Chase, we said, you know what? It's day 5. We're going to do it big.
Yep.
We're live on 3 of our channels
Yes,
right
sir.
now. We're live on Chat Sports. We're live on Chicago Bears Now because the Larry Ogunjobi contract just fell through. And Chase said, hey, the Niners haven't done much this week, so I want to go live for the faithful and have that audience join us as well. We're back. We're better than ever. Lots of stuff to get into today.
It's day 5 of NFL free agency. Monday, we were live for like 8 hours on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. The following day on Tuesday, 6 hours, 4 hours, back-to-back days, and we decided to go live even earlier today. So much happening, and even with the San Francisco 49ers, they've been somewhat silent in NFL free agency up to this point, but they made a signing that I really liked last night. Ray McCloud, leading punt returner in the National Football League last year. Nice little gadget weapon for Kyle Shanahan in that offense. We're going to break that down as well.
Yeah, so we'll get to all that. And, of course, Deshaun Watson trade watch. That continues to be the top story in free agency. Let us know in the chat, what is your favorite signing so far? Bears fans, Byron Pringle after you lose Larry Ogunjobi. Niners fans, probably Charvarius Ward. Also for all of our NFL fans who are watching live here on YouTube on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, let us know what your favorite signing has been so far on that front as well. And yes, if we get super chats on all 3 of our channels, we will hit those because producer Jack is built different and he will get them all on screen because he is a god. He says don't make promises, but I believe in you, Jack, so I am going to make promises. All right, let's see what people are saying here. Randy Gregory from Matthew. It's an interesting favorite signing. DeMarcus Lawrence, Mitch Trubisky, Allen Robinson, Devontae Adams. Those are some of the people on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. Devontae Baby on Bears Now. Chase, Bears fans are just happy Devontae Adams is the hell out of the NFC North.
Hey, he's been wreaking havoc in that division for a really long time. One of the best wide receivers in the National Football League. I think you can make the argument that Devontae Adams is weapon number 1. And what does this mean for Aaron Rodgers? I can't imagine that he re-signed with the Green Bay Packers knowing that Adams was going to get traded. But in terms of talking points and in terms of storylines, Devontae Adams teaming back up with Derek Carr, Fresno State legends now in the desert with the Raiders. It's Liddy, and this NFL offseason has been wild. Want to give some shout-outs to those who are watching on the 49ers Report. It's been a little while since we went live because we've been pushing out so many videos breaking down all of the latest news and rumors, but shout-outs to the homies. New Money Beats, David Delgado, Matt Solomon, what it do, brother? Were you live with Mitchell Renz last night on the Raiders Report? I can only imagine. Historic night. Doug Carroll, JackTube JJJ, CLK Flow, Jose Santa Cruz, New Money Beats, ATG, and let's see, who else is coming in?
Very slight.
Eric Sully as well. Chase, a real one. You're a real one, my guy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Sorry, having Jack direct some traffic here. Yeah, Bears fans, curious to see how they feel about this Larry Ogunjobi deal falling through. We'll break that down in further detail. Who's been the biggest winner in free agency, player or team? Let us know in the comments. The Raiders are in the conversation now, Chase, after getting Devontae Adams. Now, I would still argue they have the 4th best quarterback in that division in Derek Carr, but when you get him his boy from college, he's got Darren Waller, you got Hunter Renfrow, they could be a team. I think the Chargers are a team for sure. The Broncos obviously traded for Russell Wilson if you want to factor that in. A lot of teams have been very aggressive throughout free agency.
Yeah, and you take a look at what the Raiders have done really the last couple of days. Up until that point, they were somewhat silent, but they've been silent assassins the last 2 days. Chandler Jones, Rock Ya-Sin, Brandon Bolden, Jacob Johnson, Alex Bars, Matt Collins, and then the big splash, Davante Adams. They immediately become a winner in NFL free agency. Then you take a look at some other teams. Miami Dolphins come to mind. The Los Angeles Chargers. I actually think what the 49ers have done is fiscally smart. They've focused in on areas of need, younger players who are merging, who have potential, and some of those contracts are very team-friendly with a lot of potential upside on the football field as well.
I also like what the Bears have done in the sense, Chase, that sure, this Larry Ogunjobi deal is a setback, but that money's going to free up, so now you got more money there. 3 years, $40.5 million was no cheap deal. Byron Pringle, smart, cheap signing. I think he's ready for a bigger role. We'll see what Equanimeous St. Brown brings to the table as a depth receiver.
For sure.
I like the Lucas Patrick signing. I think he'll start either at center or guard on this offensive line. So I think both of the teams that we cover primarily have been doing okay, although they've been fairly quiet. We'll see where the Bears pivot from here. Super chat from Daryl Anderson. Is this from our main channel here? This is from our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. Talk Raiders, baby, or QB rumors. Well, the Raiders are going to keep Derek Carr, so there you go on that front. QB rumors, we're on Deshaun Watson watch, and we'll ask you guys here in a minute where you guys think Deshaun Watson's going to end up going, so stay tuned for that. Another super chat from Roy. Stephon Gilmore close? If they get him.
If the Raiders get Stephon Gilmore, my goodness, I think they immediately vault to being the #1 winner in NFL free agency. I'm curious to see how much he gets paid. Charvarius Ward around $14 million. J.C. Jackson, first 2 years, $20 million per year. Carlton Davis, $16.5. So I want to see where he slots in. I think he can still play for sure coming off a Pro Bowl season.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We'll get to that super from Bears now in a moment. Here's our super chat menu. $5 will Bears cheers you. Once we get a $5, I'll have to get a beer from somebody.
Yingling, baby. Let's go.
I forgot to grab one, so that's an L on my part. $10, we'll talk about your favorite team, and this menu applies to our team channels as well. We'll kind of find a way to, make $10 be relevant to Bears now. Roulette wheel spin, $15. Chase has all the challenges ready to go. $25, we'll take a shot, and for $100, we're chugging 3 beers out of a boot. It's called Das Boot.
Niner gang.
Fill it up with 3 beers.
We got to do some shotguns together, man. It's been a little while. Our watch parties, our live shows have been litty. Now that we're live, let's party it up. I don't even care if it's before noon Central Time. Let's ride.
Yeah, I'm ready to take shots, Bears fans. So
I'm ready to crack this beer.
$25. Maybe we go 50% off at some points during the day. It is Friday after all.
Don't hate it.
We could work that in as well. Shout out your favorite team, rep your squad, and Bears fans, Niners fans, just spam the comments, Bears and Niners as well. Show out your squad. Drown out other fans that are watching on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel as we are simulcasting live. By the way, Chase, on our main channel, about 550 people live.
Yes, sir.
Got about 460 on Bears. Where are we sitting on Niners?
Right around 200 people.
We'll get that number.
Getting up early on the West Coast.
Yeah, it's still breakfast time over there, just about. So over 1,000 concurrent between the 3 channels, and that's what we do here at Chat Sports. Bear down from 1. A lot of Bears coming in, obviously, over there. We'll get some shout-outs on our main channel. Texans from Elijah. Cujo says Chargers. Jamal's a Falcons fan. He wants Deshaun Watson, I bet. Patriots from Lucas. Niners all day on our main channel. Head over to 49ers
49ers Report, youtube.com/49ers TV. You know, it's funny. I see Matthew Vega in the chat. He's like, it's almost 10 here, Chase, but we can drink mimosas. Hey, we can drink mimosas. You know what? I'm kind of disappointed in ourselves for not drinking mimosas today.
Just don't tell Coop because
I know he doesn't know what mimosas are.
No, he doesn't know how you can drink them at a tailgate. And I told him, you buy champagne, you buy orange juice, and you pour them in a glass.
How do you drink a keg at a tailgate?
It's really complicated.
You get a keg and you bring it to the tailgate.
It's really,
That's how.
Really complicated.
George Soares, Mike Honcho, I'm ready. Matt Solomon, JackTube, JJJ, I'm ready. Brand new. Matthew Vega. Appreciate all of you for rocking and rolling with us here on the 49ers Report as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Matthew Lane, from our Bears channel. Appreciate the super chat, Matthew. And all super chats get a shout out. And hey, we need to start a little competition between Bears and 49ers and super chats. And we'll have a little back and forth. Matthew, Bears signed Justin Jones from the Chargers. Thoughts? Well, my first thought is my charger for my laptop's in my backpack, and my laptop's about to die. So if someone could get that, Trace, Mitch, somebody, I'm going to need my charger.
I'll send it in Friday.
Justin Jones. Matthew, we're going to break down this Ogunjobi news and the Justin Jones signing here in a few minutes. Stay tuned for that. Everybody watching on YouTube right now, we will have you guys covered. So we will break all of that down. Another super chat from Jeffrey Ray. When and where is Jimmy going? This is for you, Chase.
Look, I think the teams that are in on Jimmy Garoppolo, it includes two right now. It's the Cleveland Browns and it's the Indianapolis Colts. I think one of those two destinations, that's where Jimmy Garoppolo is going to get traded. Now, there are a couple of extenuating circumstances, right? What's up with the shoulder injury? He's not going to be able to throw until about training camp. From the time he got the surgery last week, Ian Rappaport had reported about 4 months, 16 weeks. So a little bit of an issue there. And then the compensation is also something that we have to monitor. The 49ers, according to reports, they want 2 second-round picks. I don't think they can fetch 2 second-round picks. I do think they can get potentially 1 second-round pick. Now, that's been my stance all along. I think that maybe the shoulder injury has impacted things just a little bit, but we'll see. The 49ers, let's see how they play their cards in terms of Garoppolo's trade value and when he gets dealt and where he gets dealt.
Well, this is perfect timing, Chase, because Mitchell Renz, believe it or not, just handed me my laptop charger as I plug it in here. And
here he is.
Yes, he is alive.
The legend.
He is alive.
The legend is here.
He's made it. This man helped us make, $10,000 last night on the Raiders Report.
Devontae Adams.
Daryl, you're the man. He's good enough here on a Friday.
How's Mitch doing? Good.
Yeah, he's very good. There's no doubt about it. Rich King with the super chat. Any Chiefs rumors? Brett Veach going to sign anyone? Listen. How about I could see the Chiefs being in on a Robert Woods trade.
Yeah.
That's the type of move I could see
Interesting.
Brett Veach making to get another receiver in there, because it sounds like he's a prime trade candidate according to Adam Schefter after they signed Allen Robinson.
Okay.
So
coming off the torn ACL, though.
Yeah.
Him and OBJ.
Yeah, or sign OBJ. That's another option. So you could go in one of those two spots. Don Burr, Detroit versus everybody. Can't even sign a guy correctly. Well, Don Burr, you're just one of those pests, aren't you? You're a resident Lions fan here on Bears Now. Listen, they signed the guy. He failed the physical, had the foot injury. It was worse than they thought, clearly. What would be worse, Don Burr, is just giving him that contract even with the failed physical. So, obviously, it's a setback for the Bears, but, these things happen, unfortunately, from time to time.
Popping over on the 49ers report as, man, there's just so much NFL news and rumors going on right now for day 5 of NFL free agency. I'm seeing Cam 49, Gold Rush 619, Foy Daniels, RJ Dub, Timothy Smith, all in the chat. A lot of you excited about that Ray McLeod signing last night. 2 years in the neighborhood of $10 million. I really like it as well. Myself, Harrison Graham, we're going to break down that Ray McLeod signing after the Larry Ogunjobi news, because that's a monster news item for the Chicago Bears. Failed physical, now not signing with Chicago. So a lot on tap on today's show, and of course, the latest Deshaun Watson news and rumors. And hey, I got an NCAA tournament screen to my left. We'll keep you up to date with everything going down with March Madness. No doubt about that.
You know who can't see that screen? Me.
Yeah,
so
it's a
tough one.
I got you covered, though.
Can we get a Deshaun Watson driver going here? Because I think that's what a lot of the people are tuned in for. We'll get to this super chat, then we'll get to that. Don Burr loves the Bears. Bear down. I do think Don Burr's a closet Bears fan. He's our resident Lions fan on Bears Now, but he tunes in every single week. I tried to tell y'all that one wasn't completely made right, but guess that didn't get finished. Who will trade for Deshaun Watson? I do think we should get that one fixed, though, because that's a good one to go to later. Sounds like it's going to be the Saints or the Falcons, Chase. The Panthers were informed last night that they are out. Cleveland was informed yesterday afternoon that they are out.
Yep.
Who's it going to be? I think it's going to be Atlanta. I think that's where he wants to go.
I think it's going to be Atlanta. If I was him, I'd choose the New Orleans Saints. I think that team is really set up nicely to win on both sides of the ball. especially with Michael Thomas coming back, Alvin Kamara, Marquez Callaway, like that's a really legitimate lineup. Traquan Smith is very good too. They reacquired Mark Ingram. Of course, they're loaded defensively. Now, Dennis Allen being the head coach, has that played a role in Deshaun not wanting to go there, and instead, does he want to go to Atlanta? So he has that relationship with Arthur Blank. He was a ball boy for the Atlanta Falcons while growing up in the Atlanta area. Of course, went to Clemson for college, had a historic career there. Is an MVP type of player when he's on the field. And I think you're right, Harrison. I think he's going to go Atlanta Falcons. I don't necessarily agree with it because I'm not sure how set up they are to win right now, but maybe it seems as though that's the lean.
Maybe he's thinking, okay, this might be a transition year with the dead cap hit Matt Ryan will have.
Yeah.
No Calvin Ridley. But maybe he's thinking this is where I'll be for 10 years. And maybe part of the thing is, well, I might be suspended too for a chunk of this season.
Right.
This year doesn't really matter.
List.
It's more about 2023 and beyond.
Yeah.
Maybe that's part of the thought process from Deshaun Watson. And if that is the case, then I could certainly sort of understand that thought process. So where will he go? After this, we'll catch up on a couple Super Chats, and then we're going to break down the Larry Ogunjobi signing.
Yes, sir.
And in between cuts, we'll hit your questions, Super Chats, and then we got a lot of news to get to, so stick with us here. Type NO for the Saints, ATL for the Falcons. I'll get some shout-outs from our main channel, and then, we can get a few shout-outs on our team channels as well, because, Chase, this does impact the Bears and 49ers as this is an NFC team.
Look, yeah, wherever Deshaun Watson goes, you look at the Niners right now, they're coming off that NFC Championship game. They were a couple plays away from making it to their second Super Bowl in 3 years. I understand that there are some reservations about Trey Lance and him starting for San Francisco and him being young. A lot of people believe that the Niners aren't set up to make a deep playoff run again. I think they are, and I actually think the offense has more upside with Trey Lance under center in Kyle Shanahan's offense. He's not going to have to do all that much, and the pressure won't solely be on him because there are such good complementary pieces around Trey Lance, and he has a very good head coach calling the plays in his headset at all times. I'm fascinated to see how Kyle Shanahan develops Trey Lance, but in the way of San Francisco, if they want to make it back to the promised land, you might have to go through Deshaun Watson and the Atlanta Falcons. Or if he goes to the New Orleans Saints, you might have to beat them in the playoffs. That is a reality for both the Bears, the Niners, all teams across the NFL, especially in the NFC. It changes things.
Some rapid-fire shout-outs. Rebel says New Orleans. Nathan says ATL. Did Mitch survive the chip, Rashardly? Yes, he did. He just popped in here,
Barely.
actually. He's alive. He's alive. Nathan, ATL. Maddox, ATL. Jabari, New Orleans. Maddox says ATL. Hugh Green says ATL. Get a couple shout-outs on Bears. Someone says Giants are a sleeper. No, they're not. It's down to the Saints and the Falcons. Matthew says ATL. Caban, ATL. Miles, ATL. Let's see here. New Orleans from Skull, Vikings. Couple shout-outs on Niners, or
Of course, always. PK from the Bay, my guy. He's saying Trey area, baby. RJ Dub, New Money Beats. What it do, brother? Ronnie Baca, it's viral. RJ, let's see who else is rocking with the Niner gang. TV Guide, Jenny Silva, Brian Caminati, ATG Rock, Itchy, Gold Rush, George Soares. What it do, faithful? Let's go.
All right, let's rapid fire some Super Chats, and then we're going to get into this Larry Ogunjobi news. Freeman Weeks sends in $2. I appreciate that. James Jameson with the Super Chat coming up here. This one from Bears. What do the Bears do about their secondary free agency or draft? Well, all of a sudden, they just freed up some cash with no Larry Ogunjobi. So I think they've got more money to play with in free agency. We'll see what route they go again. We're going to get into some Bears news coming up. Josh, $5 Super Chat. I need a Coors Light if someone could bring me one. Mitchell Renz is going to help me out there. I appreciate that very, very much. Alan with the $2. Could the Broncos get Honey Badger? I don't know how much money they have to play with, but they could structure it like the Chiefs structured Justin Reed's contract, Chase, where they could just backload it. Justin Reed's cap hit in year one for the Chiefs is less than $5 million. So
yeah,
they could easily go get him if they want to.
Yeah, no, for sure. And look, there are still a lot of dominoes to fall, Harrison, in NFL free agency. And a little bit later on, we're also going to break down the top available free agents at a couple of different positions with a couple of really marquee names. So there are still a lot of moves to be made, and there could be a lot of movement today and in the days after today. So, a lot of stuff could still transpire with a lot of these teams across the league. They're going to be busy.
No doubt about it. Shout out to Rumble. We are also live on Rumble on all three of our channels. NFL Daily is where our main Chat Sports YouTube channel is simulcasting on Rumble as well, rumble.com/NFL Daily. More unfiltered access to our latest NFL coverage. If you want more Chicago Bears news and rumors, follow us on Rumble as well. Occasional exclusive content for you guys. Help us grow on our Rumble channel, rumble.com/Bears now, and then also the 49ers report, Chase.
Also on the 49ers report, earlier this week I was talking to the Niner gang about Rumble, and we literally had 69 subscribers the other day, and I was like, hey guys, look, while 69 is cool and all, Tom Downey would be proud, we have to pick up more subscribers. And the Niner gang was able to rally, and we got over 100. Let's continue to build upon that number. Exclusive content, news and rumors, and not everybody uses every single social media platform. Not everybody takes in their video content on the same platform. So we're going to the platforms that you as the people use. Rumble.com/49ers TV. Hit that green subscribe button. Therefore, you can continue to stay in the know with all things Niners.
A few more Super Chats. We'll get to those after this Ogunjobi news, so keep sending them in. We'll hit them, I promise. Bears, Niners fans, NFL fans. We'll get to all of those. Don't worry. But first, if you're having a good time, like the video. Chase, I got 65 likes on Bears now.
62.
That's a
Let's have a competition.
Hey, come on.
Let's go.
First to 100. Start. Go. 3, 2, 1. Let's get. I gotta beat the
100.
I gotta beat the Niners report in likes. I mean,
Yes.
come on.
Because we beat y'all on the field at Soldier earlier this year.
I know. Justin Fields had the highlight of his century,
Yep.
and then the game fell apart after that.
Yes.
All right, Bears hit 100. You there yet?
69.
No.
You hit 100 already? Wow.
Yeah, 125
Good for you.
now.
Niner gang. Come on.
On our main channel, we've got 157. Like the video, regardless of the stream. Our Chat Sports fans are awesome because they're locked in all week long. You guys keep supporting us by tuning in, and some of you go above and beyond by sending in donations. We don't take that lightly either. Like, we understand that that's y'all's hard-earned
For
cash.
real. No
Any donation we get, anything from $1 to $500 on the Raiders report. We value all of it.
You already know.
It's awesome. We value guys who don't or can't super chat,
Yes, sir.
but that's just bonus. You guys are the best. Like the video. Let's break down this unfortunate Chicago Bears news and what it could mean moving forward. You're watching Bears Now, simulcasting live on YouTube with NFL Daily. Harrison Graham, I got Chase Sr. riding shotgun with me today here on day 5 of NFL free agency. Kind of some unfortunate news to break down after a pretty fun night last night, breaking down the Byron Pringle and Equanimeous St. Brown signing. Well, the big signing, Chase, it has fallen through. Curious to get some of your thoughts as well as I break this down. The Bears are not signing defensive tackle Larry Ogunjobi because of a failed physical. He had that foot injury in the playoffs against the Raiders.
Yep.
I didn't think it was a major deal. I thought it was minor. I think the Bears probably thought that as well. That's why they gave him a nice 3-year, $40.5 million contract. That contract has fallen through due to a failed physical. I want to read this quote from Ryan Poles because he got emotional talking about it today, and then we can kind of chop it up back and forth. This is difficult, and it is emotional for everyone involved, but ultimately it's what is in the best interest of protecting the Chicago Bears. This is one of these tough NFL business things, but you have to respect the GM that understands, hey, I wanted this player. It sucks we have to back out of a contract. This is a first-year GM, though. Your first big move can't be bringing in a guy on a big contract if he may not be healthy enough to contribute at a high level.
You kind of alluded to it, but we're talking about a first-year general manager, 36 years old, in Ryan Poles, and he wants to impress the Bears fan base throughout this free agency period to let them know that the future is bright in Chicago because last couple of years it's been a struggle for Chicago, and there's been a lot of drama, and he's trying to eliminate that. So I'm actually impressed with how he's handling this. I thought you alluded to it. First-year general manager trying to make a splash. He's able to do that with Larry Ogunjobi, who at 27 years old is an emerging player, still young. I like the contract because I thought he was a great interior defensive lineman.
7 sacks last year.
And what does this mean for him? For Ryan Poles to have the temperature of the room and realize, okay, I want to impress Bears fans, but also at the same time, this guy's a great player, but if he's not healthy, that severely impacts us, and we're paying him a lot of money. We have to pivot off of this. What does this mean for Larry Ogunjobi? I'm not sure. Could a deal happen in the future down the road?
Maybe.
I think so, if they maybe tinker with that contract, but he's right. It's unfortunate for all parties.
I mean, look, the initial reaction is this sucks for several reasons, for a lot of the reasons Chase just mentioned. One, this was kind of the Bears' splash in that first wave of free agency. What's something we've talked about a lot here on Bears Now? Ryan Poles made it clear he's going to attack the second and third waves of free agency, which he's kind of started to do. Lucas Patrick, Byron Pringle, Equinemius St. Brown. Get some good value signings to not overpay. This was kind of his big fish and a guy that was going to fill a hole on a critical spot in this Matt Eberflus defense at that 3-technique defensive tackle spot. You're talking about a guy who had 7 sacks last year, 12 tackles for loss. This was going to be an impact guy on your defense. But when you kind of soak it up and get beyond the initial emotional reaction side of it, you say, okay, this general manager is level-headed.
Yeah.
Okay? He could have easily been like, yeah, you know, it'll be fine. By the time training camp gets here, the physical should check out. He didn't operate that way. He said, look, Larry, I'm sorry. We can't do this, man. Maybe we can circle back, but we got to back out of it. And, you know, it sucks. It sucks for Ogunjobi cashing in like that and obviously losing out on that contract. I wish him the best, whether it's with the Bears or someone else. But this is how you got to operate when you're running a business. You can't just, you know, you can't have the honor system always,
For
right?
sure,
Like,
yeah.
part of signing a contract is passing a physical. He didn't pass it. So now the Bears have to shift in a different direction. They've already signed one guy. We'll talk about some other moves they can make as well. What is your one-word reaction to Ogunjobi's deal falling through? I would say unfortunate, and I think that's a pretty good one, but we'll see how the Bears handle this moving forward. I think the initial response has been proper by Ryan Poles. Let us know what you guys think down in the comments section. Like we mentioned, Chase, I mean, this is a guy that really helped spearhead the Bengals to having a top defense last year. I mean, quietly, the Bengals were really good defensively. I know he got hurt early in the playoffs, but throughout the year, they were top 10, top 15. He was a big reason why. He was good with the Browns as well. This is obviously going to hurt for the Bears, but like we've mentioned with the contract, you free up that cap space now, and now the Bears can shift in a different direction. But for him, it's obviously very unfortunate.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, no doubt, as you talk about, but there could be another option out there. Star Lotulelei was just released by the Buffalo Bills. Similar type of player, can play D tackle, has great size, very good strength, but for Ogunjobi, an emerging player. That's why it's unfortunate for Chicago, because I love these types of signings where you're betting on some upside. You put him in this defense, and he makes everybody around him a lot better, the edge rushers as well as the linebackers, because you're able to generate that pass rush, and in turn, that helps out the secondary. But Ogunjobi, 1 sack his rookie year, followed by 5.5, 5.5, 2.5, 7 with the Browns. So you look at that upward trajectory, that's what he was on, and now with this foot injury, you hope for him it doesn't curtail that.
Yeah, now it's about shifting forward for Chicago. I want to explore Lotulelei here in a second. I do want to mention a signing that has taken place, though, which we'll get to in a second, but either way, this is why you subscribe to Chicago Bears Now, because whether it's good news or bad news, I'm not a fraud. I'm going to break it down regardless. You know, a lot of content creators out there, when it's unfortunate news or when their team loses a game, they don't do a post-game show. We don't do any of that stuff, whether it's good or bad. We're live breaking it down. That's what we do. That's our promise to you. We break down every significant story that's out there and hit you guys with the latest Bears news and rumors as well. So subscribe, support the channel. It would really, really help. We're closing in on 45,000 subscribers. Now, a guy has been brought in, Chase. Justin Jones, 2-year contract as he comes over after a stint with the Los Angeles Chargers. I would imagine this is a pretty cheap deal. Maybe he starts as like a stopgap guy. We'll see, because the Bears are thin at defensive tackle. They cut Eddie Goldman. Akeem Hicks is out there. You could bring him back. I kind of doubt it, though. Had 3 sacks last year as an interior guy, though, with the Chargers. I mean, as a stopgap option, you could do worse. Maybe you bring him in, draft a defensive tackle on day 2. That could be an option for Chicago.
No, it could, and he's got great size, 6'3", 309 pounds. 37 tackles is no joke for a rotational defensive lineman. And I think throughout the course of a 17-game regular season schedule, we see this with the San Francisco 49ers, and that's a big reason why they were able to turn things around after a 3-5 start last year and make it to the NFC title game, If you're able to have defensive line depth and rotate in edge rushers and defensive tackles consistently, it keeps everybody fresh throughout the entire season. And the development that's taken place with San Francisco is something that the Bears should strive for, because they've done a great job of making signings like this or drafting guys in the later rounds and developing them into very good players like a DJ Jones. Justin Jones, we'll see if he can be that type of guy.
Yeah, and look, Justin Jones, you lose Bilal Nichols. The numbers are pretty similar.
Yeah.
This could just be your Bilal Nichols replacement. Get another D-tack in here. And sure, you may not have the impact of Valerio Ogunjobi, but with the edge rushers of Robert Quinn, Trevis Gibson, who had 7 sacks last year, you might be okay still at that spot, and maybe you just allocate that money elsewhere. Another piece on offense. Maybe you go get Teron Armstead with some of that money that you lost in the Ogunjobi signing. Still some different directions you can go if you're Chicago. We'll explore a couple other defensive tackles, but first, want to mention that we are streaming this live on Rumble. All of our videos are going up over there as well, plus some occasional exclusive content from me that you can only find on our Rumble channel. So go check that out, rumble.com/Bears Now. We're not taking anything away from what we're doing on YouTube. We're just branching out and adding more content for you guys. It's a win-win. The app is free. Go download it, pull it up on your browser, rumble.com/Bears Now. Hit that follow button. Let's get more followers over there. I do wonder, Chase, if at least the thought has entered the brain of Ryan Poles of bringing back Akeem Hicks. Now, he's had injury issues of his own.
Yes.
But when he's healthy, he's still really productive. 3.5 sacks in 9 games last year, and he left 2 or 3 of those early with injuries. He still gets pretty consistent pressure as a pass rusher. Now, he's not really a 3-tech. He could be kind of that heavier defensive tackle if you want to go that route. You have Kyrus Tonga, who flashed a bit as a rookie last year as a late draft pick that Ryan Pace made a year ago. But could you bring back Hicks on a 1-year deal? Say, hey, I know you've loved your time in Chicago. I know the last regime kind of wore you out at the end, but if you really love the Bears, you love Chicago, you want to come back for 1 more year, and if you can have a healthy season, maybe you get a 2 or 3 year deal to finish out your career elsewhere. It's just a thought. I don't really anticipate it, but you got to wonder if bringing in a guy like him could be a possibility. And then Star Lotatelli, like you just mentioned as well, just got released by Buffalo. So there's still guys out there if Chicago wants to help bolster this defensive line.
Yeah, when Chicago acquired Akeem Hicks, when he was with the New England Patriots and the New Orleans Saints, he's was one of those, emerging players. And what an acquisition it was for Chicago.
Right,
from 2016
maybe
to 2018.
Ryan Pace's best deal, honestly.
Oh, for
one
sure.
Of the best.
From 2016 to 2018, he had 23 sacks. And that's really impressive considering he plays defensive tackle, and guys don't often rack up sacks at that defensive tackle spot. Those numbers were better than a player like Fletcher Cox.
Yep.
Right on par with some of the best defensive tackles in the game. The only problem is he really hasn't been elite since 2018, and now he's 32 years old. The injuries are starting to pile up. If you can get him back for, let's say, $3 to $5 million, is that something that you would explore?
Yeah,
maybe?
1 year, $5 million.
Yeah.
I would do that. Look, when he's healthy, he's productive.
He's
the problem
very good.
is he's missed 20 games in the past 3 years.
Yeah.
I mean, that's tough. That's tough. So, maybe an incentive-laden contract. If he reaches certain thresholds, he can double his deal. I think something like that could at least be a possibility. That's, of course, assuming he would even be open to coming back to Chicago.
Right.
He kind of signaled that he was moving on after the season, but things change, as you guys know. Should the Bears bring back Akeem Hicks? Type Y for yes. Type in for no. You can also name a player in the comments you would like to see the Bears sign now that this Ogunjobi contract has fallen through. We are the channel for you for all things Chicago Bears, youtube.com/Bears Now. Get some shout-outs here, and appreciate everybody rocking and rolling with us here. We bring you guys everything happening throughout NFL free agency. We're not going anywhere as far as Deshaun Watson trade watch goes, so don't worry about that. We're going to catch you guys up on some 49ers news and rumors coming up here in just a moment, including the Ray McLeod signing. I'll get a couple of shout-outs on this on Bears, Chase, and then we can move on to something else.
Do your thing, brother.
Armart says yes.
Next.
King says no. Hashtag fire polls. Come on, man. That's just that.
Already, huh?
Could you handle this? This is about as good as you could handle a situation like this.
Yeah.
Look, they agreed to a contract. The guy comes in for his physical. He doesn't pass. I mean, what do you want the guy to do? It's one of those tricky deals. Corey says yes. Matthew says no. Mark says yes. Robert says yes. Bring back Hicks. hey, he loved being in Chicago. I do know, I'm pretty confident that the old coaching staff wore Hicks out late last year, but they're gone.
They're gone. It's a new regime.
It's a new regime. So
and defensive-minded head coach, too.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So is this a new deal that came in? Jawan Bentley back with the Patriots. Producer Jack, he's fired up about this one. They did something, he says. I don't have a lot of thoughts on that. Contract details to be announced.
Yeah.
We'll catch you guys up on some super chats here. Then we're going to get into the latest 49ers news and rumors, including the signing of Ray McCloud. Which, quick thoughts on that, by the way?
I love the signing of Ray McCloud. We'll talk about it here in just a little while. We've seen a trend for San Francisco. Yes, they've lost some of their own players. A big reason for that, their development of those players. So they're replacing them with some good depth pieces and bringing in young players on affordable contracts who can really play. I think Ray McCloud is a part of that equation, and I like what San Francisco has done. Do we all want them to be a little bit more busy? For sure, but there are still a lot of moves left to be made, and once the Deshaun Watson domino falls, I think that leads to a Jimmy Garoppolo trade. So we'll break down this Ray McCloud signing with the San Francisco 49ers here in just a few moments. Want to give some shout-outs to those watching on the 49ers Report as we are simulcasting on 3 different channels. Bears Now, Main Chat Sports YouTube channel, and the San Francisco 49ers Report. Take the yellow pill. Shout out to you, Cam49, Patrick is also in the chat. Niners Visuals. I see Nicole and Harold Gillenwater. What's going on? Loyal subscriber. Rich Hidalgo. Thanks to all of you for tuning into the 49ers Report. We'll talk Niners here momentarily.
Let's do some rapid-fire super chats. I assume this is on our main channel. Will the Bengals sign anyone today? Well, Lyle Collins set to visit Chase. That would be a big deal for them. And I just saw another one on my feed earlier. Jaron Reed, Chiefs defensive tackle, former Seahawks, set to visit. That could be their Larry Ogunjobi replacement.
Yeah.
Or do they circle back to Ogunjobi? Maybe a one-year deal, prove you can get healthy type of deal, and then Ogunjobi hits the open market next year. That could be a possibility. So we'll see on that front. Dinesh is back. He's been with us all week long.
Dinesh.
Can I get your job? Wake up, talk football, drink beer, get paid for it, the life you live. I will say this, and this isn't to toot our own horns, but I will a little bit here. Like, don't get it wrong. Like, what you see is just seems like just raw entertainment, YOLO kind of job stuff that we
grind,
do.
Dude.
The amount of hours we put in and the amount of work before getting this job all of us at Chat Sports had to do to even be qualified for it, we didn't get here by accident, is basically what I'm saying.
And we haven't grown by accident like we have.
And don't get us wrong. We have fun.
We have fun.
Don't get me wrong. And I understand that aspect of it. But, what we're doing here, it's not a fluke. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of grinding. And that's why we're to the level we're at and why we almost have 1 million combined subscribers on all of our channels, including almost 300,000 on main. That's what we do. So, appreciate it, though. Appreciate the $5.
Yes,
Caben Rudd, what do you think we will do for 50? What is that? Strong safety. Sorry, I was reading that as
from Caben.
Good question. Eddie Jackson had some money become guaranteed today, Chase. So that signals he will be on this team this year. I think he'll be your free safety. I don't know. Do you replace the Ogunjobi contract with Tyrann Mathieu now? Give him the same deal, and you add a piece on the back end instead? You could go that route.
Yeah.
That would be intriguing to me. There's been some chatter with the Ryan Poles connection that they could bring in Mathieu.
Yeah. Look, does he fit the Bears' timeline, though? That's the thing.
He's 29.
He's 29 years old.
2-year deal?
2-year deal, short-term deal.
$26 million?
I think if he goes to Chicago, that's for the money. I don't know if he fits, and I think he hops on board a Super Bowl title contender. And I don't think the Bears are just quite at that level yet to persuade him to come to Chicago.
He could be part of the transition of this new era of Bears football.
And as a leader,
the pitch to him could be hey, we know what you bring to the table as a leadership. Hey, we're instilling this culture here.
Yeah.
You can spearhead that.
Right.
That could be intriguing, especially if they're paying good money, too.
Yeah.
Owen Spencer, appreciate the $5. All super chats get on screen, even if they don't have questions. Freeman Weeks, who can we get with the money we save from Larry? We kind of just spitballed. Do you go after and get another receiver, Juju Smith-Schuster, Julio Jones? I mean, you could go that route.
Yeah.
Julio's a bit older. I don't know if he really fits the timeline, like Chase said. Teron Armstead watch, Eric Fisher watch. I think once Deshaun Watson gets traded, some of those offensive line dominoes could fall. So stay tuned for that as well. All right, shout out your favorite team, and then we're going to go into some 49ers stuff here. I think we're caught up on Super Chat, so appreciate all of that. We've got over, let's see, almost 1,300 live on our main Chat Sports channel, about 800 live on Bears Now. I got several hundred live on 49ers Report as well. Get the chat flowing. Shout out your favorite team. In the comments, obviously, if you're watching on Bears and Niners, you can just spam Bears or 49ers. Give a few shout-outs here, and then Chase is ready to go with the latest 49ers news. For Vroken says Cowboys, Boom says Jets. We got Winter saying Dolphins, Bears. Brian on our main channel. Go to our Bears stream, youtube.com/BearsNow. Chief from the 2 Killer Queen, Cowgirls, Chiefs, Falcons. A lot of people in the live chat. Appreciate you guys for rocking and rolling.
That's fine, Jack.
With us.
Just go straight off the top.
Skull Vikings in there as well.
This was
Cowboys
designed
from Roger.
for one man.
So here we go. We're going to break down everything going on.
I can host this piece, and
just I'll bounce off whatever you want to do. So
both
we're going to break
chefs will
down
be in the kitchen cooking.
Yeah, the cooking, the kitchen, the grill. It's about 500 degrees.
You already know. Welcome into the 49ers Report by Chat Sports. I'm Chase Sr. He is Harrison Graham, simulcasting on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel as well, getting you caught up with everything that San Francisco has done so far in NFL free agency, including a deal that happened late last night. 49ers have signed punt returner, kick returner, gadget guy, wide receiver Ray McCloud, formerly of the Pittsburgh Steelers, to a 2-year deal. We'll break that down here in just a few moments. But first, I want all of the Niner fans to get into the comment section right now and grade the signing for me. A, B, C, D, or F. Harrison, your quick takeaways about San Francisco signing Ray McCloud. I think he could really help in this offense and boost the special teams unit, which last year was 26th in the NFL.
This feels like a Shanahan, like, oh, I could maximize this guy, right? He's electric in space, jet sweeps, return guy, drag routes. I'm excited to see what Kyle Shanahan can do with this guy in this offense. I like this move by San Francisco quite a bit. And by the way, I think it's 2 years, $10 million. Have we gotten those details?
It's about 2 years, $10 million. Yeah, we'll break that down here in just a sec.
It's a 2-year deal for Ray McCloud. But those are my initial takeaways. I think he's a guy that Kyle Shanahan feels like he can max out, and I'm excited to see what his role is in this offense.
Yeah, so you take a look at Ray McCloud, played with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and really emerged the last couple of years as a very good punt returner and kick returner. He's actually the leading punt returner in the NFL from a year ago. You take a look at his return numbers for Pittsburgh. He was fantastic last year. These numbers from 2021, 38 punt returns, average yards per punt return, Harrison, just shy of 10, first in the National Football League, 35 kick returns, average yards per kick return of north of 22, which is a really good number. League average about 18 to 20, but that's not all that he can do. He can also thrive and flourish as a wide receiver, and he goes from a stagnant, really methodical offense with the Pittsburgh Steelers, with the quarterback in Ben Roethlisberger, who was washed last year, to an offensive mastermind, an offensive genius in Kyle Shanahan, one of the best young coaches in the NFL. And I think Ray McCloud sees his potential in this offense as being astronomical. Now, you take a look at the receiving numbers last year. They were lower, but I expect them to maybe increase this year, and he can do more for San Francisco than just return punts and kicks. 66 targets, 39 receptions, 277 yards, average yards per catch of 7.1. But I'm really intrigued by this Ray McCloud signing for San Francisco for a couple of reasons. I'm intrigued by Ray McCloud because I think he adds a really good element for one of the worst special teams units last year in the NFL, as San Francisco was sitting around 26. He can certainly add a spark there. But in Kyle Shanahan's offense, I think that he sees that he can be a great fit and be more of a contributor than he's been in years past with the Pittsburgh Steelers because of Kyle Shanahan's creativity with calling plays to put the ball in the hands of Ray McCloud on bubble screens, on jet sweeps, on crossing routes. So for that reason, I think this is a potential high upgrade signing for San Francisco on special teams. Then he can add a spark on the offensive side of the football as well and be that gadget guy in this offense that San Francisco hasn't really had. And if you want to send him down the seam as a slot wide receiver, you can do that. If you want to put him out wide, he can really stretch the field vertically. I think on a 2-year, $10 million deal for San Francisco, this could end up being a steal. That's why I'm intrigued by the idea. Now, are you a fan of the Ray McCloud signing for the 49ers? If so, hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. Show up, show out, and let us know if you get down with Ray. And also, while you're down there, make sure you subscribe to the San Francisco 49ers Report by Chat Sports. I'm your host, Jay Sr. Been pushing out multiple videos per day all throughout NFL free agency, and this is what we do because we give you free daily news and rumors videos 7 days a week, red and gold till we're dead and cold.
Can I get one more thought on this McCloud
Go
signing?
ahead.
All
brother.
week long, you had been saying, man, I'd like to get a guy like Jakeem Grant in
Yep.
here. This is kind of that, right?
Yep.
Like, elite return specialist, a guy who probably 2 to 3 games this year, he'll make a game-changing play on offense.
Yeah.
Like, he's not going to be a guy that every game has an impact offensively, but there will be a couple times this upcoming year where you're like, man, dude, that play Ray McCloud, that changed the game. Like, he's that type of guy because he's that explosive, and that's really what you're looking for with this type of player. Like, this isn't going to be a guy that catches 80 passes by any means, but can he impact 2, 3, 4 games, be a good return specialist for you? That's kind of what you're bringing on board in Ray McCloud.
With what the Niners have done up until this point in NFL free agency, they've been somewhat silent, and they've made medium-level splash signings, but I actually like what they've done. Look, this is a team that made it into the Final Four last year. They were a couple plays away from making it to their second Super Bowl in 3 years. It's not like they're undergoing a roster rebuild and they have to completely overhaul this roster.
No.
Yes, they've let some players go, but that speaks to the development that the 49ers coaching staff has been able to bring the best out of these players, and they set themselves up nicely where they thrive and play really well for San Francisco. Then they get paid elsewhere. They really play themselves out of affordability for San Francisco. But why do I like what the Niners have done so far? Young signings, and I think all of these players are emerging and can become very good players. Charvarius Ward is only 25 years old. Hassan Ridgeway, as a rotational defensive tackle, as your DJ Jones replacement, is 27 years old. Ray McCloud, I think his best football is ahead of him at age 25, and then Oren Burks at age 26. So not only from an age perspective are the Niners bringing in young players and not old, injury-prone wash players, they're also putting a focus on special teams, which last year was one of the worst in the NFL in coverage and in terms of returns. So the 49ers really prioritizing all of those aspects throughout this NFL offseason period, and I think that the Niners have some moves to be made in the future as well. These are young, affordable players with upside. The Niners have been fiscally smart with a lot of these contracts, and for that reason, I like what they've done, and I still think that once the Jimmy Garoppolo trade happens, that sets the foundation for everything else to ensue during the offseason for the Niners. Now, the NCAA tournament is in full swing. We here at Chat Sports have been watching these games, wall grinding, talking about the latest NFL news and rumors. And if you want to lay down some bets for the NCAA tournament, you can do so. A couple of brackets already busted, like how about Kentucky going down to St. Peter's last night? Chatsports.com/49bet. Enter the promo code Niners125 for a 125% deposit bonus.
Now, Doug Key had added this as well. This is pretty interesting, Chase. The Bears, 49ers, Colts, Texans, Patriots, and Raiders are among the teams who have reached out on available outside receivers. Obviously, the Raiders got Devontae Adams, so they're probably out on this. But have yet to make a splash. Eagles are expected to be involved. So if you're San Francisco, who fills that void if you're thinking about outside receivers that could be out there?
Well, the only receivers currently signed for next year for San Francisco, Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. Now Ray McCloud enters the mix. Now, there have been a lot of rumblings over the last couple of weeks about the Niners' reported interest in Juju Smith-Schuster. He could play slot receiver in this offense. Ray McCloud comes in from time to time as that aforementioned gadget guy. So Juju Smith-Schuster is a name to watch for the Niners. So too is Will Fuller, but I think he's way too injury prone. Do I like his game as a guy who can get up and down the field with some elite speed and take the top off of the defense? For sure. Jarvis Landry, another one of those Juju Smith slot receiver prototypes who got released by Cleveland. I think you can keep your eyes on him as well. He was working out with Deebo Samuel this week. Emmanuel Sanders, a former Niner who really played well for the Niners during that 2019 Super Bowl run, is on the open market. So too is Jamison Crowder. Now, if the Niners do make a signing, we have you covered right here on the 49ers Report by Chat Sports as we continue to grow and really just cater to our audience, which is the faithful and pushing out free daily videos covering all things with the Niners all year round. YouTube.com/49erstv or hit that big subscribe button down below. And before we hop on out of here for this segment, we talk about Juju, we talk about Jarvis Landry, maybe a reunion with Emmanuel Sanders. Which free agent wide receiver do you want the 49ers to sign? Because I think there is a move left there. Let us know in the comment section right now. All right, give some shout-outs to those watching on the 49ers Report really quickly. New Money Beats, Christ Soldier, Nathan Bolden, Rich Hidalgo, Emmanuel Sanders, too old, like a used girlfriend from Christ. That's funny. Let's see, Superior Hands, also in the chat. Why don't you give some shout-outs to those watching on Chicago Bears Now, Harrison?
Yo, we just don't have a login? We're just cooked? Oh, thank God. Can't be doing PJ again.
No.
Bears fans, you can shout out a receiver too because you would like to have a receiver as well. Someone says, I don't know what you guys are saying. Guys are wondering, well, here's the deal. We're simulcasting on multiple channels, guys, so it can't be Bears content 100% of the time. Just like Niners fans, it can't be Niners 100% of the time. We want to allocate resources, go live on multiple channels.
These
here.
moves impact these teams.
Yeah, and these moves all impact
talking football,
all these teams. Talking some ball. If you don't want to enjoy free agency, then I don't know what to tell you on that front. Randall says Armstead is someone he wants to sign. DK Metcalf for the Bears. That would be incredible.
Wow.
If the Bears traded for
him.
He fits.
What do you think it would cost?
He fits perfectly for Justin Fields as a deep threat.
I agree. Do you think like the Eagles could trade away 15 for him?
That's probably about the value.
One
like
first round pick, or are we talking more?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, coming off a down year.
He's only got 1 year left on his rookie deal. That you have to factor that in as well.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to pay him if you trade for him. Like if you're the Bears, 39 and 48, would you trade both of those for DK?
I would.
I probably would, man.
Because you know what it does? Gives your young quarterback a really legitimate weapon, a building
Metcalf,
block for your
Mooney,
offense.
and Pringle as a Tringle is pretty damn solid,
especially
dude.
the combination of size and skill.
They're all fast. Yeah. Man. Now, obviously, you'd have to handle O-line, but maybe in that case you sign Armstead or Eric Fisher, use your third-round pick on an offensive lineman. You know, it's I wouldn't love trading both my second-round picks since I don't have a first if I'm Chicago, but that would be intriguing. We're also live on Rumble. Appreciate everybody tuning in, both on YouTube and on Rumble. We partnered with Rumble about a month ago, and they're a video content creator just like YouTube. Sports, politics, news, business, tech. You can find a ton of stuff over there, including our content here at Chat Sports. Rumble.com/NFL Daily is where you can catch up on our latest NFL news and rumors, plus some occasional Rumble After Hours content, bonus content for you Chat Sports fans. Go check us out. Give us a follow. We're closing in on 1,000 followers on Rumble. MGM Productions with a $2 super chat. Plan at safety for the Niners. Tart not returning. Chase?
Yeah, I wouldn't rule out a Jaquiski Tart return to the Bay. I thought he played the best football of his career last year. That back-breaking interception in the NFC Championship game, look, I know that was a heartbreaker, and he should have made the play. And if he makes the play, do the Niners end up winning that game? Potentially, because the momentum flips there, and you get the ball back in really good field position at the end of that game. But there were other things that happened in that game that led to the Niners losing. I think Tart coming back for affordable price, I think that'd be a good move for the Niners. You bring somebody back who has familiarity in the defense, coming off the best year of his career, and he's not going to get big money like a Tyrann Mathieu, like a Justin Reed, like a Marcus Williams. And because of that, I think you've seen his market get impacted a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that. Bears also could use a safety. Jaquiski Tart to the Bears. People were talking.
Hey.
I would not completely hate that. Producer Jack's got some stuff going on, so we can we'll keep it moving here in just a second. What are you guys saying here? Let's see. Yada, yada, yada. OBJ to the Steelers. Yeah, we hit that one already, Jack. Let's go to the next one. What are the Colts going to do? Chase, what are the Colts going to do?
They need to get a quarterback. How about the Colts hit up the 49ers and they're like, hey, we'll give you a second-round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's ride. We have a roster that can compete right now. Trade for Jimmy G. Again, it's the Deshaun Watson thing has to happen for the rest of the quarterback market to play out. He goes to Atlanta. the Falcons are going to trade Matt Ryan. Which team is going to be interested in Matt Ryan? How does that impact the Jimmy Garoppolo market? All of these things have to fall in line
Baker
first.
Mayfield, where does he end up?
Deshaun, make your decision.
Yes, please.
Please.
It impacts all of these teams.
Yes.
Ethan with the super chat. Let's push this next one across here. Ethan, please ban super hand.
Order no longer available, by the way.
I don't know what this means. Yeah, it disappeared on us. Daryl Anderson, $5. Raiders just win, baby. What about OT help for the Raiders? And who is the best option in Gilmore to the Raiders? Obviously, if they get Gilmore Chase, that's a game changer.
It'd be a huge game changer. Stephon Gilmore can still play. A little bit older. I think on a short-term deal, let's say 3 years, worth around $10 million per, that would be about my threshold for what I'd want to offer him. Do I think he gets more? Yeah, I think that's a possibility.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hello, Moto. Chase, the Niners should get Jimmy Graham. No, they should not. You know about that,
He's washed.
Yeah, he's washed.
He should retire. But, hey, some team might give him a one-year deal. You never know. Let's go to Josh Roberts here. This one from Bears Now. And I'm seeing some stuff like, hey, I'm going to unsubscribe if it's not Bears-centric. Guys, this is a bonus live I'm doing for you guys. Do what you want, but Chase and I are grinding up here. We have other duties beyond just the teams we cover, believe it or not. We're grinding for the Bears. He's grinding for the 49ers.
Yep.
Believe me, we're talking about the Bears, the Niners, and all this stuff we're talking about impacts those two teams. So, hang with us here. All the talk about Armstead recently, isn't he the OL version of Hicks? Can be great when on the field, but not getting any younger. Bear down. First of all, get the bear downs flowing in the comments on Bears Now. Look, yeah, he has an injury history. We've outlined that. Over the last 8 years, he averages 11 games played per season. He misses games. It's a risk. There's no doubt. He's really good when he's elite. I would argue he's all pro level, but he misses time. So that's the risk, Josh. There's no doubt. AF Baltimore, who do the Falcons sign to build around Watson? I think if they get Watson, Jarvis Landry signs immediately.
Yeah. I think that's for Jarvis, and he's been working out with Deebo Samuel this week, by the way. Not saying that the Niners are going to sign him now, but that's of note. Jarvis Landry, he had a disastrous experience this past year with Baker Mayfield and the Cleveland Browns. We saw what happened with OBJ when he left Cleveland. He played so well for the Rams. Jarvis is probably hoping that same scenario can help really lift him out of this slump that he was in this past year. He suffered that injury, which I think impacted his game a little bit. But Deshaun goes to Atlanta. I think you'll see not just Jarvis Landry go there as well. I think more players will go there because they're like, yo, you just acquired one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Speaking of which, who will trade for Deshaun Watson? If you think it's going to be the Saints, let us know. If you think it's going to be the Falcons, let us know. We're going to get you caught up on the latest around Deshaun Watson. And by the way, this impacts the Bears and 49ers directly. The Bears, how does it impact them? Well, Teron Armstead, if Watson chooses Atlanta, becomes really pretty much available at that point. I don't think he'll re-sign with the Saints if Watson doesn't go to New Orleans. I think he's a guy the Bears would have interest in, so that's direct impact. And just beyond that, Chase, it impacts the NFC where he goes.
Massively.
So there's no doubt about that. So continue to get your votes in. We're going to get you guys caught up on the latest around Watson as the New Orleans Saints are certainly making a strong pursuit. So stay tuned for that here live as we simulcast on Chat Sports, the 49ers Report, and on Chicago Bears Now. Who Dat Nation, for Saints fans watching today, go subscribe as we cover this Deshaun Watson trade tracker, if you will, throughout NFL free agency. I know there's Saints fans watching right now. YouTube.com/Saints today. Turn on that notification bell. We will have you guys covered here at Chat Sports, regardless of what happens with Deshaun Watson. He's Chase Sr., I'm Harrison Graham. The New Orleans Saints continue to wait to see what's going to happen with Deshaun Watson, and they'd like to know sooner or later, Chase. And so would we, because this impacts a lot of teams in the NFL. We'll get you caught up on the latest and what it's looking like for New Orleans. Here's coming in from Dov here. Texans reporter John McClain said it would be shocking if Watson doesn't pick the Falcons over the Saints. So Saints might be second in the pecking order now, Chase.
How about Atlanta swooping in, no pun intended, at the last minute and having that relationship between Deshaun Watson and Arthur Blank possibly being really the deciding factor in Deshaun Watson going to Atlanta to beat out the rival New Orleans Saints? This quarterback drama, this quarterback movement this offseason, and all of the Deshaun Watson buzz has been crazy. It looked as though the Panthers were the leaders in the clubhouse. The Browns entered the fold. The New Orleans Saints at one point seemed to be the favorites. And now it's the Atlanta Falcons. If I'm Deshaun Watson, Harrison, I'm not going to Atlanta, even if I have that relationship with Arthur Blank. I'm going to New Orleans, where that roster is loaded and littered with some great offensive talent. Alvin Kamara, Michael Thomas, Marquez Callaway, Mark Ingram, a good offensive line. We'll see what happens with Armstead. That defense is spectacular, even with the loss of Marcus Williams. Maybe it's Dennis Allen being a defensive-minded head coach as the big reason why Deshaun isn't going to New Orleans, but I think that's the best fit for him. We'll see what happens.
Here's more from Aaron Wilson. Deshaun Watson currently expected to take the next few days, this is from last night, and contemplate his decision over the weekend per league sources. I wish he'd decide today over which team he'll waive his no-trade clause for. Falcons have pushed back Matt Ryan's $7.5 million roster bonus from Friday to Tuesday. So from an Atlanta side of things, Chase, they're buying themselves time. And look, it clearly seems that Matt Ryan is okay with this. And if they don't get him, then he'll remain in Atlanta. That's very mature of him. He does not have to go that route, as Schefter added that note as well. What it also allows him to do is if he wants to pursue a trade, it buys him a few more days to do that before that bonus kicks in. So we'll see what happens on Atlanta's side of things as well. Now, the Saints, I think, Chase, early on were considered the favorites. They were, rumored to be making a, quote, full-court press. They met with him twice. They've been pursuing him for a long time, according to reports. And now it seems to have maybe shifted into Atlanta's favor. We do know it's down to these two NFC South teams. And
this is going to add to the rivalry between the Atlanta Falcons and the Saints, right? I mean, interdivision squads now battling it out for one of the best and most gifted quarterbacks in the National Football League. And as it pertains to Deshaun Watson, this domino has to fall for New Orleans, because if they don't land Deshaun Watson, what is their plan B? What is their next step? They've been pretty quiet in NFL free agency up to this point. They lost Marcus Williams. They've made some signings on the peripheries of their roster and some minor moves, but they have to figure out what happens with Deshaun Watson to really set the foundation for what else they're going to do in free agency. Now, I don't think they have to be incredibly busy because, as I talked about earlier, a lot of really intriguing pieces on this team, but the dominoes will certainly start to fall for New Orleans after the Deshaun Watson trade goes down. So if you're a Saints fan watching, first of all, subscribe by using that link down below. But if you're frustrated with the silency for New Orleans up to this point, just know it's going to start to get active, not just for New Orleans, not just for the Atlanta Falcons, but all 32 teams in the National Football League following the Deshaun Watson trade going down.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. So, assuming these are the two teams, where will he go? I think it's going to be Atlanta.
I know
Saints fans don't want to hear that, but I think he's enamored with the idea of playing for the franchise where he was a ball boy as a kid. I mean, that's a personal connection to that franchise. Type ATL for the Falcons, type NO for the New Orleans Saints. We'll find out sometime in the next 24, 48, 72 hours, and we'll have you guys covered regardless of what that ends up being. Now, there is more to consider here. Sounds like Watson would like to adjust his contract, and quite frankly, with both these teams, Chase, and where they are, they've certainly been making moves to clear cap. He probably would have to just get a signing bonus and push back some of that money on the cap hit down the road, because with Atlanta's dead cap money they're going to have for Matt Ryan, they're just going to have to clear out some money, and just restructuring Deshaun would make sense. The Saints have obviously been manipulating the cap for years, so they can figure that out. So that would also come into play in here as well. And we know the Saints are cap gurus.
Yeah, Saints are just cap gurus. I mean, they have proven that the NFL salary cap ain't a thing, and they've proven that you can manipulate it and pull off salary cap gymnastics in order to build out a roster with some really good pieces and be financially smart in doing so. As far as Deshaun Watson's contract right now, $35 million in base salary for 2022 with the cap hit of $40 million. In 2023, the base salary lowers, but the cap hit goes up to $42 million. There is a potential out, 2024, which if this doesn't work out, you can get out of the contract for Watson's sake or the team that signs him. If there is no opt-out, 2024, $32 million, same number in 2025. He becomes an unrestricted free agent in 2026 at the ripe age of 31, Harrison.
Yeah.
He could cash in yet again after just cashing in just previously on that 4-year, $156 million deal.
Yeah, and that's why when you look at a lot of the contracts in the league, going 3-4 years is the way to go. Like, that's why everybody who always tells me this Mahomes contract is ridiculous, it's too much. It's a bargain for the Chiefs because they've got him under contract for 10, 12 years, whereas if he went 3-4 years at a time, he'd probably make 1.5x with how much the cap is going up each and every year. So you have to factor in the money with Deshaun Watson in as well. But I do think whatever decision he makes, I think he views this as this is where I want to finish my career. I want to play here for 10 to 12 years, win a couple Super Bowls for either New Orleans or Atlanta. Now we're just waiting to see which team that is. For you Saints fans, if you want Deshaun Watson to come to New Orleans, subscribe to the channel. Producer Trace, our resident Saints fan here at Chat Sports, he's been working hard to help us get some content out to you guys on our Saints channel. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button for more New Orleans Saints news and rumors. He'll have you covered. The rest of the staff will get you up to date as well. Final thoughts here, Chase, as we're day 4, day 5 with Deshaun Watson watch. Once, the criminal stuff got cleared last week, where are we at here? I'm leaning Atlanta. I don't think it's done, because if it was done, we would know by now. 70-30? 60-40? Is it 50-50 still? What are you thinking between New Orleans and Atlanta?
Yeah, I think the lean here is Atlanta. I really do. I think he's going to go to the Atlanta Falcons, and the Saints are going to have to go up against him twice a year. I think that's how it shakes out. I think the late movement for Atlanta really is telling.
We'll see what happens, but Trace wants you guys to type Who Dat Nation if you made it to this point in the video. Do it in the comments, and hey, if you do it enough, maybe Deshaun Watson will choose the New Orleans Saints. For everybody watching on our Chat Sports YouTube channel and Bears Now and 49ers Report, did you read that, by the way? Jack, give that a glance, Chase. I'm indifferent on what you want to do on Niners. Type NO for the Saints, type ATL for the Falcons, and let us know where you guys think Deshaun Watson is going to end up. And we'll get some shout-outs here. Let the chat catch up here. A lot of ATL in, a few New Orleans, a couple Carolinas. Carolina's been eliminated, guys, for those who don't know. Let's see. Who dat? We got Darnell Mooney is the GOAT. We'll do that top free agents, and that'll go on there as well, but that doesn't need to be live. Yeah. This is just for getting Bears off. Slam says, or Matthew says New Orleans.
I'll
Aaron
take the views.
says ATL. Randall says Armstead. Some team will sign Ogunjobi for like just $4 million. Maybe we'll have to wait and see. Let's circle back real quick to the Bears news from earlier today, just real quick. Shout out to all of the Bears fans hanging out with us. I'll hit this news one more time, and then we're going to sign off on Bears Now. I put out that video breaking down the Larry Ogunjobi signing in further detail, so you guys can check that out. We'll have another video probably later today as well. Contract falls through, Chase. 3 years, $40.5 million. Failed the physical. Unfortunate, but I think maturely handled by the Bears.
I think so, too. And for Ryan Pace to want to make a splash, he makes that splash, but to still go back on, his original word of trying to build for the future for Chicago, he ends up backing out of the deal, which I think is a smart thing to do. If the medicals don't check out, if he's not in shape, if there's something wrong with the foot and you pay him a lot of money and you end up signing him and giving him all that money, but he can't produce, that's very problematic for what this team wants to do and how they want to build. Now, they absorbed that blow by signing Justin Jones as an interior defensive lineman. Star Lotulelei is also out there. He was released by the Buffalo Bills. Harrison, let me throw this out there. Fletcher Cox?
Ooh, it's another name.
Could Fletcher Cox go to the Bears?
Sounds like the Eagles would like to bring him back, but we'll see.
And he would like to go back to Philadelphia.
Justin Jones is where the pivot has gone to for now. I don't necessarily view that as we're done at defensive tackle, though, so we'll see what happens on that front. So that's kind of where we're at. Larry Ogunjobi contract falls through. Justin Jones on board. We'll see where the Bears go next. This is a super chat that's coming on Bears Now. We'll hit that. All the talk about Armstead recently. Isn't he the O-line version? Oh, yeah, we hit this one. Injuries, but certainly can still play when he's healthy at a high level. Why aren't the Chiefs making more moves? Look, they're being patient. They're being quiet. We'll see what Kansas City ends up doing. So here's what we're going to do. Bears fans, appreciate you rocking and rolling with us today. Like I said, we'll have a video later today. I'm going to sign off here on Bears Now. I know it's some tough news today about Larry Ogunjobi. Good news, bad news. We're going to break it all down. Hit that subscribe button. Stay tuned for a video later with the latest free agency buzz around this team. Appreciate you guys tuning in. If you want to stay or hang out with our NFL free agency coverage, we're still going to be live on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, so you can swing on over there as well. But for now, we're going to sign off on our Bears Now live stream. So we'll go ahead and do that. And also, give us a follow on Rumble. It's rumble.com/BearsNow. Link is down below. We'll still be live on Rumble, by the way. So if you want to go support Bears Now on Rumble, rumble.com/BearsNow. We'll stay live over there. Got to sign off here on YouTube. Appreciate you guys for hanging out with us here on Bears Now Live. Okay, let's get back some shout-outs here. Chase, what are the Niners saying about the Watson stuff? Where do they want him to go, if you had to guess?
Not inside the NFC. I think that's safe to say for the Niners, but I think that's going to be the reality of the situation. I see Jamie Bryant in the chat. What's up, Chase? DJ Molly, John Schladney, J-Man B, Jamie, G-Rod, Terrell Smith, DJ, Rich Hidalgo, Chris R, New Money Beats. Stay tuned and keep it locked here on the Niners Report. I'm going to be doing a mailbag, taking all of your Niners-related questions. So if you're watching us on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, you'll be able to use the hashtag 49ers. But start getting those questions in right now on the 49ers Report, as we have a couple hundred people watching live. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. More Niners coverage to come, as well as the top free agents on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel and on the Niners Report.
Yeah, appreciate that as well. Why don't you go to Chase Solo here for a second? He can get some shout-outs going in the chat, get the comments flowing again, and I'm going to talk to producer Jack here for a second.
Okay, going over to our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, youtube.com/chatsportstv. Appreciate all of you for making today's show a part of your day. Going to give some shout-outs to the people who are watching live, as we have been live all 5 days of NFL free agency. Our coverage has been top-notch. It's been the most watched on YouTube, and it's been the most consistent because we have continued to go live every single day of NFL free agency. Deshaun Watson watch, that's really been the play the last 5 days, and breaking down all of these signings as they come in. So shout-outs for where Watson will go on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. Maddox, ATL. NFL Experience, typing me. Okay. ATL from Grady. My guy Chase from 30 Racks. What it do, man? Fly Eagles fly. I see the emoji. OG right here. Taco Frog. T. Thompson. Watson guilty AF. Not according to the Supreme Court. Played out in the court of law. ATL from Maddox. Where do you think Watson is going to go? Some Saints votes coming in. Big Smokey. Tommy the Fox. I see Rebel CP. Also going with the Saints. ATL rise up from Tony Sparks. Tony Sparks sparking up with the picture and the bio. I see ya. Can't kill Shibby. Sportsbooks have the Saints at -200. But I think Atlanta is the leader. ATL from Smoke. Joey Fauble, New Orleans. Isaiah Ritchie. What is that? Some crawfish? A lobster? That would say Saints, I would guess. Man, I kind of want to do a crawfish broil. Trace was talking about that the other day. Trace, when's the crawfish broil? That's a tongue twister. Trace, crawfish broil. When is the crawfish broil? When are we doing that?
Got to get one going.
It's about that time, right? Isn't it like the best time of year for crawfish?
It's coming up.
Hey. If Deshaun Watson goes to the Big Easy, crawfish party's going to be crazy. Yeah. What kind of bowl? Crawfish broil? All right.
All right, I'm back.
Harrison's back.
If you're having a good time, I know I am. Like
Yes.
the video. I don't know why you wouldn't be having a good time. Day 5 of NFL free agency. I should probably see what's going on in March Madness. Do we have some score updates?
Yeah, I can give you some score updates.
Give me some. I'm pulling it up here, but any games go final
Looking
yet?
at Ohio State, 37-26 over Loyola Chicago.
I'm a little surprised by that result.
Auburn, 41-27 over Jacksonville State. Texas Tech, 10-2 over Montana
12-2
State.
now. By the way, that Loyola Ohio State game, 37-26, that's with 11 minutes left in the second
half. Yes.
Loyola cannot score.
No.
So,
Well, neither can Ohio State, really.
Yeah, they could score a little more.
Yeah,
just a little more.
slugfest.
Slugfest there. Tech out to a blitzing start. We got the Ivy Leaguers. Yale taking on Purdue here at 1 o'clock Central Time. So we'll keep you guys up to date on that as well. What's that, Jack? 22. I have no idea. No idea. If you're having a good time, like this video, hit that thumbs up icon, and we'll keep it moving here. How many likes we got on our mainstream? Looks like we got about 350. We got to get to 500.
500
likes.
For shots?
We'll take a shot for
Let's
500.
go. It's about time.
Yeah, it's about that time. It's shot time.
Been live for about an hour.
Yeah, I've been live for a little while. Hour and 15, actually.
Yeah.
Like the video. We get to 500 likes. We'll take a shot. Who says no?
Let's go.
Sounds like a win-win to me on that front. So like this video if you want us to take a shot on today's show. So I don't know why they wouldn't want to, Chase.
Hey, you can't be scared.
No.
I know that for a fact.
Yeah. Well, last night was taking the you can't be scared to an all-time level.
Yeah, that was legendary.
An all-time level. There's no doubt about that. Okay, so what are we going to next here, Jack? Doing a Chiefs cut? All right, we'll get you caught up on the latest on this. Let me put this in production.
Should do a super chat menu real quick.
Yeah, do that with Chase. I'm doing something real quick.
All right, Niner gang,
here.
it's been a little while since we've been able to party live on the 49ers Report. And here at Chat Sports, we've been partying all 5 days of NFL free agency. Let's keep it moving. Have a Yingling right here. Already cracked a beer, but let's get it popping, man. $5 super chat will give you a beer cheers. $10, we'll talk about the Niners. We'll talk about your team. $15 super chat roulette wheel spin. I have that to my left. $25 super chat. We'll take some shots as well as when we get to 500 likes. And for $100, a $100 super chat. We're the big ballers at I'll do the Das Boot. You know what? I'll do the Das Boot.
You in?
$100 super chat. I will do the Das Boot. That's 3 beers in a glass boot. I'll rock it. I'll do it. I'll make the sacrifice for us here at Chat Sports because everybody else is way too busy. It's day 5 of NFL free agency. It's the second day of the NCAA tournament, and it's a Friday. Let's go.
It's the trifecta.
It's a trifecta.
And
one of the best moments of the year for sports fans.
And tonight's going to be litty.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So there's the super chat
And I'll
menu.
be in Fort Worth at Dickies Arena at like 11 a.m.
Hey, you just gotta put on that
Got to
rally
rally,
cap.
man. Niner gang, that's our super chat menu.
That might be after a 3 a.m. trip to Gapco.
Let's go.
So buckle up.
Boy.
Hey, can't be scared.
Can't be scared.
You said
out
it.
Here.
You
Yeah.
said it. All right. The Chiefs haven't made a ton of moves, but there's a lot of stuff pertaining to them. We'll break that down here in just a few moments, and then we'll keep things moving here as we continue on day 5 of NFL free agency. So stay tuned for that here on today's show as producer Jack's getting everything lined up for us right now. So stick with us. Day 5 of NFL free agency. Let's get you guys caught up with everything surrounding the Kansas City Chiefs. Welcome into the Chiefs Report here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports is where we're filming this show initially. Harrison Graham and Chase Sr. rolling with me today. Chase, the Chiefs have been quiet, but there's been some news around them, a couple of new rumors surfacing. Do want to get into all of that. Now, this happened last night. Chiefs lose one of their receivers, Byron Pringle, to the Chicago Bears, and quite frankly, I think a pretty fair deal for Chicago. 1 year, $4 million, incentives up to $6 million. Really had emerged as a nice number 3 receiver for the Chiefs last year. Now he exits, and Kansas City will need to add a receiver to replace him.
I really like his game. He has some wiggle, and as a complimentary piece, I thought he was really good for the Kansas City Chiefs. I think the Bears are getting a good player with some high upside here on a 1 year, $4 million deal, up to $6 million with some performance incentives, and I think he can live up to those expectations, Harrison. This is a big loss for KC, and it's another one of those depth pieces that they really couldn't afford on this roster as they continue to really compete for Super Bowls, and the reality is you have to make some tough decisions, like not being able to retain Byron Pringle.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And, Chiefs Kingdom's been asking me, why are they quiet? Why are they quiet? Can they still make moves? Well, they can still restructure Patrick Mahomes' contract and free up another $20+ million. So they can go that route. There's some receivers we'll get to later on in the show that to keep in mind if the Chiefs want to upgrade at that position. You still have Tyreek Hill. You still have McCole Hardman. By the way, a Tyreek Hill contract extension has been reported as in the works. So we'll just have to wait and see when that happens. But Pringle's been a nice development story. Played his college ball at K-State, stayed home for his early NFL days, works his way up, and now he gets a payday with the Chicago Bears. So good for him. Wish him nothing but the best. Name a player that the Chiefs should sign in NFL free agency. Get your thoughts in the comments right now below. Maybe you want Juju Smith-Schuster. Maybe you want Odell Beckham. More on him later on. Let us know who you would like to see the Chiefs sign. Now, Chase, a reason the Chiefs Kingdom continues to kind of freak out is the AFC West continues to just make blockbuster moves. This one went down last night in the division. Davante Adams getting traded to the Las Vegas Raiders for the Raiders' first 2 picks in 2021. Quite frankly, not that much of an overpay in draft compensation, if I'm being completely honest, for the best receiver in football. Now, they did pay him the absolute bag, over $28 million per year on a 5-year deal. So he enters the AFC West, teams up with his college quarterback, Derek Carr. This division, Chase, on paper, we'll see how it plays out, one of the best of all time. I mean, it's been unbelievable, the moves they've made. And I would argue a lot of these moves have been made by Denver getting Russell Wilson, Adams to the Raiders, the Chargers going to get J.C. Jackson, because they're chasing the Kansas City Chiefs, who have run this division for over half a decade now.
The AFC West this upcoming year reminds me a lot, Harrison, of the NFC West from this past year in 2021. You think about the NFC West last year. Best division, most competitive division in football. You have the defending Super Bowl champions in the Los Angeles Rams. They had to get past the 49ers in the NFC Championship game, so that's another Final Four team. The Arizona Cardinals continued to build and move forward with Kyler Murray, and they made it into the playoffs as a double-digit win team. And even the Seahawks, even though Russell Wilson suffered that injury, they were at least somewhat competitive. So that's really what the AFC West this upcoming year in 2022 is going to remind me of the NFC West from 2021.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. It's possible it could be even better. I mean, that's what's crazy about all these moves happening. And, Chiefs Kingdom's freaking out, and I understand. But, these teams have to close the gap to catch up to Kansas City. This has been the Chiefs division for a very, very long time. I understand how Adams to the Raiders can bother you, but I'm still not going to sit here and say, oh, well, Vegas, they've passed Kansas City. The Broncos, these teams have to prove that. Kansas City has run this division for a while now, and until someone takes down that throne from the Chiefs, someone can beat Patrick Mahomes enough in this division, this is still the Chiefs division. Make no mistake about it, but it's a division that has 4 competitive teams and 4 teams that feel like they can win right now. And now with the Raiders getting a legit number 1 receiver in Davante Adams, they have entered the equation as well. It's very, very interesting. My initial reaction to the Raiders trading for Adams, by the way, my one-word reaction, Chase, was simply just, wow.
Yeah.
The amount of moves this division continues to make. By the way, I saw a graphic. The amount of money shelved out in the AFC West would be was almost more than the NFC total or something like that. That's how much this conference is kind of battling one another, because the AFC is the more competitive conference right now. I don't think there's any doubt.
It is. And this is really going to make the Chiefs' road to another AFC West title that much harder.
Yeah, it's tougher. Yeah.
This is why when people talk about, oh, the Chiefs win that first Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes, league MVP, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, Andy Reid, Eric Bieniemy, Brett Veach, they're going to win 8 Super Bowls. Look, the NFL is a league of parity, Harrison. We know that. And the NFL is uber competitive. And for the Chiefs, they have kind of slid the last couple of years, and to try to get back to title contention, they're going to have to still compete with the Buffalo Bills. They're going to have to compete with Russell Wilson and the Denver Broncos. Now, the Las Vegas Raiders with Carr and Adams linking up. But you know what? It's awesome because as competitors, you want to relish this type of opportunity to go up against the best players and the best teams, and it's going to prepare KC in the division for the gauntlet that is the AFC playoffs.
Continue to get your one-word reaction in for the Raiders trading for Adams. What I would counter with that is you think about this stretch, and yeah, only one Super Bowl win for the Chiefs. They've been to 2. They're really just a halftime meltdown away against Cincinnati from going to a 3rd straight Super Bowl last year. That should have never happened. The Bucs Super Bowl, their entire offensive line got hurt before the Super Bowl. They couldn't block. So this is still a team that I would argue has been the best team in the AFC for about half a decade now. But you're absolutely right. It's only getting stronger in this conference. It's only getting stronger in this division. The good news is hey, you're in playoff mode all year now because you got to bring it each and every week to win these games. And I'm going to be excited to be breaking down these games for you guys in 2022. Now, make sure you guys follow us on Rumble. The Chiefs Report is now over there, and you guys can follow and support the channel by following us on Rumble. More Chiefs news, rumors, unfiltered access from yours truly over there. I would greatly appreciate it. Give us a follow. Help us grow on Rumble. That way, we can continue to expand our platform here at the Kansas City Chiefs Report. Okay, let's move on to this story, Chase. And I'm going to not connect dots, but maybe just speculate here. So Allen Robinson to the Rams, that was a big move on day 4 of free agency. Robert Woods now is apparently available for a trade, according to Adam Schefter. He, of course, is coming off a torn ACL, but unlike Odell Beckham, who we'll talk about in a minute, should be ready by training camp. This one happened earlier in the season than obviously Beckham's in the Super Bowl. Trading for Robert Woods would intrigue me because you could bring him in here. You got McCole Hardman who could slide.
Great weapon.
McCole Hardman slides as like your number 3. Tyreek Hill, Robert Woods, McCole Hardman, Travis Kelce, Mahomes slinging it. That would be pretty good for Kansas City, and he's still a young and really good player.
Yeah, and I think his contract is somewhat affordable, too. He did sign that deal that was long-term with the Los Angeles Rams a couple of years ago, but given his level of production, you look at it before the injury last year and for the last couple of years, he's a really good player, and he'd be an awesome skill player alongside Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, and a good fit in that scheme as well. I mean, he could play inside, he could play outside, he can go up and get it, has some good speed, he has miss ability after the catch as kind of a yak guy too. He is always a threat to really take it to the crib, Harrison. So too is OBJ, who was resurrected last year on the same team.
Yeah, and I do wonder if the Chiefs are at least monitoring Odell Beckham, because reports came out he may not be ready until November, which makes sense. He tore his ACL in mid-February. It's usually at least an 8-month recovery. That would put you in October. Now, some guys are coming back faster. 8 months, by the way, is very fast, but it's become more normal these days. 9-10 months is kind of the average now for an ACL, so that would put you into November. Could the Chiefs hang out, maybe sign Beckham later on in free agency, or maybe even once the season starts, because I don't think the Rams are going to bring him back now. Now, I guess if the Rams trade Robert Woods, that could reopen the door for OBJ to go back to L.A., and maybe those conversations are taking place. But, look, the Chiefs can afford to not bring on Beckham until midseason. They've got enough weapons. Imagine adding him in like week 10 for the stretch run and getting him for the playoffs to this offense. I think that's pretty intriguing as well. There still are receivers out there, and I think the Chiefs will be okay after losing Byron Pringle. Grade the Chiefs' move so far, A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know how you feel about it overall. Obviously, it's been quiet, so I can't give it an A grade or anything like that. But it certainly has been interesting to watch all the moves in the AFC West. Once the Chiefs make a major move, we will be covering it here on the Chiefs Report, youtube.com/ChiefsTV. Don't miss any of our content here on the channel. We've got you guys covered better than anybody here on YouTube. Get a couple shout-outs, and we got to catch up on Supers. Let's get to that big one right off the bat here.
On the 49ers report.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and go to it. CBAF, there's a couple shout-outs. All right, here we go.
Yeah,
Problem.
Sits
in a Hyundai.
I said, $100 Super Chat. I do the Das Boot, 3 beers in this glass boot. Problem came through on the 49ers report. So a $99 Super Chat, $100. Let's round up. Thank you, my man. And I'll shotgun a beer for a $50 Super Chat if we really want to. I mean, shoot, we ain't scared.
Can't be.
Today's a marathon, not a sprint, but how you going to win a marathon if you don't run fast? You know, that's
Exactly.
really how it goes down.
That's
so
how it goes.
cheers to Problem as well as the Niner gang. Going to take down Das Boot here.
You doing it? All right, here we go. Chant chug in the chat. Chug, 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 chug.
That bubble is wild, isn't it?
You got to turn it, man. You got to turn it. It's tough. Chase taking it down there, but this is what we do. We make promises and we keep them because we're not frauds. There you go. That's pretty good work. Almost done?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go. Digital Devil, I see you typing chug.
No spillage?
Minor spillage.
Minor spillage?
Just
all right.
because when you got to twist it, and then when you twist it, there's like this like bubble that goes back and forth.
Yeah.
Kind of hits you a little bit.
Yeah, a little bubble action. It can happen. But that's pretty good work. You want to top off there, or should we?
Yeah, no. Give some shout outs and go through some supers. I'll finish this piece.
All right, cool. Patrick with the super chat, $5. How much would Van Der Esch cost? Well, he re-signed with Dallas, so there you go. I'm guessing 1 year deal, maybe $5 million to return to the Cowboys on that front. By the way, we're missing something out there. I don't know what's going on, but it's all very entertaining. Van Der Esch back to Dallas. And by the way, Chase, Ian Rappaport had mentioned that Dallas plans on using Micah Parsons more as an edge, which makes sense for a couple reasons.
That's what I said, yeah.
One, you lost Randy Gregory. And two, he showed last year that, yeah, he's an unbelievable linebacker. He's also a damn good pass rusher. So
very good pass
maybe
rusher.
The move is to not overpay for an edge rusher, have Micah play more edge, and then just bring back a guy like Van Der Esch and give him more snaps at linebacker,
with
a guy
how
that
elite,
you know very well.
Yeah, with how elite he was as a pass rusher last year, why would you take him out of that role when it's one of the more important roles on a football team? You know, those three sayings and the three rules to building a good team: get a quarterback, protect the quarterback, and get after the quarterback. And if you can knock off one of those threes on the checklist, dude, I mean, you do it. And you allow Micah Parsons to continue to stay comfortable. I actually don't like him dropping into coverage because I think he's actually more susceptible to injury sometimes. Let him just attack instead of going back in coverage, although he is very good there. But, hey, you can still use him in both areas, just more as a pass rusher, and that helps make up for losing out on Von Miller and not signing Randy Gregory.
I kind of view him as a Tyrann Mathieu of a front seven. Matthew's a back seven guy where he can kind of slide up, play some box, linebacker, safety stuff. He can cover, he can hit, etc. Whereas Micah's that in the front seven. He can drop back into coverage a little bit at linebacker. He can stop the run. He's sideline to sideline, and he can get after the quarterback.
Yep.
That's kind of how I view him. You can line him up in different spots, and that's very valuable. Let's play a game, shall we? Shout out your favorite team, and then the first team I see in 5 seconds, we'll talk about that team for you guys. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I see the Broncos. Well, you got Russell Wilson. Nothing else matters. Kidding. They made some other good moves, too.
DJ Jones, Randy Gregory.
Yep.
This team is really, really good, and I've felt this way about the Broncos the last couple of years. George Payton's done a good job of building that football team. He's been able to acquire a lot of talent. What's the big problem, and what has been the big problem that is no longer an issue for Denver? Finding a quarterback. They have their quarterback. They have a very good offense. Look, Courtland Sutton, KJ Hamler, Jerry Jeudy, Albert Okwuegbunam. I think Javonte Williams, one of the best young running backs in the NFL. The defense with Gregory and DJ Jones is very good. Patrick Surtain in that secondary. This defense is loaded.
Justin
the offense
Simmons
is stacked. We'll see what Nathaniel Hackett can do, but the 2 years he was with Aaron Rodgers, what happened? MVPs both years.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it's there's no doubt about that. Let's play it one more time, Chase. I'll count you down from 5, and you can pick a team. You have the main chat pulled
Yes,
up?
I do.
All right,
1,500 people watching live, almost 1,600.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Pick a team.
Dolphins.
All right.
Love what the Dolphins have done. Take it away, Harrison.
Yeah, Miami, the Miami 49ers, as we're starting to call them. They hire Mike McDaniel as their head coach. I like some of the guys that bring on board: Chase Edmonds, Cedric Wilson, Raheem Mostert, all guys that will contribute on offense, I believe, and for pretty reasonable contracts, too. I think Mostert got just over $3 million on a 1-year deal. Edmonds was about 2 year, $12 million. And then Cedric Wilson was about 3 years, $22 million. I think all those guys will contribute. This year is all about finding out if Tua is the guy. I think that's what it is. I'd like to see more pieces on the offensive line. They did get Connor Williams, which I like that addition. I'd like to see them get another offensive tackle, but if Tua is protected well enough and still doesn't play well enough, then I think you find out your answer. If not, if he does play well, then, hey, you've got your guy. So that's what this season's all about in McDaniel's first year, finding out if Tua is the guy in Miami. But I like what they've done in free agency.
Me too. And I like how they're starting this new regime. I think Mike McDaniel's a rock star at the head coaching position. I really think he's going to be able to bring Miami back and do it quickly. It really hinges a lot on Tua Tagovailoa, but everywhere that Mike McDaniel has been as an assistant coach, now as a head coach, he's helped develop quarterbacks. Robert Griffin III, Matt Ryan, Jimmy Garoppolo, now his biggest project yet in the biggest role as head coach, Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Play again because we like talking about different teams. So I'm just going to randomly look right now. Raiders. Okay. Well, that kind of speaks for itself, right, Chase? They started a little slow, but then things picked up quickly as obviously last night they get Devontae Adams. It sounds like they're in the mix for Stephon Gilmore. Jordan Schultz reports that they placed an offer. You go get Chandler Jones, you trade Yannick Ngakoue, but you get back Rock Ya-Sin, who's a starting caliber corner. You sign Anthony Averett, who can start at nickel for you if you like. I like what the Raiders have done. If Josh McDaniels can get the best out of Derek Carr, that team can compete this year.
I think they can too, and it's really going to be fascinating theater, fascinating television to see how the AFC West transpires. Loaded teams, great teams, star power at the quarterback position. And you know what I also like, Harrison, about the teams in the AFC West? Well-rounded teams too. Yes, we talk about quarterbacks, we talk about these high-powered, high-octane offenses, but the defenses are good too. So while we'll see some shootouts offensively, given the weather and given these defenses, we could see some slugfest too that are lower-scoring games, a complexion of styles.
Pick us another team to talk about here, Chase. Just randomly pick one here.
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Keep this game flowing. The Pittsburgh Steelers, listen, you sign Mitch Trubisky. Can he be a bus driver for you, make some athletic plays from time to time? Don't screw it up. I think that's the approach with him leading that offense. Defense is going to be loaded. Love the Myles Jack signing. They've been linked to Tyrann Mathieu as a potential signing. I think that would be fascinating. Should have a top 5 defense, and if Trubisky can just get them out of the gutter offensively, give them a top 20-ish offense, run the football with Najee Harris, get the ball out to playmakers, Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool, Pat Freiermuth, then I think this team can make some moves, especially with the uncertainty around Cleveland now. It's possible that 2022 is not a good year for Cleveland, even though they're in a win-now window with the win-now roster, but quarterback very much in flux there. So Pittsburgh should be in the mix again in 2022 if Trubisky is at least, above average.
Yeah. Yeah, we talking Vikings now? Yeah? Yep, I saw it. Awesome.
All right, let's do this piece. Let me glance at it a little bit.
Oh, boy. We got another $100 super chat on Niners.
All right,
We'll do that after, or you want to do it now? Trace, time for you to do a boot. $100 super chat on Niners.
We'll talk some Vikings here in a minute, but hey, things are happening. Things are happening.
Get me your beer, I'll shotgun, you do a boot. How about it? You won't do a boot? You soft? How are you supposed to win the marathon if you don't run fast, boy?
Oh,
don't break it, by the way, on your way out.
Whoa!
Hey! Trizzy Trace. Nicole and Harold Gillenwater with the $100 super chat on the Niners report. Thank you so much. So, Trace, when you come in, you do the boot, I'll do a shotgun with you. Okay? And my keys are on my desk if somebody wants to grab those for me. I'm not trying to be too needy, but just trying to have some fun.
Hey, man.
Nicole and Harold Gillenwater, thank you so much for supporting the show here on the Niners Report. I know you guys have really supported and watched ever since I took over after the NFL draft.
Is this just a couple? Is this
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, man.
Very cool. They got the combined YouTube channel.
Yes, love it.
Love it. Absolutely.
Do another Das boot. I'm getting my boy Trizzy Trace since we're live for like several hours.
Yeah.
So.
Skull tie catch 84.
Also, Trace did say he could do 3 beer bongs or the boot. So, Nicole and Harold Gillenwater, let me know if you'd rather him do the boot or 3 beer bongs.
I like the boots.
Let me know in the comments section.
Harrison, you should sign with Minnesota. They don't have enough. I don't know what that means, but hey, man, I cover the Bears. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
That's just how we rock it. We are going to talk Vikings coming up, though, so stay tuned for
that.
How about we talk Vikings? We showed the Super Chat.
Yeah.
We'll do the Das Boot after we talk Vikings. That'll give Trizzy Trace some time to prepare.
I think it's Harold in the chat. Let me know if you want Trace, producer Trace, to do the boot or 3 beer bongs. Let us know in the comment section. We'll circle back to that after we do this.
All right, here we go. Let's talk about the Vikings. Day 5 of NFL free agency is rolling along, and you got Harrison Graham and Chase Sr. here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Getting ready to catch you guys up on the latest surrounding the Minnesota Vikings, who have been mostly quiet, but some minor moves and some rumors floating out there around this team. This is a significant one, though, Chase. Adam Thielen, there had been some trade buzz. Maybe they'd move on from him. He has agreed to a contract restructure. He will remain with the Vikings for this upcoming season, which I like because you bring in a guy like Kevin O'Connell, give him as much soldiers offensively as you can. Cousins is back. Adam Thielen, Jefferson, Dalvin Cook. There's no excuse for this to not be a top 10 offense in the 2022 season.
I agree. And for Minnesota, I think it all hinges on Kirk Cousins. How can Kirk Cousins get the Vikings past this threshold where they've really been an average or above average team? He has everything at his fingertips. He has the weapons on this team. He now has an offensive-minded head coach. The receiving core of Thielen to go along with Justin Jefferson and Dalvin Cook is spectacular. The offensive line, some questions there, but you addressed that last year in the NFL draft. The defense is very good as well. The Vikings and Kirk Cousins have to be better in late game situations. That's also what it comes down to. They lost so many games last year inside of 8 points, inside of 1 score. Couple of those games go a different way, and we're looking at a different football team. The pressure is on considering what Kirk Cousins is paid. There's no question about that.
Yeah, look, this is all going to hinge on Cousins, and, they've tied themselves to him for this year and next year now, so the next 2 seasons. But keeping a guy like Thielen helps Cousins play his best. Kevin O'Connell coming in as an offensive-minded head coach. You got to develop that relationship. I'm glad Thielen is back, dealt with some injuries last year.
Yeah.
Before last season, we were talking about Jefferson as Thielen is arguably the best duo in the league. I mean, those are 2 number 1 receivers when they're both healthy. And now with Davante Adams out of the division, who we'll get to in a second, could be 2 of the top receivers in the NFC North. Spam 19 to show some love to Adam Thielen if you're excited about him staying with Minnesota. I think it's a good move by the Vikings. I think it makes sense for Thielen as well. So type 19 down in the comments. I just alluded to it, Chase. Don't have to deal with Davante Adams anymore. The Vikings, the Bears, the Lions.
Every Vikings fan.
They are also they are all a sign of relief to see this guy exit to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Look, this guy has wreaked havoc inside of this division for so long, and him and Aaron Rodgers, that 1-2 punch, that combination at the quarterback wide receiver position, they've been 2 of the elite players at their respective positions for a really long time, and Vikings fans know all about that. So how does this impact Aaron Rodgers? I mean, he has been so trustworthy in Davante Adams over time, maybe to a fault. He tries to target him a little bit too much, just like what happened in the NFC Championship game, the divisional round against the San Francisco 49ers when he didn't trust anybody else to make a play, and he was forcing the ball to Davante Adams. Now, you take him out of that offense, where does Aaron Rodgers go now? Because who is the number 2 wide receiver on that team who elevates to number 1? Or is there another move to be made like an OBJ, a Jarvis Landry, a Julio Jones? But either way, for Vikings and this defense to not have to face Davante Adams any longer, it's great for the Vikings, and in doing so for Davante Adams, it's great for him because he gets paid on a historic deal, 5 years, $141+ million.
My God, he got the bag.
The bag.
I think I saw. Is it the biggest contract for a non-quarterback ever? If it's not, it's one of them. It's up there for sure. It's highest paid receiver of all time, over $28 million per year. But for the Vikings, they don't have to deal with this guy anymore, and he was a problem in recent years, especially last year when Minnesota's corners did not play at a good enough level. So Vikings fans, what was your one-word reaction, or what is your one-word reaction to the Raiders trading away Davante Adams, or to the Raiders trading for Adams and the Packers trading away Adams? Give me your one-word reaction. How about Whew!
Yeah.
Don't have
Like
to worry
this.
about it anymore.
Oh, my goodness.
Those beads of sweat have dried up all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's our reaction. Let us know what yours is as well. Make sure you guys subscribe to Minnesota Vikings Now on YouTube. We're closing in on 3,000 subscribers on our Vikings channel. Producer Jack doing a great job helping grow it up. YouTube.com/Vikings today. And let's get more Vikings coverage here on YouTube. Okay, Mackenzie Alexander, he will not be re-signing with the Vikings, as I think you're going to see a bit of a retooling in the secondary. Chase, Bashaud Breeland, that did not work out last year. Patrick Peterson was just okay. I don't expect him to return as well. Maybe he does. They cut Jeff Gladney after his he had some, I think, domestic assault charges, which later got dropped, and now the Cardinals have signed him. So you're going to be looking at a whole new secondary outside of maybe Cameron Dantzler.
Yeah, because Jeff Gladney, you lose him. He's the former first-round pick who ran into those domestic violence issues. So if there is a question for the Vikings so far and still in NFL free agency, it really is that secondary. Now, luckily for them, no longer have to go up against Aaron Rodgers and Davante Adams as that aforementioned 1-2 punch. But they need to address that secondary spot, because in a pass-happy NFL where there are a bunch of elite quarterbacks, especially on the Vikings schedule, you can't afford to get picked apart, because I'm not sure how great that defensive line is either, which could open itself up to the secondary kind of being susceptible for some blown coverages.
Now, I mentioned I wouldn't necessarily see Patrick Peterson returning. He played okay last year, but if you're losing guys and if the CB market kind of dries up, then you could bring him back. He's a CB2 at this point in his career. Certainly getting older, wasn't what he was in his peak Cardinals days, but you at least kind of know what you have in Patrick Peterson. So name a player that the Vikings should sign. Let us know down in the comment section. Who would you like to see Minnesota bring in? Is there a name out there that you would like to see Minnesota sign?
Man, a Steven Nelson type. You can get him on like a 2-year, $7 million deal. I think you could look to those corners. I don't think they're going to go big fish hunting with a player like Stephon Gilmore, but they need to address that cornerback spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael Pierce, he is officially gone. He is signed with the Baltimore Ravens, 3 years, $16.5 million, 5.5 a year. Gets about 6.75 guaranteed. So they'll have to find a replacement on that defensive line. They signed Harrison Phillips as kind of a guy who can help fill that void, Chase. But Pierce gets a nice little payday with Baltimore.
Yeah, he does. And Michael Pierce, pretty solid player, and I think he's going to be able to add a lot to this football team. And I kind of like the deal just because it's a 3-year, $16.5 million deal, but really, all these NFL contracts come down to the guaranteed money.
Yep.
So if what you sign Pierce for at $16.5 million, if it doesn't work out for you, you can cut bait after a year or two, and it's only, a small cap hit and a small financial figure there. So I think he's going to be able to add a lot to this team.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens as he lands in Baltimore. Grade the Vikings move so far, A, B, C, D, or F, and predict what's going to happen next with Minnesota. Get some shout-outs here. I'm going to get some NCAA tournament updates as well, Chase. Ohio State finishes off Loyola. No second-round appearance for Sister Jean this year. 54-41, just a slugfest in the South region. Purdue leading Yale 27-21. That one midway through the first half. Texas Tech hammering Montana State 41-20. I know your boy plays for Montana State.
Yeah.
A tough go.
Xavier Bishop. Shout out Zay. Shout out to the 217, Springfield, Illinois.
Let's see what he's doing today. 0 for 2 points.
That defense for Texas Tech is so
top
good.
5 in the nation.
And Zay is 5'6", 5'7".
Yeah,
so
it's tough.
I can see him having a little bit of trouble, but an awesome player.
Auburn 65-50 over Jacksonville State. That one's got about 8 minutes left in the second half as the 2-seeded Tigers look to advance to the round of 32. All right, is this another one? Okay, here's $100. I didn't know why were the guys huddling up in here? Do we know?
Because Tyler wants to do the boot.
Tyler. So Tracy Trace is backing out?
Yeah, so Trace, you're still going to have to beer bong. That's going to have to go down. So because of this $100 super chat from Nicole and Harold Gillenwater, we're going to bring one of the new guys on, Tyler Jones, in week 2. He's going to do the boot, and then Trace is going to do a beer bong. Yeah, so come get the boot, fill it up, and then you'll come on. and you'll do that. Trace will do a beer bong, and I'll shotgun for this $100 super chat. How's that?
We're also 50 likes away from 500.
It's right here.
And that equals a shot, Chase.
Yes.
Like the video. Once we get to 500 likes, we're taking a shot. Help us out.
Come fill it up with
Hit
the 3.
that thumbs up icon. We're 43 likes away. Like the video. After we do all this madness, we'll catch up on some super chats. We'll get back to some Deshaun Watson trade watch, and we'll keep you guys in tune with everything going on here on a Friday, day 5 of NFL free agency. So like the video. We'll need some fireball too, boys, because we're going to get to 500 likes.
On my desk, yeah.
And then we will
give me a beer and then the fireball as well. Here. We're just throwing out orders here at Chats. It's day 5 of free agency, man.
Couple of claws. These
all right. Look at you with the claw game. I might have to cop one of those.
These are out of the freezer too. Nice and cold.
Yeah.
Nice and cold.
Nice and cold, baby.
That's like they need to be sweating off the cans. That's very cold. That's what you want. Yeah, we're good. Perfect pull. We crossed 500 likes, so we need to take shots too. Can we get some fireball? Let's ride.
Oh, it's been started.
Yeah, Chase and I are a couple deep already.
Yeah.
Like this video.
Gotta love $200 on Niner super chats.
Yeah, it's a good move by you. No doubt. Oh, man. While we're waiting for everybody to come in here, Chase, why don't we just circle back to Deshaun Watson for a couple moments here?
Yeah, Deshaun Watson watch.
A lot of people are tuning in for that here on day 5 of free agency.
1,400 people watching live. Nobody's been close to our live coverage, by the way. Nobody has been close.
No.
Day 5, 5 straight days. We've been killing the game, man.
Yeah, and by the way, I do think things have come to a bit of a standstill in free agency because of Deshaun Watson. See what he does.
Because, look, he gets traded, right? And let's say he goes to the Atlanta Falcons. Then Matt Ryan is going to get dealt. And where does he go? Does he go to the Browns? Does he go to the Panthers? Does he go to the Seahawks? Does he go to the Colts? That then also impacts the Jimmy Garoppolo market for those watching on the 49ers report. So that stone has to be unturned for then Jimmy Garoppolo to get dealt. Also, the compensation aspect of it could impact a Matt Ryan deal and could impact a Jimmy G deal. So those are the moves that have to take place for this offseason to really get moving. And then, Harrison, last point here. Once Deshaun Watson goes somewhere, players might want to go to that respective team.
That was going to be my point. I think Teron Armstead, if Watson chooses the Saints, I think they find a way to bring him back.
Yeah.
Jarvis Landry, I think he could follow Deshaun Watson. There's been some chatter that could be the case. So there's some key players out there that are waiting to see where these dominoes fall.
Yep.
Then they're going to make their own decisions. So stay tuned. Hang with us. We'll cover all of it here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Where will Watson go? Type NO for the Saints. Type ATL for the Falcons. And by the way, this is why you subscribe, youtube.com/chatsportstv. Day 5 of NFL free agency.
This is why you subscribe, because we are having the time of our lives.
And here we are, live on
Let's go,
YouTube.
baby. Let's go.
Woo! And here we are on the screen. Day 5 of NFL free agency.
Yeah, shout out to Sergio Dip.
Sergio Dip, one of the all-time legends.
Oh, man. Off the rails for day 5.
And there he is.
Getting a little delirious.
Getting some shout-outs here. Rogue Brothers says New Orleans. Jim says New Orleans.
Look at that.
B. Moore says
Is that the
ATL.
straight-up piece?
Here's an interesting one.
Wow.
ATL for Watson, Matt Ryan for Indy. If you're Indianapolis and you recover by getting Matt Ryan indoors, dome,
dude,
that's pretty damn good.
Look, I have some concerns about his arm strength and how he ages.
Too. But if he's playing indoors, I think he's fine.
He's everything that Carson Wentz is not, though. Bona fide player, multi-time Pro Bowler.
Way better leader.
Long-time production that's been sustainable and much more consistent. But also, if Indianapolis has character concerns or leadership concerns with Carson Wentz, you don't have leadership or character concerns with Matt Ryan. He has been the ultimate face of the franchise for Atlanta for so long, won a league MVP, took the Falcons to the Super Bowl, playoff runs as well, and had to take over after the Michael Vick saga, which is not easy.
I was just going to say, I don't think people realize how much Atlanta, that city, loved Michael Vick, and he had to be the guy that replaced that.
Exactly.
And he took them to another level.
Yeah.
Like, Matty Ice can be the leader of a franchise still. Not for a long time, but 2-3 years, I still think he can really help a team. I think if Indianapolis recover, I think Indy is secretly hoping that Deshaun Watson chooses Atlanta.
I agree.
And then they can get Matt Ryan. I think that's what they would prefer. Here's some more super chats. I don't know what's taking these fellas forever.
Yo, are we doing that boot and stuff?
I guess because we got some food here too. If the Bills made one more kind of splashy move, who would you see as a player fit? I don't know how much more they are going to do. I don't really know how much more they need to do. The Bills are absolutely loaded. We also need shots. Where's the fireball?
I got the fireball here. Yeah,
okay.
I'll start pouring these up.
All right, we'll circle back to this. This is what we're waiting for.
Yes.
Nicole and Harold, shout out to the Gillen Waters for a $100 super chat. We also crossed 500 likes, so I'm going to take a shot.
Yep.
I'll need a shot. Oh, you
I got them.
there?
I got them
Cool.
all here. I'm pouring them up.
And then Trace is going to do are you doing the boot?
No, Trace is doing a beer bong.
Where is TJ?
TJ's doing the boot. Nice.
All right. Hey, that's good to see. $100 super chat.
Good Lord.
Appreciate that.
It is.
All right, here's
bloody.
a super. Skull. They have 3 players named Harrison. That's what I'm. Oh, I see what you're saying.
How many shots are we doing?
Because all the
1,
Harrisons.
2,
That's
Trace
good
will
catch
take
there.
one.
Devo Miller. It's a
Marshall.
great name, Skull. Shout out to my mother for picking
Devo's
it.
back. What up, man?
Is it just me, or is there not enough talk that the Vikings might get a QB in the draft? They drafted Mond, but do they believe in Mond? Zimmer hated Mond.
Yeah.
We know that.
Mike,
Devo,
are you going to give Kellen Mond some reps this week? No. Is he going to play? No. Why? Because I see him every day in practice.
and
That's a body.
He's our 3rd-string quarterback. I do think Minnesota could take a quarterback in the 2nd round.
Is yours?
I could see that.
We'll bring TJ on here in a bit to do that Das boot.
Yeah,
for Nicole and Harold
Let's
Gillenwater.
answer this one from Jai Johnson, then we'll go full screen with Trizzy Trace. After Jerome, actually. We can go Jerome.
Can I get my
Any merit to these Patrick
shotgun?
Peterson, Tyrann Mathieu to Philadelphia rumors? Have you seen this, Chase? Tyrann Mathieu, Patrick Peterson to the Eagles?
I saw the Patrick Peterson rumors because Hassan Reddick is trying to kind of recruit him to come to Philadelphia.
Okay.
It's a little bit old for me, though. So I'd rather go Tyrann Mathieu because you have Rodney McLeod is a free agent.
Yep.
Really good player and has been for a long time. Tyrann Mathieu would be an upgrade and would help Philadelphia's timeline of trying to break through that threshold of being that rebuilding team last year that during a rebuild still made it to the NFL playoffs, but they're trying to get to that next step.
Yep, no doubt about it. All right, one more here, then Trace is going to chug. Watson is stalling. Saints need to move on. Why would they move on? They've gone this far. You're not going to – dude, that is
Yeah.
That's okay, I gotcha. Look,
Trace,
you're
just
all
put it right
the
here.
Saints have gone all in, Jerome. They're going to wait this out. And they can wait it out, Chase, because no other QB dominoes are falling until Watson chooses. So it doesn't
Exactly.
matter how
Yeah.
long they wait.
Exactly.
All right, here we go. Trace is coming on. I'm taking a shot. Are you taking a shot for 500 as well?
Yes, I have a shot here. Marsh, a shot is here for you.
Marsh, get in here. Ripping.
Tyler, the Das Boot is ready
Is he
and
going to
cold
the
for you.
Saints? Trizzy Trace. He wants to replace 9 with 4. That's what he's hoping for.
Is TJ just locked in back there?
There you go.
He is locked in, man.
All right. Well,
okay. All
Marsh
right.
can take a shot later. Cheers,
TJ
boys.
will do the Das
Day
Boot here in a
5?
little bit. Cheers.
Day 5?
NFL free agency. I also said I was going to shotgun, too, for that $100 super chat. Don't worry. TJ, shots, and then if he's – okay, cool.
He's doing some work.
Yeah, he'll
get
do
in
his
here.
work. And
Are you taking a shot now? All right, come on. Yeah, he can take another. I'll take another one. pour me up. Oh, God.
a little explosion there.
Yeah, it's that foam.
Poor Marsha, or poor you got
Go
your
pour
shot.
me a
Here's,
shot,
Here, I got
Fireball.
you. Here's yours.
Oh.
Hot seat back there.
Hot seat. Yikes. Cheers.
Cheers for the $100 super.
And cheers for
Day
day
5,
5.
NFL
Let's ride.
free agency,
This
nonstop
This
coverage.
is the start of a long
Here
day.
we go.
For those of you who don't know, Marshall Green was live on the Raiders Report with Mitchell Renz as his co-host last night until about 1:15 in the morning. So he's been grinding.
Yeah, he has.
Call him a grinder here at Chat Sports. A grinder. Okay, Robert Cisneros Has anyone done a wellness check on Tom Downey? He's off today. I think he did a video from home on Leighton Vander Esch.
Yeah.
So you can go check that out, youtube.com/CowboysTV. He's been in shambles, but as far as wellness check goes, Mitchell Renz is probably in worse shape. So
he still came in today, though.
But he still came in
So did
because
Marsh.
you got to be built
So did
different
James. So did I.
I was up at home with
here
you
late
guys.
night, too. You
I
guys
was up
were
at
up,
home.
too.
It was a marathon, man.
It really was.
We're built different. Hey, it's not a miracle, though, because we're built different. Major Pain,
different.
appreciate the $5 sticker. That's a beer's cheers. Cheers to you.
My goodness. Polish off this yinger.
Yeah, let's keep this puppy humming. Keep liking the video. We'll do every 500 likes, so once we get to 1,000 likes, we'll take another shot. So like this video.
Let's go Titans.
Let's go Titans, Cuck. $100 super chat person.
No rush.
What are their names again?
Nicole and Harold Gillenwater.
The Gillenwaters.
And then the other one.
We will do that boot. Tyler's going to come in and do that boot chug when he gets a second.
Problem was the other one.
He's doing some work.
Already did that boot.
Hang with us.
Yep. A lot of work to do here.
It's week 2 for him at Chat Sports, so he's grinding over there. So we'll get him on in a second.
Jack, no rush.
We're gonna get to some other stuff here in a second,
We're
but
great.
Continue to like the video. Let's take a look at March Madness, Chase. I'm gonna refresh my feed here, see what's going on in the NCAA tournament as NFL free agency is slowed down just a bit. Auburn 71-56 over Jacksonville State. That one has less than 5 minutes to go. Looks like the Tigers going to move on. The 2 seed there. Texas Tech. This is just a bloodbath against Montana State. 52-22.
Yikes!
Almost at halftime. Purdue, the 3 seed, 37. The 14 seed Yale, 26. And then just going final about 10 or 15 minutes ago, Ohio State, the 7 seed, takes down Loyola Chicago. If you remember last year, Chase, Ohio State lost as a 2 seed to Oral Roberts, who went on that magical run to the Sweet 16.
But Kentucky going down last night.
Yeah,
man.
St. Peter's.
Inexcusable.
St. Peter's. Look, Calipari is an elite recruiter. I'm not saying he's a bad coach, but he is an overrated coach.
He is an overrated coach.
Still a good coach, but he is overrated. We have to acknowledge that. Oh well.
That's not a problem, Jackie.
Hey, get to 8.
Yeah, just get to 8.
Yeah, we're gonna get to 8.
No,
we'll be
no
good.
rush, Jack.
We'll be good.
Let's ride. That's fine. Do your thing.
We're good.
I'll give some shout-outs to those watching on the 49ers Report.
Cool.
Brian Gundo, Niner for life. Danny Krinkle, he said mini shots. They weren't mini shots, nor was the shotgun and soon to be
mini shots. These are like doubles.
They're double shots.
These are massive.
Nor is the boots with 3 beers in it that Tyler Jones will do here in a little while mini either. Fabian Perez, Brian Gundo, what up, man? I see the emoji.
Someone says Harrison is clustered and confused.
I don't think so. There's just a lot going on because we don't take commercial breaks here.
Yeah, we're skull fucking competition. That's all I know. Yeah, we're ready to go here. So day 5 of free agency. We're built different here at Chat Sports as we're about to get into some Titans stuff very, very soon. Oh, this is interesting. Lucas Patrick on Justin Fields. He's got it. The it factor. Bears fans going to eat that one up. There's no doubt about that. All right, we're ready to go here, Jack?
Yes, sir. Let's
ride.
All right,
let's get into it. Continue to like the video. Once we get to 1,000 likes, we will take a shot. That is our promise to you. All right, here we go. He's Chase Sr. I am Harrison Graham. Appreciate everybody who's been tuning in to our NFL free agency coverage here on Chat Sports. We do it because we love you guys, the fans. On today's show, we're going to get you guys caught up on everything surrounding the Tennessee Titans' latest news and rumors. And Chase, this kind of emerged as a possibility last night. Robert Woods, could the Titans trade for him? Well, after the Rams signed Allen Robinson, Adam Schefter reports that Robert Woods could become available on the trade market.
It's a really good wide receiver who, prior to getting hurt last year, was having a spectacular season. I love his versatility. He can play outside, inside. This is what Adam Schefter had to say after signing Allen Robinson today. Rams begin receiving calls about the availability for Robert Woods, who is now a prime trade candidate per league sources. Woods is coming off the torn ACL, but is expected to be ready by training camp. Spectacular route runner. I talked about him being an outside-inside guy, great hands, good missability after the catch as he could pick up some yards. And the reason that we're talking about Robert Woods, you paid big money last year to Julio Jones. Harrison, that's a move that didn't work out. You paid him around $14, $15 million, and you let him go. So now you have a void to fill at wide receiver, and you need to bring in another complementary piece next to A.J. Brown, and you combine that on top of the fact that you have Ryan Tannehill, who's about a middle-tier quarterback and has shown he could play very good football when surrounded with really good pieces. You enter Robert Woods into the fold alongside A.J. Brown and with Derrick Henry, with a good offensive line, a spectacular defense, the most underrated head coach in the National Football League in Mike Vrabel for the defending number 1 seeded Tennessee Titans in the AFC, he could really add a lot to this offense.
Look, Robert Woods, if you bring him into the fold, that's a really good recovery from moving on from Julio. I respect the Titans' aggressiveness last offseason to bring Julio in there. He couldn't stay healthy. He's had some injury-riddled years over the past couple of years. But I actually think Robert Woods, who is also coming off an injury, a torn ACL, if healthy, could actually be a better fit in Tennessee. Why? Well, we know Julio at this point, 33, injuries pop up for him too. What is Robert Woods really good at? He's an excellent route runner, runs those deep crossers. I think that fits Ryan Tannehill's skill set as a weapon next to A.J. Brown, who's going to draw a lot of attention moving forward in this offense. And I think Woods is like the textbook number 2 receiver in the NFL.
Yeah.
Good route runner, gets open, catches everything, QB's best friend. This is a really good player. Before last year, he had a couple of really good years in a row as the Rams deserve a lot of credit for kind of developing him, because early on in his career, people were calling him a bust. And then, heading into last season, people were calling him a top 20, top 25 receiver in the NFL. You bring him in here, A.J. Brown has risen to wide receiver 1 status in the National Football League. He's your 2. You got Derrick Henry pounding the rock.
Yeah.
This offense recovers very, very nicely after having to move on from Julio Jones. So what do you guys think? Should the Titans trade for Robert Woods? Type Y for yes, type N for no. And real quick, what do you think a trade looks like for Woods? Second-round pick?
I would deal a
Third?
second-round pick for Robert Woods.
Yeah.
He's under an affordable contract
still
because
under
the salary
30.
cap continues to go up, and I think he's a really good player.
Type Y for yes, type N for no. Should Tennessee trade for Robert Woods? Now, obviously, we won't spend a lot of time on this, but Davante Adams, a big-name receiver, if you were hoping for some pipe dream to trade for him, that's not going to happen, as he has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders. He's now in the AFC, so potentially Tennessee will have to face him a little bit more frequently now as we move forward. First and a second-round pick for Adams, which isn't that much, so when you're thinking about a guy like Robert Woods, Chase, I think just a second, maybe even a third, maybe a third and a fourth or something like that could get it done for a guy coming off an injury.
Yeah, you would think that's about really the road there in a potential trade. Yeah, but, for Tennessee, I'm a believer in this football team. I'm a believer in John Schneider and how he's built the roster. I'm a huge believer in Mike Vrabel. I think the Tennessee Titans can be a consistent winner. Last year, look, fluky game against the Cincinnati Bengals in the NFL playoffs. You had that number 1 seed, and Evan McPherson, you're still drowning in your sorrows after watching that kick go through the uprights. But it was a weird game, especially at the end with how Ryan Tannehill threw that pick, and then Joe Burrow leads them down the field, gets a couple of yards for that field goal. The Titans are in a good spot, Harrison, and I'm a believer in this team moving forward, and I think that they're going to be contenders once again in the AFC next year.
Look, you get a bounce back here from Tannehill, you're going to be
That's
in a
what you
good
need.
spot.
Yeah.
This is why you subscribe to Tennessee Titans Today here by Chat Sports on YouTube, youtube.com/Titans Today if you're watching on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel as we roll along here on day 5 of NFL free agency. Listen, producer Jack has been grinding. He has a ton of responsibilities here at Chat Sports. He's also in charge
Straight
of our
up
Titans
killing
channel.
the game, dude.
Killing the game. Titans news, rumors, free agency coverage, trade buzz, live Q&As. He's got it all covered. YouTube.com/Titans Today. When the Titans make moves, we cover it, just like when we covered the Julio Jones news, Chase, when he obviously got released the other day as a post-June 1 designation, and that's why the Robert Woods trade rumors have circulated.
Yeah, because you let go of Julio, and now you need another wide receiver, and you just didn't get what you paid for Julio Jones. You didn't get what you expected, but you kind of saw this coming, because he was on that downward trajectory, Harrison. I mean, he had a couple of elite years there in 2015 and 2016 with Kyle Shanahan. He's had an NFL Hall of Fame caliber career, but the production has gone down and the injuries have gone up for Julio Jones, and that was part of the risk. That was part of the gamble that you were wagering when you made that trade for Julio. Now, you gave up a second-round pick for Julio, and You paid him a lot of money. It didn't work out, but now that's why you make the trade for Robert Woods if you're interested in going that route.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear Titans need a wide receiver too now. And by the way, let me just mention this. I think the gamble is absolutely worth it for Tennessee. It didn't work out with Julio.
Robert Woods is a better player right now than Julio Jones.
Yeah, but I'm saying when they traded for Julio, that was worth it. Yeah. It didn't work, but like Tennessee felt like they might be one big player away from winning a Super Bowl. Who knows? If Julio's healthy last year, maybe that team goes on a run. They won the regular season in the AFC. They were the number 1 seed. So this is not a team that is super far off from playing in a Super Bowl. You replace him. You continue to rely on Derrick Henry. You hope Ryan Tannehill bounces back after a down year after 2 excellent years the years before. I think we'll find out this year just how much of an impact Arthur Smith had on Tannehill. Can he figure things out under a new OC in year 2? If he can, then this team should be able to contend here in 2022. So grade the Titans' moves so far. A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know down in the comments section. And real quick before we end this Titans segment here, Chase, these are kind of some of the free agent receivers we're talking about here. If you don't want to trade for a Robert Woods, you still have good names out there. Juju, I like Jarvis Landry. Emmanuel Sanders still has a little bit something left. Will Fuller's risky with the injuries, but when he's healthy, he can take the top off of defense.
Jack, great job by you. Great idea with this graphic. Juju, Will Fuller, Jarvis Landry, Emmanuel Sanders, Jamison Crowder. You look at these players right here. All different skill sets. You have a slot wide receiver in Juju. You have a vertical threat in Will Fuller. Another slot in Jarvis Landry, who has had more production than Juju in recent years, although coming off some injuries last year. Emmanuel Sanders, quick but older. And then Jamison Crowder, I think, is somewhat underrated. You know who else is available? Odell Beckham Jr. Now, was able to revive his career with the Rams last year. A lot of people thought he was cooked, and he made Baker Mayfield look bad by going to the Rams and putting up monster numbers. But I think OBJ can still play. The concern, 2 ACL injuries in that same knee. How does he come back off those 2 surgeries? And as he continues to get older, look, he's had some injuries as well, and the Titans may be a little bit scared of that because of the Julio Jones saga.
The concern isn't just the 2 ACLs; it's also the when's he going to be back from
exactly
this
right.
one.
Yeah,
like there's reports saying
happened in the Super Bowl.
There's reports saying he may not be ready till November. Hell, some guys recover differently. With this being the second one, it's possible he doesn't play this year.
Yeah.
So all of that factors in if you're the Tennessee Titans. So name a player the Titans should sign. Obviously, receiver the focus here on today's show. And also, don't forget to subscribe, youtube.com/Titans today. All right, get a couple of shout-outs here, and then Jonesy going to come in here and chug the boot. He's ready to rock and roll here at Chat Sports as we promised the Gillen Waters. Let's go ahead and flash it back up.
Come in here, TJ.
Get in here, Jones.
Let's ride.
Get in here,
He's
Jones.
doing the Das Boot. 3 beers and 1 boot.
Shout out again to Nicole.
You know what's
and
cool,
Harold.
too? He's drinking the boot while wearing the boot.
Yeah. Yes.
I got a snake in my boot. Here we go,
we'll
TJ in the
here.
building.
Tyler Jones, one of our newest members here at Chat Sports. He's ready to go. He's done this once before.
I think people are convinced at this point all I do around here is just do alcohol challenge.
well, soon you're going to be on air and you're going to kill the game doing that, and then people are going to realize TJ, tank, beer drinker, and he's got some football knowledge as well. Rock chalk.
So here we go.
There we go.
He's a Kansas alum. He's pulling for the Jayhawks in the tournament.
You want to be timed on this? All right, I got you.
Oh, yeah, let's time it. Here. All right, let's ride.
3 beers and 1 boot.
Here we go.
We're going to time TJ. All right, so on the count of 3, 2, 1, go, that's when we'll start. All right? Nicole Harold Gillenwater, you ready? People watching on Chat Sports, you ready? Chat Sports, Das Boot, Tyler Jones. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Chug in the chat. Chug.
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 Chug. Chug. Chug. Chug. Chug. Chug, 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 chug.
He's going.
20 seconds in.
That's pretty good. Can
Making good progress.
Can he do under 45 seconds? Let's find out. Where are we at, Chase?
He's not even taking a break.
Oh,
we're approaching 30 seconds.
He is a tank.
TJ, live here on Chat Sports.
Chug.
Das Boot. 3 beers.
Chug.
In 35 seconds. 36. Done! 36 seconds for TJ. Do we need a trash can? Woo! Wow. My man.
Any
killed the game.
Any final words?
Any final words here, TJ?
I feel gassed.
Well, we'll let Jones recover. as he just put in some work on that beer
Good
chug.
shit, brother.
Willie Betts, you may have to prove your chugging skills later on. As Tyler Jones and Will Scott, two of our newest employees. You guys haven't seen Will much yet, but
keep some
there
petrol
he goes.
left in the gas tank because we're going hard later, too.
Yeah,
Let's ride.
Yeah, load up. There he goes. Tyler Jones exiting stage left. What, 37 seconds or so?
36 exactly.
All right.
36 seconds for TJ.
That's pretty good. That's pretty darn good. All right, $5, which means bottoms up. Matthew to the Dolphins, best defense. I would like that, man. You put him in that secondary with Xavier Howard and Byron Jones.
Man,
pretty lethal.
they've been aggressive so far in free agency. Why stop now?
Calculated.
Why stop now?
Calculated aggressive moves, though. I like
RK, I got a snake in my boot. Classic movie, by the way. One of my favorite growing up.
Yes.
One of the best, actually, let me say this. Pixar best movie of all time. It's Toy Story. It's Toy
Lion
Story.
King.
Lion King?
Lion King.
It's not Pixar.
Oh, it's
Disney.
It's
Disney, right?
It's all
Jack,
the same.
you're the movie expert. Hop on the mic.
Hop on the mic.
Lauderay Films, YouTube channel popping.
Best Disney and then best Pixar.
1,000 subs.
I want to hear
best Pixar movie ever.
Best Pixar is Monsters, Inc.
Okay, best Disney.
Disney?
Where is Toy Story? Number 2?
You've done a rankings video,
I did
right?
a ranking,
It's
but it was
top
like
5.
last August, so I don't remember. Toy Story's out there, though.
Best Disney movie. Take Pixar out of it.
Oh, damn. Probably The Lion King. I mean, I'd have to look back at Disney movies.
Funny story. You guys want me to tell a funny story about me and The Lion King? When I was a kid, I
love Harry's story.
When I say kid, I'm talking like age 2 to 4, 2 to 5. I'm talking like really, really young.
Really young?
Like exiting baby status, and then also, onto really early childhood. I loved The Lion King. I loved it so much that my parents bought me one of those TVs that had a VCR in it.
That's awesome.
If you're old enough to know that. And I was able to teach myself how to just start the movie over, and I would just watch it all day. I've seen that movie probably 200 times.
That's how I was with Toy Story. I used to sleep with like a toy Woody and Buzz Lightyear, and I remember waking up one morning, I saw Woody on the ground, and I was like, he's actually alive. He is real.
That's what we do.
Santa, I know him.
Disney's the best.
Finish it off, Petey.
Disney's the best. Let's go to the next super chat here. Vibing with the dogs. Hey, that's what you're doing right now. Hi, Harrison. Hi, Chase. Hey, what's going on? Appreciate everybody rocking and rolling with us. Day 5 of NFL free agency. Keeping you guys up to date with the latest news, rumors. That's why you subscribe. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. That's also why you follow us on Rumble. Rumble.com/NFL Daily Chase. We've partnered up with them. More NFL news and rumors content over there, plus some occasional exclusive content. Our Chat Sports audience needs to give us a follow, rumble.com.
Yeah, I'm looking over at Rumble. 1,100 subscribers already, which is awesome. You plug in that link, hit that green subscribe button. In the chat right now on Rumble, I'm seeing M. Ramzan19. It's good stuff by you for supporting everything that we're doing here on the channel. And then Bad Horsey, also in the comment section on Rumble, too.
Bad Horsey. Love it. By the way, did you know Jameer Nelson Jr. was playing in the NCAA tournament?
He plays for Delaware.
I did not know that.
Yep.
That's good
Jameer
stuff.
Nelson's son.
All right. That's right.
What's the score of that game?
It's about to tip off, I believe, or it just did.
Okay.
With Villanova, right? Yeah, it's about to tip off.
Okay, cool.
Kind of getting into that.
We can do a little score update for the
here we go. We're at halftime. Let's
you got
hit the
that?
Yeah.
All
Final
right, cool.
score from earlier. Ohio State, the 7th seed, takes down Loyola Chicago, 54-41. So no Sister Jean magic this year. Just went final moments ago. The 2-seeded Auburn Tigers take down Jacksonville State, 80-61. Purdue, the 3-seed, leads Yale, 46-33 at halftime. And then also at halftime, Texas Tech, 52-25 over Montana State, as the Red Raiders look to continue success they've had in the NCAA tournament in recent years. Okay, shout out your favorite team. We'll play a little game. Going to count down from 10 this time. I'll count down from 10, and the first team that I see when I look at the chat, which is right here, I will pick. So I'm going to count myself down: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
What do you got?
49ers, actually.
All right, 49ers.
We're live on the 49ers report.
Hey, youtube.com/49ers TV. Already $200 in super chats. We get another $100 super chat. Somebody else is going to do the Das Boot. $50, I'll shotgun a beer.
I'll tell you this. In addition to someone doing another $100 in super chat, if we get another one, I'll do a beer bong.
You do a beer
I'll
bong.
do a claw bong. How about that?
Let's go.
100 piece, I'm doing a claw bong.
$100 super chat. I shotgun a beer. Harrison, beer bongs,
I'll do it for
a
50
claw.
actually. Since you're doing
50?
You're doing for 50, I'll do it for
50 each.
Got to be built different.
Harrison, beer bongs, a claw, and
White Claw.
shotgun a beer.
Oh, there's a 20. I'll tell you what, Cujo.
Let's do some shots.
Cujo, since you just sent in a 20, if you send in 30 more in the next 30 seconds,
there we go.
We will honor that as a 50 piece.
There we go.
If not, we'll take a shot for that.
Let's
it's
go.
$20.
Yes.
So we'll go ahead and do that.
Either way, we'll take a shot.
Yeah, either way, we're taking a shot. Yeah, bios is perfectly fine on those. Yep. In the copy. Yep. Okay, so 20 more seconds or so. I'll give Cujo. If it comes in, we'll honor that. If not, Chase will pour out some shots, and
Yes,
we'll take
sir.
a shot. And that certainly works as well. Let's play this game one more time, Chase. So why don't you blindly pick a team here, and we'll talk about them.
I will.
3, 2, 1, go.
Hold on. I got to pop over onto our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. I'm seeing the Denver Broncos.
Ah, Denver again, eh? DJ Jones, Russell Wilson trade.
Yeah.
You
DJ
know?
Jones, good signing. Emerging
Randy
player.
Gregory.
Randy Gregory.
Yep.
And Russell Wilson. Like, I thought it was funny how a lot of Broncos fans were like, what are the Broncos doing? They haven't made many moves. They made the biggest move. $50
Yes.
super chat just came in on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. Bang, bang.
Woo!
Let's go.
Trace, get the beer bong in here. I'm doing a claw piece.
I need the shotgun, so get one of those ready as well.
Got to be built different. Cujo. So this is a shot for Cujo now, Chase. Just
Shot for Cujo.
Do you have do a non-chair? I want to save these. Do a non-chair. You can do a warm one. Yeah. Cujo, one offensive player and one defensive player the Chargers should sign and draft. I think the Chargers could use another offensive lineman. They lost Casey Hayward's been gone 2 years actually. I like offensive line. Honestly, you know what the Chargers need? They need a reliable tight end. They didn't really replace
You want a
Hunter.
shot too?
They didn't really replace Hunter Henry last year, Cujo. So that's a
Is this
spot
yours
I
from
would
last
go on that front.
You didn't do it? Okay.
Midwest Boxing next up here as Chase gets organized. I hope Ballard gets not fired. Not for QB issues because he doesn't use free agency enough. I'd sign JC, Beasley, Fuller, and Armstead. I don't know who you mean by Jadeveon Clowney. Maybe who you mean for JC here. Maybe Cole Beasley, Will Fuller, Teron Armstead.
Too. Yeah.
That'd be a haul. There's no doubt about that. And cheers, because that's a sip. J.C. Jackson's already gone, if that's who you're talking about.
Thomas B., the Bears guy, is here. Yes, that's Barrison Graham.
Hey, support. Here we go. Letterhead movement. Here's the 50 piece. Let's make it happen, fellas. The 49ers go after another
Did you take
corner
that
in
shot
free
yet?
agency. No, I haven't.
All right, Trace, come on here. We'll take the shots for that $20 super chat.
We got to answer this. Oh, yeah, we'll take a shot.
Yes.
Cheers.
Yeah. Shot for that 20.
Cheers.
Trizzy. Cheers,
Trizzy's
brother.
in there.
Okay. Now, do we got to answer letterhead movement first?
Yep. You take
All right.
it. It's Niners.
Yeah, let's make it happen, fellas. Do the 49ers go after another cornerback in NFL
Probably
free
a
agency?
cheap guy if they do, right?
I'm actually not sure if the Niners are going to address cornerback on top of already signing Charvarius Ward. I think they really fulfilled that need there. They signed Charvarius Ward, $14 million per year. I think it's a really good deal for San Francisco. If he ends up being your number one corner at that price tag, when
49ers
J.C.
just
Jackson,
signed a player.
Who'd they sign?
Safety George Odom, 3 years, $11 million. Former
Okay.
Colts safety.
Okay.
So,
We could probably get that cut
yeah,
going.
we can do that. We'll do that. We're going to break that down here in a moment. But the 49ers have signed a safety. That's probably your Jaquaski Tart replacement, right?
Could be.
I mean, $11 million on 3 years, that's not high-end money, but that's
decent money.
probably a starter,
Yeah.
or at least a guy that competes for a starting job.
Yeah, so letterhead movement, to answer your question, hey, they didn't go cornerback. They did go safety. Does that mean that Jaquaski Tart's going to go elsewhere? There's that possibility. Talanoa Hufanga also filling in at that safety spot. As far as corner goes, Manuel Mosley, you have Charvarius Ward, and now you have Ambry Thomas. 3 players who are very good in your secondary who I think that's the making of a good secondary. You need some depth pieces. I wouldn't be opposed to going back to Jason Verrett coming off the torn ACL if he can still play. You compare him to a player like Richard Sherman, Drake Kirkpatrick, who they signed last year. I'd rather go the Verrett route. I think, though, they go cornerback in the NFL draft. Yeah. I'm looking at a couple of DBs, maybe even safety. Jaquan Brisker, Penn State. Jalen Petre out of Baylor, couple of safeties to keep an eye on.
Here's some numbers on George Odom real quick.
Yep.
Played in all 17 games last year. 7 starts, so fringe safety 2-3 type. He can be your second safety, can start, though.
Yeah.
55 tackles, 1 interception, couple of pass breakups, a forced fumble as well. So does a little bit of everything. Probably going to give you some special teams help as he's still just 28 years old. 4 years with the Colts. He was a undrafted free agent, it looks like. So a guy that Matt Eberflus identified, I would guess, in Indianapolis. And now he's heading to San Francisco.
All-pro special teamer. So it's yet another special teams move for the Niners.
And can start at safety. Started 7 games last year.
Yeah.
So this could be your safety, too.
Let's do a couple
do you want to do this chugging stuff first? Or
we did have a $50 super chat come in on Niners from Daryl McCollum.
I said I was going to do a
we're going to have to – let's do this cut first, and then we'll get to those super chats. Does that work out well?
We got to get the tracker
Got to get the tracker. All right. Well, in the meantime, how about I just shotgun another beer for Daryl, and then I'll shotgun that beer for that other super chat that we had gotten on our main Chat Sports
I can do
YouTube
the
channel.
bong after the cut.
Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Because the main one came in from Letterhead Movement. We answered that question. Here is a shotgun for Letterhead Movement as well as Daryl McCollum. Can we pop up the Daryl McCollum super chat just to show him some love real quick? We can stay on this a little while because he asked what the next move is, and they've gone out and they've added a safety to the equation. Harrison just got done breaking it down a little bit. According to Ian Rappaport, Daryl McCollum, the 49ers are assigning former Colts all-pro special teamer and safety George Odom. It's going to be a 3-year deal worth $10.95 million, and we'll react live to it here on the 49ers Report by Chat Sports as these super chats continue to come in. Daryl, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm going to get this ready. Harrison, take it away.
By the way, that's like high-end special teams player, low-end starting defensive or offensive player caliber. So this could be a guy that competes for a starting job on defense and is for sure going to be an elite player in your secondary. We'll find out if it's a starting safety or not. But if nothing else, it gives you insurance for losing Jaquaski Tart. No doubt about that. So here he goes. He's going to shotgun 2 beers here. Here he goes. Here's number 1. Oh, about 3.5, 4 seconds there. That's good stuff.
I'll do the other one a little bit later.
He'll do the other one. How about this? You'll shotgun, and I'll do the beer bong or the claw bong a little bit later on.
Woo!
So stay tuned for that. Fellas behind the scenes doing great work, helping us get these cuts out. Half on the new
signing
and then just
and
hit
Jack,
stuff.
you have all of that other stuff at your
stuff.
disposal with the graphics from the Ray McLeod.
Do you like a grade the signing or something like that as this first way?
We have that.
Early sub.
And we have tracker, and getting to 8 won't be a problem.
Tie in Charvarius Ward. He's a secondary piece. It all works. So
we'll play your bio for him or something like that.
We'll get to 8.
Yeah.
Don't even worry about it.
Yeah.
Appreciate the $50, Daryl. You are awesome. A lot of super chats coming in today. Ooh, DJ Moore 4-year extension. So Carolina keeping one of their key guys. Also, Jordan Schultz reported, Chase, that Jason Pierre-Paul should be one of the next edge rushers to sign.
Interesting.
We'll see where he ends up. You got to think he's leaving Tampa, right? Like, Tampa can't keep everybody.
You would think.
At some point, they're going to have to let people go, and you would think that he could get more money elsewhere. So we'll monitor all that. We're about to get into the latest on the San Francisco 49ers after they just made a signing. We'll get you caught up on some other moves they have made as well.
Yeah, give some shout-outs here for a second.
Some shout-outs. Is there a rumor that you want to tie into this that you're intrigued by?
Not really.
Robert Woods? If you want to, it's up to you.
Shoot. Sure.
The signing plus Woods trade?
Yeah.
We've got all that
just
stuff
give
built.
some shout-outs here for a sec. And
I'll get some shout-outs. Chase is going to
cook
things up here. 2 weeks ago says, I'm a simp. You don't want to be a simp. Can't be having that. Watson to the Falcons coming from LL. We'll see. It's the Falcons or the Saints. We got, let's see, DJ ain't going anywhere. Yeah, DJ Moore just signed a 4-year extension, probably for about $60 to $80 million, I would guess. By the way, seeing some Lyle Collins stuff. No signing, but he is visiting Cincinnati. What's the latest signing? DJ Moore back to Carolina, so that we can break that one down for a little bit. Let's see. Go Birds and for T for Temple U.
Yeah,
hey,
T for Temple
there
U.
You go.
Let's go.
This guy keeps saying I'm a simp. You don't want that.
No.
You don't want that. LL Clueless says Chiefs in the chat. You can shout out your favorite team as Chase continues to get ready for this 49ers cut. DJ Moore, 4-year. Oh, wait, hold on. No. Panthers, Jack. Get this off screen. DJ Moore re-signing with Carolina. So we'll get that fixed. Not to Jacksonville. Re-signing with Carolina, 4-year deal. He was already under contract. Actually, it's an extension. He was already under contract. So 4-year extension. That's how that needs to be in the tracker.
So they're retaining one of their own.
Yeah, keeping him in Carolina. Obviously, Carolina was in the sweepstakes for Deshaun Watson, but they've been eliminated there. We'll see what they do at quarterback, but they're going to keep probably their top player on offense at this point with the injuries to Christian McCaffrey. I would say DJ Moore has ascended him as he stays in Carolina. 4-year extension. I would guess probably $16 to $20 million per year for DJ Moore. He's a really good player. Can do a variety of things offensively as he is staying with the Carolina Panthers. So stay tuned for that. Those details, as soon as we get them, we will get them to you. See what else is going on in the chat. I love sushi from Billy. Okay. Why Big Jordan says, yes, sir. Watson to the Jags. Not going to happen, Nick. Max value for George Odom, Chase, by the way, $10.95 million.
Very interesting.
So
I'm ready to rock.
It's a little bit less than $4 million per year, it sounds like. Kind of in that $3.5 million per range. So
cool.
We're good to go. Once Jack gives us the green light, we'll break down the signing for the 49ers and catch you guys up on everything else they've done. You good over there, pal? You good? You got this, bro. Yep. Cowboys news, they re-signed Leighton Vander Esch.
Interesting.
That's about it. So that's it on that front. Yep.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Let's do it. All right, here we go. Niners have made a signing.
I'll host this, John.
Yep, let's break it down.
Welcome into the 49ers Report by Chat Sports. I'm Chase Sr. He is Harrison Graham. Day 5 of NFL free agency is here, and the 49ers have made yet another move, and they've continued to add to their special teams unit. All-Pro George Odom going from the Indianapolis Colts to the San Francisco 49ers, according to Ian Rappaport, a 3-year, $10.95 million deal. Some incentives on top of that in terms of performance. But Harrison Graham, we're reacting to this live on NFL Daily on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. The 49ers continue to address special teams, which last year ranked 26th in the NFL. And this is a fringe starter safety who, in coming to San Francisco, this could spell the end of Jaquiski Tartt, depending on what his market is on the free agency market. Either way, Odom to the Niners as they continue to build that special teams unit under special teams coordinator Brian Schneider.
Yeah, here's what you're getting. You're getting a elite specialist, like you said, an all-pro, but a guy that can start for you as well as your safety too. Flexibility, can play some free, can play some strong. Started 7 games last year for Indianapolis. Matt Eberflus was really able to untap some of that potential in the back end of that secondary. He's now the head coach of the Bears, obviously. Had a pick, couple of pass breakups, good tackler, had 55, 6'1", 202. I think he frames out as more of a strong safety type.
Yeah.
Ideally, this is your safety 3, but like you mentioned, Chase, if Jaquiski Tartt lands elsewhere, you could probably live with Odom as your safety 2. Maybe you bring in another guy to be that safety 3. Maybe you bring in another guy of similar caliber to compete for that second safety job in this secondary. Either way, gives you some insurance for Tartt depending on what happens there, and he's going to be an elite specialist. And I like what the Niners are doing. Their biggest need on this roster was to just make the special teams unit better.
Yeah.
They've done that with some of the moves they've made in free agency.
Yeah, they had to address special teams, which was one of the worst units last year in the National Football League, but also they had to address the secondary. And I think it's really important for the Niners to really stack up some depth pieces here in that secondary, because when they started the year, the secondary was in a good spot at that cornerback position, and then some injuries happened, like to Jason Verrett. So you have to go out and sign a washed Dre Kirkpatrick and Josh Norman. those guys weren't good. Now, you fulfill that area of need by bringing in Charvarius Ward, who we'll talk about a little bit more here coming up. So you address cornerback. He can be your number one at $14 million average annual value. I like the value. You bring back Emmanuel Mosley. He really had a stellar season this past year. Ambry Thomas is your cornerback 3. And let's say that Jaquiski Tartt goes somewhere else. And I thought he had the best year of his career this past year. You can fill that void with a combination of maybe Odom, maybe Talanoa Hufanga, who blew a lot of people away as a special teamer, linebacker, and safety last year as a rookie. But I do think that the Niners could still bring back Jaquiski Tartt because I don't think he's going to demand that much money on the open market. The figures here are pretty interesting, though. Kind of like Oren Burks, as well as Ray McLeod. The Niners have been paying anywhere between $3 and $5 million per year for some of these special teams players. That goes to show you their team philosophy behind what they're doing with some of these moves. Grade the move for us in the comment section, Niner Gang, as we're also live on the 49ers Report. A, B, C, D, or F. What do you think about Odom to the Niners? Let us know in the comment section, and do that right now. Harrison, what do you think about the signing? I know you said you kind of liked it.
Yeah, I like it because it helps fill your need on special teams. I think the Niners want a top 10 special teams unit. It's been bottom 10 the last couple of years. Robbie Gould's been good at kicker, but, returning coverage units, that's got to improve. And that contract of 3 years, just under $11 million, that's kind of right in the range of you're paying good money for a special teamers, low-end money for a starter. So if he does give you some starting run, even if it's just part-time starter, that's really good value. If he's an elite specialist and doesn't start much, it's still pretty good value as well. So anything he gives you at safety is kind of a bonus for this team. I think it's a good move. I like what San Francisco's doing. Obviously, Chase, the big move elsewhere in the secondary came with Charvarius Ward. That's going to be the big splash signing of free agency, but you add Ward with all these minor moves, I think you're getting some good depth on this roster.
No, I agree, and included in that depth is a guy who we talked about in Charvarius Ward. Harrison, you cover the Kansas City Chiefs here at Chat Sports, and this is an emerging player who I really like his confidence. I like his swagger. I like the way that he approaches the game of football. I love his fearlessness, and I love the mental makeup. He really had a great year this past year with KC and was arguably their best cornerback.
Yep.
But in Week 17, he got burnt. He got toasted by Jamar Chase, and he didn't play well. Then he comes back in the AFC Championship game, defends Jamar Chase really well as T. Higgins. So the makings of the secondary, Jimmy Ward, outstanding safety. And on this entire defense, you're looking at a defense that has premier talent, but also depth pieces as well. Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead. We'll see what the opposite edge rusher is going to be at that linebacker spot. I think it's the best linebacking core in the NFL with Fred Warner, Azeez Al-Shire, who's coming back. He tweeted that out, as well as Dre Greenlaw. Then in that secondary, Ward, Mosley, and as well as Jimmy Ward, as the Ward 1-2 punch is going to be alive and well in the Bay. Everybody's been frustrated at the Niners not making a monster splash, but some of these types of moves on the peripheries, on the outer edges of that roster, important for these Super Bowl contenders. And I think Deebo Samuel, Nick Bosa, the moves to come, which are going to be those big splashes. Make sure you subscribe to the 49ers Report by Chat Sports, because ever since I took over after the NFL draft in April, we have been growing like crazy. Live shows every single week. Mailbags where we answer all of your 49ers news and rumors questions. When breaking news happens, we have you covered faster than anybody else. Daily videos covering San Fran Cisco, and we're red and gold till we're dead and cold.
By the way, I wanted to just propose this to you, but shifting off of the secondary here, could the 49ers get in on Robert Woods? Because there's been some chatter that they would like to add another receiver, especially on the outside. Good wide receiver 2 type. You put him opposite of Deebo Samuel. This is pretty intriguing. Maybe you throw Brandon Ayuk in the slot, or Samuel plays more slot because he can bounce around. Apparently, he's available via trade. Now, obviously, it's interdivision. Yeah. So it's a long shot, but what if the Niners make the best offer? It's happened before, interdivision trades. It's just worth kind of speculating as San Francisco continues to scour the market.
The funniest thing about these NFL rumors, people will say, oh, it's never going to happen. This is a crazy rumor. Look at everything that's transpired throughout the offseason so far. Did anybody expect the Russell Wilson trade to go down? Tom Brady to come out of retirement? The Washington Commanders are betting on Carson Wentz. Deshaun Watson was cleared legally. These things can happen, and an interdivision trade can happen. Now, do I think the Rams are going to trade away Robert Woods to the Niners? I don't know. And he's making a lot of money, and I don't think the Niners will be able to afford a player like that. Do they need to sign a wide receiver? Yes, but I think it's more in the form of a Juju Smith-Schuster, a Jarvis Landry, a Julio Jones type, because Kyle Shanahan absolutely loves him.
Yep.
Robert Woods is making decent money. I think it's a good value deal. I just don't know if San Francisco can afford him. Should the 49ers trade for Robert Woods, a very good wide receiver and a premier talent? Type Y for yes, type N for no. Once again, Niner Gang, let us know in the comment section right now. Also, give us a follow on Rumble. We're growing to the platforms that you as the people use. That includes Rumble. Rumble.com/49erstv. If you want more 49ers videos and exclusive content, we go live and do videos over there. It's rumble.com/49erstv. That link in the comment section and the description of this video. All right, do some shout-outs here on the 49ers report.
Get to 8.
G-Rod, Angel Cake, that right there,
That's
a clinic
that's
and easy money.
That's getting to 8.
Pet78, Pedro, hopefully I pronounced it right, and Ken Art. Those are the people on the Niners report on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. Why Big Jordan, Smoke, Daniel, Caesar, No Cap, MJ, and Lil Dallas Cowboy. Appreciate all of you for chiming in and rocking and rolling with us here at Chat Sports.
We've got details on DJ Moore if you want to update this. It's actually a 3-year extension. I'm guessing a new 4-year contract. I believe he had 1 year left on his current deal. 3 years, $61.9 million. So he gets a tick more than Mike Williams and Chris Godwin on annual value. They got 3 years, $60 million. 3 years, $61.9. Guarantees $41.6. So Jack will update those numbers as Carolina keeps one of their own and DJ Moore cashes in. Now, I owe a claw bong. You owe a shotgun.
Yes.
So
another one.
Hey, you got to be built different.
Ooh, wow.
You got to be built
You
different.
know how yesterday we were talking about that 9-day bender?
We're about to
this
start.
is about to be that.
Or day 5 or 6.
This is day 5.
Oh, man. Hear those details, DJ Moore. Shout out producer Jack getting that cooked up quickly.
Hey, Jack, you want to go full screen to Harry? I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll get a beer for myself. I'll get you. Do you need a claw?
I need a warm one for the bong.
I'll get you a warm claw. Go to full
Sounds
screen
good.
Harry.
I just shout out your favorite
I'll
team.
step
We'll
off
play
here
that
for a
game. We'll play the game.
Yeah, there you go.
While Chase is gone. There's the DJ Moore contract details. 3 years, $61.9 million. Honestly, do you want to just eat while you're off, and then I can swap out and eat? You can. I can. If you're hungry, if you're not hungry, you can hop. All right, hop back then. Hey, we'll keep it rolling. I didn't do it for. All right, so here's the deal. I'm going to count you down from 5, and then I'm going to give a pick a team that I see in the chat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looking. Bears, actually. That's ironic enough. So, obviously the news of the day in Chicago, Larry Ogunjobi's contract falls apart as he failed a physical, suffered a foot injury in the AFC playoffs against the Las Vegas Raiders. Bears initially must have been comfortable with signing him, but then when they brought him into the building for a physical, he didn't pass it. So that 3-year, $40.5 million contract has been voided, and he is no longer there. Obviously, Chicago has signed Byron Pringle. Equinemius St. Brown has signed a couple of receivers. Lucas Patrick has signed. Nicholas Morrow has signed as well. So the Bears have made some moves, but their big fish, Larry Ogunjobi, that deal falls apart. Chicago also signed defensive tackle Justin Jones to a 2-year contract to help fill that void, but probably need some more help in the interior of that defensive line. All right, we'll play the game again. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Seahawks. All right. Seahawks were pretty active on the first day of free agency. Quandre Diggs back. Will Dissly back. I thought both were overpays, to be frank. You obviously trade Russell Wilson. Curious to see what happens at quarterback. Pete Carroll, spoke publicly and said, we love Drew Lock coming out of the draft. I don't know how I feel about that. DK Metcalf tweeted out, we got to chill with the Drew Lock slander, but hey, man, I trust my eyes, and it hasn't been great from what we've seen in Denver. We'll see what happens to Seattle if Drew Lock starts. Could they get in on Matt Ryan? If the Falcons trade for Deshaun Watson, could they go out and get a guy like Jameis Winston? Baker Mayfield. You got to figure out quarterback. We'll find out real quick what they're going to do with this football team. All right, we'll pick another team here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Continue to shout out your team, and I will pick the Buccaneers. Well, Jordan Schultz just reported that he, based on what he's heard, it sounds like Jason Pierre-Paul will make a decision soon on his future. So obviously that's a key defensive player for the Bucs. Tom Brady's back. Chris Godwin's back. We'll see if they bring back a guy like Ndamukong Suh. But yeah, they've been able to bring back the bulk of this roster. They brought in Russell Gage, who I think will replace Antonio Brown nicely. So those are all things that they've been able to do. Jordan Schultz also just reporting for you Browns fans out there. I don't know if Petey is filming a Browns. Chase, is Petey filming a Browns? Because something just came in. Browns have offered Clowney 2 years and $24 million. Maybe go check if he's filming Browns. Add that in there. Jordan Schultz reporting that 2-year, $24 million contract offer for Jadeveon Clowney. We will see what happens on that front. Cleveland hoping for a decision soon, he says. We can go ahead and keep talking about the Browns. Obviously, what happens with Baker Mayfield? He wants out. They requested a trade after he requested a trade after the Browns took a swing at Deshaun Watson. They did not get into the sweepstakes there as he is deciding between Atlanta and New Orleans. But listen, this is the team ready to win. They just need the right quarterback. If they trade Baker Mayfield, I would look at Cleveland to look at guys like Matt Ryan and potentially a couple other guys. I don't think they're going to get Derek Carr with the Raiders just getting Devontae Adams. I think he's staying in Las Vegas, but Cleveland's got to figure out that quarterback position. All right, I'll pick another random team right now. The Cowboys. All right, let's talk about Dallas. So today, the Dallas Cowboys have traded or re-signed Leighton Vander Esch. Excuse me, not traded. They traded away Amari Cooper, which I didn't love because I think Cooper's a good player. He's gone. You lose Cedric Wilson as well. Michael Gallup, CeeDee Lamb going to be your top receivers as Gallup re-signed on a 5-year, $62.5 million contract. You lost Randy Gregory after that contract negotiation got screwed up somehow. D-Law's back, so that's good. But Lyle Collins has been cut. So overall, you tell me where the Cowboys have gotten better. I mean, they haven't added really anyone new. So I can't really say that they've gotten better. All right, let's pick another team here. Giants. Marshall Green covers the Giants here at Chat Sports, and they've obviously been pretty quiet. They hired their new head coach in Brian Dable, GM Joe Shane, and overall, that's a team that's looking to win right now, at least soon. Daniel Jones, is he going to be the guy? They signed Tyrod Taylor, so if Jones doesn't play well, they've got a quality backup. But overall, they've been pretty quiet. They also added Ricky Seals-Jones, and they cut Logan Ryan. Sounds like they're going to keep James Bradbury if they can't trade him. Vibing with the Dogs with the Super Chat. You think Matt Ryan goes to the Colts? That's his preferred destination. That makes a lot of sense. That's a team ready to win. They've got a good offensive head coach in Frank Reich. I think Matt Ryan, as his arm strength starts to kind of waver here, keeping him in a dome makes a lot of sense. AFC South too. So talking about 8 or 9 home games indoors at Lucas Oil Stadium. Road games against the Texans, Jags, and Tennessee Titans, all warm climate venues. You're talking about maybe only having to play a couple of cold, tough weather games per year. Makes a lot of sense. Obviously, come playoff time, if they make the playoffs, they'd have to potentially go into some tougher weather condition environments. But I still think Matt Ryan can play and can play at a high level. Touch pass with the Super, and by the way, I owe a sip for that last one. I'll have to crack open a new claw here. Talk about the Giants' moves. Well, I just mentioned him, Ricky Seals-Jones. He signs. I think he's an intriguing tight end. I like the hire of Brian Dable and Joe Shane. I think that regime has a chance to work out. We'll see if Daniel Jones is the guy or not. They bring in Tyrod Taylor for some competition, or at least as a quality backup. I assume Jones will start. But if he struggles or has some injury issues, remember ended last year with a neck injury, then Taylor's ready to play. He's a clear upgrade from Mike Glennon and Jake Fromm two quarterbacks that had to play some down the stretch, and it was ugly for the Giants. What's not ugly is how much Chat Sports is growing, and part of our growth is expanding to other platforms like Rumble. You can give us a follow, rumble.com/NFL Daily, another video platform to watch our content, unfiltered access to myself, Chase, Tom, Mitch, and all of our great hosts and producers here at Chat Sports. Give us a follow, rumble.com/NFL Daily, for more NFL news and rumors coverage. If you're having a good time, like this video, hit that thumbs up icon. We'll have you guys covered throughout NFL free agency. We're almost 3 hours into day 5 of our free agency coverage. Chase Sr. going to hop back on here in a little bit. Yes, we still owe you a claw, Bong. He still owes you a shotgun, a beer. We'll get to all of that. But like the video, if you want us to take another shot, got to get to 1,000 likes. We're currently at 653, but we got 1,300 people watching live. So if someone likes the video, we will take another shot if we get to 1,000 likes. All right, Welke, has the Lions had the best free agency period in the North? They haven't done much. I like the DJ Chark move for Detroit. NFC North. Bears, obviously, they lose. Ogunjobi falls through, so I wouldn't call them winners. Packers are losers. They lost Davante Adams. Although I am okay with the Bears' minor moves they've made. We'll see what they use, how they utilize some of that money that's freed up now. And then you got Minnesota, who hasn't done much. Adam Thielen's back, so that's nice. So I guess Detroit hasn't been terrible. The NFC North has not done a ton. Ooh, excuse me, quite frankly. Favorite signing in free agency so far? Name one player that's your favorite signing up to this point. Let us know in the comments. Jack, if you want to grab your lunch, you can go for it. I'm good. I can give some shout-outs here. Oh, man. Yeah, we could just do that. We're just doing top FAs. Cool. Should we grab one for Maine? I know it's a pain. We probably should, though. We should get to 8. I could do one now, and then we could do top free agents. Well, let's do that. Just message, say, hey, Harrison's going to do a Q&A for Maine, and then Chase will hop back on for top free agents. Let's do that. Favorite signings so far, let us know in the chat. Von Miller, Randy Gregory, Hassan Reddick, Miles Jack, Russell Wilson. Rex says Tom Downey. Miles Jack from Anthony, Davante Adams from Levi. JTG says Christian Kirk. Lyle Collins to the Bengals. Hasn't happened yet, but he's hoping so. Matt Collins from Dwayne. Lil Mar says Von Miller. All of the Broncos signings. Yeah, the Broncos have made some good moves. Jakeem Grant. Yeah, I like Jakeem Grant to Cleveland. I think it's a sneaky good move. Cujo says J.C. Jackson. Casey Hayward from J-Storm. Joshua Peters says Eli Apple. Justin to the Chiefs. Justin Reed, yeah, that's a good move as well. A lot of good moves. Here's the deal. We're going to do a mailbag, so get your questions in. 2 ways to do it. If you super chat, that takes priority, but use hashtag NFL, or you can super chat to get your questions on the show. I'll answer your questions for the next 10 or 12 minutes here live on NFL Daily, so use hashtag NFL, or you can super chat. That way I can answer all of your questions. And then after that, Chase Sr. will hop back on, and we'll break down the top remaining NFL free agents. We good to go here, Jack? All right, hashtag NFL or super chat. We will answer all of your questions. You're watching NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I am your host, Harrison Graham. NFL free agency has been a whirlwind, but there's still a lot of big-name players out there. We'll answer all of your questions, free agency-related, draft, trade, whatever it is. We're going to answer it all here on Chat Sports, youtube.com/chatsportstv. I will answer all of your questions here on YouTube. Eli with a $5 super chat. We'll get to super chats first. Rank the AFC West after all of the changes as of right now. If I had to rank the AFC West, I'm still going to go Chiefs number 1. I'll go Broncos 2, Chargers 3, Raiders 4, but I think 1 through 4 could all be very tight, and I think all 4 teams at least have an opportunity to win this division, but someone has to prove they can beat the Chiefs in this division. It's still Kansas City's to lose, but all 4 teams are playoff caliber teams. It's going to be a bloodbath of a division. Another 5-piece from Vibing with the Dog. Appreciate that. I need Deshaun Watson to pick the Falcons, so hopefully the Bears can get Teron Armstead. Yeah, depending on when you're watching this, we're still on Deshaun Watson watch. But Teron Armstead would be a guy that the Bears would sign if Watson lands in Atlanta. Nathan Coyle, Cordero Patterson signing with the 49ers. That would be an intriguing piece for San Francisco. Now, they added Ray McLeod, who is kind of a gadget guy. Patterson's a little bit more than that. Obviously an elite kick returner, but he can give you some reps at running back. He can run some routes at wide receiver. Over 500 rushing and over 500 receiving yards this past season. Cordero Patterson is an impact player wherever he ends up signing. Richie Miller, better fit for the Eagles, Honey Badger or Bobby Wagner? Appreciate the super chat. Probably Bobby Wagner. Now, he's a little bit older, but I've thought for years now the Eagles need to invest in a quality linebacker. Bobby Wagner is that. He's going into the Hall of Fame. Maybe he's not quite at his peak, but he is still a very, very good player. Had a career high 170 tackles in 2021. Now, what is your guys' favorite signing so far in NFL free agency? Speaking of the Eagles, Hassan Reddick for 3 years, $45 million. One of the best value signings for a guy who's had double-digit sacks in each of the past 2 years. Let us know favorite signing so far in NFL free agency. Keep it moving here. Philly, what's the Eagles' next move? I don't know. I would have liked Miles Jack for them. He ends up signing in Pittsburgh. They could add another receiver, certainly. Could you get Juju Smith-Schuster to stay in state, come over from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia? I think that'd be a nice piece. I don't think Jalen Reagor will be a number 2, number 3 receiver for this team next year. I don't even know if he'll make Philadelphia's roster. He's not been good through 2 seasons. But, yeah, receiver, you could add another piece in the secondary, a linebacker. Still some moves that Philadelphia could make. Vincent Sorletti, chances of the Steelers signing Tyrann Mathieu and Stephon Gilmore. It sounds like as we film this late on Friday, you guys might be watching this on Saturday, that Stephon Gilmore and the Raiders have some mutual interest. Tyrann Mathieu would be an interesting piece, though. He's been linked to Pittsburgh. You pair him with the rest of that secondary. That would be really, really interesting. That would be a dynamic duo at the safety position with him and Minkah Fitzpatrick. Zach Ilks, appreciate the question. Do you think the Jets trade for Robert Woods? Adam Schefter reporting that Robert Woods could be on the trade block after the Rams were able to sign Allen Robinson. So him to the Jets would be a really good weapon for Zach Wilson. They need more help on the outside. I would actually like this quite a bit, and I like the moves the Jets have made so far in free agency. You add Robert Woods, that's a pretty good haul this offseason. Make sure you guys subscribe to us here at Chat Sports. More NFL news, rumors, mailbags like this one, free agency and draft coverage. Free agency is still ongoing, believe me. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. The entire Chat Sports squad is ready to go throughout the offseason, so go ahead and subscribe. Vibing with the dog. Is it possible for the entire AFC West to make the playoffs? There's going to have to be an odd man out. It is actually possible with the third wildcard team. In theory, all 4 teams could make the playoffs, but I am aware that it is obviously a long shot. If I had to pick one team to be an odd man out, I'm still going to pick the Raiders because I think they have the 4th of 4 quarterbacks, even though I do like Derek Carr. Yeah, I would guess 3 make it and 1 team will not. We'll see who that team ends up being. Brian Cole with the super chat. FGB trading Adams to Las Vegas. Bear down. The Bears, great for the Bears. Hey, you don't have to face Devontae Adams. That's a nice thing. For you Bears fans, get the bear downs flowing in the comments section. JTG streams. Do you think the Cardinals can get Julio or Juju? That would be interesting. AJ Green, free agent. Christian Kirk obviously signed with Jacksonville, so the Cardinals presumably could use another receiver. Julio, if healthy, is intriguing. That's a team that still wants to win right now. Obviously, a lot of Kyler Murray drama this offseason, but if you can get him another weapon, that would certainly help. Juju Smith-Schuster, I think, is a nice number 2. Get DeAndre Hopkins back and healthy. Juju's your number 2. You got some pieces in the slot. Maybe Andy Isabella takes on a bigger role here in 2022. Now, we've partnered with Rumble, and all of our NFL content can be watched over there. We've been live all week long on Rumble as well. Rumble.com/NFL Daily. More NFL news, rumors, coverage, free agency, draft. We've got it all. Plus, some occasional Rumbles after hours content for you guys. Rumble.com/NFL Daily. We've got you guys covered throughout the NFL offseason. Go follow us over there. We've already surpassed 1,100 followers. Lil Mar, why did Zadarius Smith back out of the Ravens offer? As of Friday, I'm not really sure. Maybe he wants more money. Maybe there was language in the contract that he didn't like, a la Randy Gregory with Dallas. Maybe Green Bay's trying to bring him back. I'm not sure. And Green Bay could have money to do that now that they've traded Davante Adams. But we'll see where Zadarius Smith lands. He's certainly one of the top free agents that's still out there. What should my Falcons sign at wide receiver? I think Jarvis Landry makes sense if you get Deshaun Watson. It sounds like if Watson signs there, Landry is very interested. Juju would be interesting. Calvin Ridley's probably not going to play this year unless he gets that suspension reduced. But, yeah, obviously Atlanta, they need wide receiver help. Time for a couple more. Dustin says, any moves you think the Chiefs need to make? I would still like another receiver, whether it's trading for Robert Woods or, maybe you sign Odell Beckham, understanding you're not going to have him until midseason. Juju's been connected to the Chiefs for 2 off seasons in a row. I would like that. I still think you need another pass rusher, too. Maybe you bring back Melvin Ingram. Maybe you handle that in the first round of the NFL draft. I'm not sure. But those are a couple of areas I would monitor. Maybe a corner as well after losing Charvarius Ward. John Snellings gets the final word here. When will Watson make his decision? Hopefully by the time you watch this, he's made his decision. But hopefully soon. Hopefully very, very soon so more dominoes can fall in NFL free agency. Biggest NFL free agency winner up to this point, and maybe whoever gets Deshaun Watson ends up being just that. Let us know down in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe, youtube.com/chatsportstv. All right, appreciate you guys for rocking and rolling with us on that mailbag. We're going to welcome back in Chase Sr. here as he's going to hop
taking
back
care of
on
a lot
here.
of 49ers stuff.
Hey, you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready to rock, man.
So-
Just had to facilitate getting that George Odom cutout. So
We still got to do those challenges.
yes,
by
we
the
do.
way.
I brought you a warmer claw
Cool.
if you want to beer bong that.
good,
Beer bong
yeah.
is right here.
I might need someone to hold it up. I can't do it like Trace where he holds it and does it solo. I might need someone to facilitate that.
Wait, what do you need to do?
I'm not good at holding it and chugging. Trace just does it by himself.
Hold it.
Well,
Hold it.
I'm aware.
And there you go.
Clearly, yes, but maybe Jack can hold it up for me. So I owe a claw chug, and then you owe a shotgun.
I'm owing a shotgun.
So
yeah.
let's go to the split screen. I'll have Jack help me out here since I didn't get that SEC experience that
that Trace
that
got.
Trace did. I was
Hey.
more of I shotgunned someone.
Niner Gang, $250 in super chats.
That's good stuff.
Hey, another $50 shotgun, $100. We'll get somebody
Hey,
else to do the
everybody
DOS boot.
type Jack in the comments.
Jack.
He's produced
Jack,
all
Jack,
of our
Jack,
NFL
Jack,
free
Jack.
agency coverage. 5 days. Still got a little bit to go here.
Let's go.
He wanted to take on this challenge, and he's excelled in doing so. So
All right, here we go.
he's going to help me out here. Keep that puppy level. Chase, you let me know when you're ready,
I'm
and
about
we'll get
ready.
after this.
All right, here we go. Ready?
Seahawks just cut Carlos Dunlap.
Cheers to the gang.
Here we go.
Here we
3,
go.
2, 1.
Bang, bang. Whew, that's cold.
The very end of it just wouldn't come,
Ooh.
but ooh,
Yikes.
doing a claw on that it's a little different.
My goodness.
Got it done, though. Got it done. So here's what we're going to do. If there's any super chats to catch up on, we can do that.
Yeah, we could also probably cut Niners at this point.
Yeah, let's cut it, and then that way that cut
Yeah,
is
exactly.
fresh on the
marinates a little bit.
You want to?
Can I just end stream here on my
ju-
end? Okay. Cool. Okay. Hey, Niner fans. Appreciate all of you for tuning into the 49ers report here as we broke down the George Odom signing right away. We're still going to be live on Rumble, rumble.com/49ers TV. We broke down the Ray McLeod signing, and whenever another signing happens. We have you covered here on the channel. Appreciate all of you for tuning in. Nicole and Harold Gillenwater, thank you for the super chats, as well as everybody else who sent in super chats. The true OGs, the true supporters of what we do. We're signing off here on the 49ers Report, Day 5, NFL Free Agency. Awesome. Thank you.
By the way, Justin Jones, those contract details have come in, Jack. If you want to update that before we get to this free agency, top free agents. 2 years, $12 million. So
for who?
For Jones,
okay.
The guy who the Bears pivoted to after Ogunjobi. He might start. $6 million a year. That's starting money for a defensive tackle.
Wait, are you saying those are new details then?
We knew it was a 2-year deal. We didn't know
the dollar figures.
Yeah.
Okay.
$6 million
gotcha.
a year. Had a career high 3 sacks.
Got it.
Bears fans, for you watching, Bilal Nichols got 2 years and about 11.
Yeah.
This is your Bilal Nichols.
Okay.
replacement.
Got it.
That's what this is.
Interesting.
He will be one of your starters at defensive tackle. Really? Can you tell me who? I'm not seeing it on my feed. 7. I totally missed this.
Muhammad? Is that him?
Al-Qadim Muhammad,
Oh.
2 years, $10 million. This one just slipped through the cracks. He reunites with Matt Eberflus. So
cool.
Let's cut this puppy up. Here we go. Buckle up. Bears cut starting soon. So let's flip what we just did. Chase, why don't you play the shout out your favorite team game? I'll get a couple things organized,
cool.
and then we'll get popping here.
Are we doing the Dunlap Seattle thing as well? I told Sam that we could.
That's secondary. Maybe we can get to it.
Yeah.
Just potentially.
All right, let me
you do your thing. Shout out your favorite team.
Yeah, shout out your favorite squad. Let us know who you're rooting for. And we will give you some shout outs. Let me just send a message here. No commercial breaks here at Chat Sports, but make sure you subscribe to us, youtube.com/chatsportstv. For those of you watching on Rumble as well, appreciate all of you. Okay, shout-outs. There's enough to do a Seahawks cut, that's for sure. They just made another signing as well. Bears obviously takes priority, but we'll do that after Bears. Team Harrison from Waikiki. I believe I pronounced that right. Good looks there. I'm seeing the Eagles. I'm seeing the Chiefs. I'm seeing the Bengals. Kansas City Chiefs, Bengals, Lions. Your mom. I'm not about that left. Bengals. L2 Clouds, we know you're a Bears fan. Dwayne, I see you in the chat. Patriots from Rodney. Mr. Spicy Texans. Levi, Team Chase, thank you so much for making today's show a part of your day and the supporting kind words. Niner Gang, Drew, thank you so much. Make sure you subscribe to the 49ers Report, youtube.com/49erstv. KC on top from Veronica. Joseph going with the Cowboys. Commanders from Andre. Eagles always in the chat from Richie Miller. Philadelphia Eagles now by Chat Sports. Subscribe there also. Free daily videos. Hi, Chase. Vibing with the dogs. What it do? Hello. Cowboys, if only they had news. When news happens, Tom Downey has you covered. Leighton Vander Esch video out on the channel, I believe, already. Bucks, baby. Chase Sr. from Drew. Yo! Shayna, your mom. Unfortunately, she passed away, so she can't hear you say that or read you saying that. Fire them cannons from Smoke. Bengals from Chris. Eagles from Philly, 502.5. Richard Lee, we know you're a Dallas cat. Going with the Mavericks as your favorite team because we didn't specify favorite NFL team. You go with your NBA squad, I see you. Corey's Kids, bear down. Cincinnati Bengals. No way.
Get me back on screen.
No way. No way. No way.
This can't be real.
No
you can't
way.
Make it up.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Petey,
get in here.
Oh. Hey.
Deshaun Watson.
Oh. Hey.
Watson to the Browns.
Oh. Hey.
Deshaun Watson is going to the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, my goodness.
Holy shit. Wow, he changes his mind.
Hold on, live reaction to Petey.
We got to simulcast that on Browns.
Petey right here. Hey, Brown signed Deshaun Watson.
Hey, I'll get out.
What?
I'll do Bears separate.
Okay.
And Petey can come replace me. Go
Okay,
tell him.
all
Tell him
right.
Petey's replacing
All
me.
right. Hey, wow.
Wow.
Deshaun Watson to the Cleveland Browns, reacting to it live.
Matthew Peterson, host of the Browns Report, is going to hop on here for me. For you Bears fans, I'm going to get to that Bears news momentarily, but this obviously takes priority. Deshaun Watson to Cleveland. Chase, my initial reaction, what the hell happened? Start working on live Brown stuff. We'll facilitate that. And Petey's going to come on here, and then they'll break it down as the information comes in. I'm going to hop off, go to Chase solo here for a second so we can start facilitating this. Chase, I'll see you.
Yeah.
Break this down for the people. And holy smokes, the news of the day here in the NFL. Unbelievable. How did the Browns pull this off?
Yes, I got you.
You
So
can go to this
Deshaun
graphic
Watson
solo.
now gets a – Harrison's going to step
gone.
off. We're reacting to this live. Oh, my goodness. Can you believe it? Deshaun Watson to the Cleveland Browns, trade made official. We're reacting to it live here on Chat Sports. Deshaun Watson getting a fully guaranteed 5-year, $230 million contract. That is $80 million more than the previous record for fully guaranteed money at signing, which was previously $150 million. This deal, according to Ian Rappaport, negotiated by Athletes First. So, a lot of people were wrong about this. We thought it was going to be the Atlanta Falcons, maybe even the New Orleans Saints. Deshaun Watson shocks everybody, and he has been traded to the Cleveland Browns. Matthew Peterson, host of the Browns Report, going to come on here in a little while, and we're going to break this trade down because it's going to be historic. The contract already historic. We'll see what the compensation is, but Deshaun Watson has been traded to the Cleveland Browns. According to Ian Rappaport, a historic contract worth, I'll get the trade or the contract details here. We'll get you the trade deal details when we know them. Deshaun Watson getting a fully guaranteed 5-year, $230 million contract. Again, $80 million more than the previous record for fully guaranteed money at signing. He plans to waive his no-trade clause, of course, in the process. Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero, first on the news. Trade compensation still to be finalized with the Houston Texans, but Watson has made his choice, and he expects to go to the Cleveland Browns. Now, obviously, this opens up the lane for Baker Mayfield to get traded, and what a really change of events over the last 24 hours, because more than a day ago, the Cleveland Browns were told they were out, but they never stopped recruiting. Now they get Deshaun Watson. This league is absolutely crazy. The AFC North will now feature Deshaun Watson, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and your favorite quarterback among them all, Mitchell Trubisky. But those quarterbacks right there, Watson, Burrow, Lamar, and Mitchell Trubisky, 26 years old or younger, potential for a decade of elite quarterback in the National Football League in the AFC North. Now, as I mentioned a little while ago, Matthew Peterson will come on and he will break this down from the Cleveland Browns perspective. Did y'all change the live title? Live title's been changed. No commercial breaks here. Breaking. Deshaun Watson has been traded to the Cleveland Browns. There were a couple of NFC South teams in the mix. It was the Atlanta Falcons, the New Orleans Saints. At the last moment, the Carolina Panthers were told that they were no longer in the running for Deshaun Watson. The Browns were told yesterday that they were no longer in the running for Deshaun Watson. But they never stopped recruiting him, according to Ian Rappaport. And now, Deshaun Watson on the Cleveland Browns, and he is going to sign a monster and historic contract extension. It's going to be a 5-year, $230 million contract for Deshaun Watson. The guaranteed money, $80 million more than the previous record. Fully guaranteed. Historic proportions here. Fully guaranteed 5-year, $230 million contract. $80 million more than the previous record. This is why you subscribe to us here at Chat Sports, because we are reacting to this trade immediately upon it happening, and this is going to send shockwaves and ripple effects across the entire National Football League. Now, what does this mean for the rest of the quarterback market? The Atlanta Falcons might hold on to Matt Ryan. What are the 49ers going to do with Jimmy Garoppolo? The Saints, the Falcons, the Panthers, now teams maybe in the running for Jimmy G. But the big news here, it's Deshaun Watson getting traded to the Cleveland Browns. You can't make it up, man. This league, what an offseason that we have seen so far with all of the quarterback movement across the NFL. Russell Wilson gets traded to the Broncos, and in the meantime, give me your one-word reaction to the Browns trading for Deshaun Watson. We'll give you some shout-outs here momentarily as our audience continues to spike here at Chat Sports. But the quarterback movement in the NFL, Russell Wilson to the Broncos, Aaron Rodgers back to the Packers, Carson Wentz to the Washington Commanders, Tom Brady comes out of retirement, Mitchell Trubisky to the Pittsburgh Steelers. But the biggest domino, it's Deshaun Watson traded to the Cleveland Browns, and he has agreed to a new contract extension. 5 years, $230 million, fully guaranteed money. That is $80 million more than the previous record. I'm looking at the chat. Shelly Dolman, LFG, whoa, coming in from Vibing with the Dogs. Damn it, from Jacob. Baker to the Colts. Yes, I think that could be the next move, as the Indianapolis Colts are looking for a quarterback, and the Browns right now looking to deal away Baker Mayfield. Now, Matthew Peterson, host of the Cleveland Browns Report, he's going to come on here in a little while, and he is going to talk about this trade from the Browns' perspective. Also, another signing that just came in, Austin Hooper to the Tennessee Titans. They get their hands on a pretty good tight end. Jack, that's the last of the priorities right now, unfortunately. But 2 years, $12 million for Justin Jones to the Chicago Bears. For Austin Hooper, it's going to be a 1-year deal worth $6 million. 49ers were rumored to be in on Austin Hooper. It's a pretty affordable contract, but for a tight end too, you don't want to be paying $6 million per year to him. But we're going to continue to break down this Deshaun Watson historic trade in further detail. Browns going from Lionheart Fitness. That's the one-word reaction. Yeah. Wow, coming in from Justice. I guess it's Super Bowl or bust for the Cleveland Browns. Skeeter J. Matt Morris. Watson just gutted the Browns. It depends on what the trade details are. And when we find out what the trade details are specifically, we will let you know here. I'm taking a look at some of the recent tweets. The Browns were out on Deshaun Watson until they weren't. They kept on recruiting him. And because of that pursuit, they were able to land him. Next question now remains, what's going to go on with Matt Ryan? Is he going to go back to the Falcons? Is he upset like Baker Mayfield? We know he's not as much of an emotional guy. But the Cleveland Browns upgrading at the quarterback spot by trading for Deshaun Watson. And now they become a viable Super Bowl contender on a roster that's ready to win right now. Now it's being reported that Austin Hooper is going to the Carolina Panthers on a 1-year deal. Here is the compensation on the Deshaun Watson trade. The Browns are trading 3 first-round picks, 2 additional picks to the Texans for quarterback Deshaun Watson per sources. Now, Cleveland's new quarterback 1, it's Deshaun Watson. The new wide receiver 1, it's Amari Cooper, David Njoku, Nick Chubb, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Kevin Stefanski as the head coach and a defense that's really ready to win right now. There were also reports out there that the Browns had offered Jadeveon Clowney a 2-year, $24 million contract. Could they add Jadeveon Clowney into the fold as well? Look out for that. Going to give some shout-outs to those watching live. More than 2,000 people rocking and rolling with us here at Chat Sports. If you haven't subscribed, you ain't alive. Hit that big red sub button down below for the best NFL coverage. And when breaking news happens, we were already live. We were anticipating this was going to happen. We're breaking it down right when the trade news was made official. Rex Morgan, this is a bust trade. Watson going to play well in that Cleveland weather. Not enough weapons for Austin. I just got done talking about the weapons. I disagree. Colts do not want Baker from Jay Fox. They need a quarterback, so they might need him. What's the trade details from Matthew? The trade details: 3 first-round picks and 2 additional picks going to Cleveland from the Houston Texans, or from the Cleveland Browns, and the Cleveland Browns land Deshaun Watson, in my opinion, a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Who will be the AFC North champions? We'll break this trade down in further detail, so make sure you continue to tune in here. Chat Sports, breaking this trade down live. Historic trade. BAL for the Ravens, CLE for the Cleveland Browns, CIN for the Bengals, and PIT for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You look at the quarterbacks in each division right now. Lamar Jackson with the Ravens, Deshaun Watson with the Browns, Joe Burrow with the Bengals, and Mitchell Trubisky with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Some star power at the quarterback position in the AFC North. This division, it is going to be wild. According to Aaron Wilson, NFL Draft Network, Atlanta Falcons, New Orleans Saints were the finalists when Deshaun Watson informed the Cleveland Browns that they were eliminated before the quarterback changed his mind and got a $230 million payday in the process, per league sources. Next step, hammering out the trade terms. As far as those trade terms, this is what we know right now. The trade terms: 3 first-round picks going to Houston, and an additional 2 first-round picks on top of that. So we're breaking this trade down live. What a monumental day in the National Football League. 2,100 people watching live, almost 800 likes. Hey, with this many people watching live, can we get to 1,000 likes? I mean, like the video if you love the NFL, if you know that the NFL is absolutely bonkers, and on day 2 of the NCAA tournament, Deshaun Watson, the biggest domino to fall in the NFL offseason, he gets traded to the Cleveland Browns. We will be going live on the Cleveland Browns report in about 5 minutes, and we will continue to stay live here on Chat Sports. Jack, let's do a little Super Chat menu in the meantime whenever you have a chance. And we do have some Super Chats that we were going to catch up on. Here's what happened with Deshaun Watson according to Jordan Schultz. First, let me give you the Super Chat menu. Let's talk about this historic trade. Deshaun Watson getting $80 million more in guaranteed money than the previous record. Super Chat menu: $5 beer cheers, $10 we'll talk about your team. If you're a Browns fan, we'll talk about your squad. $15 roulette wheel spin, $25 we'll take a shot, $50 I will shotgun a beer, and for $100, Das Boot. Somebody from Chat Sports comes in, they drink 3 beers out of a glass boot. Super Chats to catch up on. $2 from Chris Harris. Thank you so much for your donation and supporting everything that we do. $5 from Scoob. I'm going to crack a White Claw here because I have no beers left. Scoob, $5 Super Chat. Who are the top teams to win an NFL free agency? Petey, can you get me a beer? Thank you. $5 from Scoob. Who are the top teams to win in free agency? The Browns have to be there. Yes, it's a trade, but offseason winners, the Cleveland Browns are right there. Also, props to Mitch for yesterday. He needed a vacation from all that drinking. $10,000 is what he made on the Raiders report. Thank you, brother. Last night, after the Davante Adams trade. Vibing with the Dogs, $2 Super Chat. Al-Qadim Muhammad to the Bears from the Colts. Yes, Harrison Graham is working on that video on Chicago Bears Now. If you're a Bears fan, head over there. Chicago Bears Now. He'll be pushing out a video momentarily. Chris Harris, $2 super chat. Where is Bobby Wagner going? How much would he cost? Now that Deshaun Watson has been traded, I think a lot of dominoes are set to fall in NFL free agency and during the offseason. $10 from Jacob. I think you know this, but Ravens, as winners, who's going to win the division? Okay, Jacob, very confident in the Baltimore Ravens. Cheers for all those supers. We're reacting to the Deshaun Watson trade live here at Chat Sports and about to be on the Cleveland Browns report. Yes, for sure. Okay, get you caught up on the latest reports on Deshaun Watson to Cleveland. And we're going to bring in Matthew Peterson. Let me know when we go live. And PD, I'll kind of, if you want to, you play host and I'll play sidekick. Whatever you want to do, you just let me know. Bring it on Matthew Peterson, host of the Cleveland Browns report. PD, I mean, what can you say, man?
Nothing.
This is crazy. Yeah.
I was filming a video of where the Browns are going to look for a quarterback. And you want to know what I was talking about when I found out the Browns got Deshaun Watson? We could maybe sign Ryan Fitzpatrick. Like, that's where we were at for a moment there. If we don't get Matt Ryan, if Jimmy Garoppolo goes somewhere else. But Cleveland, the Browns did it. I mean, Andrew Berry, he found a way. He pulled it off. And after being told that the Browns were out of the running, and something I talked about on the video I did yesterday and with people in Twitter Spaces, was that the Browns have clearly the best roster among the Falcons and the Saints.
Yep.
The only reason why they weren't considered was because, let's be honest, it's Cleveland, it's cold, and they haven't had much success there, unlike the Falcons and the Saints recently.
Yep.
But Watson, you came to your senses, and you realized, pick the best team. There's no Myles Garrett in Atlanta. There's no Denzel Ward or Myles Garrett in New Orleans. Only one Amari Cooper's on one of these three teams, and there's way more talent to go around. You want to fool around in Atlanta with what? They don't have a single receiver. And then you look at the Saints. They had nothing. Amari Cooper, Denzel Ward, Myles Garrett, Nick Chubb. I forgot about Chubb. Kareem Hunt.
Donovan
the whole
Peoples-Jones.
DPJ. The whole gang is in Cleveland. And Watson, you did it. You figured it out. You realized, you came to your senses that Cleveland was the absolute best option to go to. I am so glad. I don't know what happened. I'm sure you had a million things going through your mind these last couple of days. But ultimately, you realize, let me pick the best team. I don't want to repeat what's going on in Houston by going to a team that's underperforming, making the same mistake, first once, by going to Atlanta or New Orleans. No. He picks the right team. He goes to Cleveland. By far the best team. And the Browns are now called the Super Bowl Brownies. Yes. Unbelievable.
Wow. I mean, look, for the Cleveland Browns, obviously it's the biggest move in the history of the franchise. 3 first-round picks, 2 additional picks. They also signed Deshaun Watson to a new deal. 5 years, $230 million. Fully guaranteed, Matthew Peterson.
Give him it all.
$80 million more than the previous record. This is historic proportions that we're talking about here.
This is ginormous. By far, the biggest move in franchise history. One of the oldest NFL franchises, and this is the biggest one. There's no doubt about it. $230 million guaranteed, like you said. But you know what? Browns owner Jimmy Haslam, I went to your school, University of Tennessee. You got a nice business school there. So I've got no issue with you shucking out some dough because you got those pilot gas stations and you own the great state of Tennessee pretty much. So why not pay Deshaun Watson some cheddar so that the Browns can never be 0-16 again? Unbelievable. I can't believe it happened. We were really talking about the depths of how bad this could go after the fallout with Baker, which, by the way, we should mention, he's gone in Cleveland if you haven't even connected the dots there. Apparently, the Browns are going to let Baker choose his destination. I'm guessing the Colts are going to be the team that calls him. So, Indianapolis, you're on to your 5th, 6th, whatever it is, starting quarterback in as many years. I wish Baker the best because I don't want this to be lost that Baker Mayfield did a lot for the city of Cleveland and the Browns. He got them to the postseason. He got them to their first postseason win in who knows how long, since the 90s. And what better team to do it against than the Steelers, your arch rival, at Heinz Field in January. But at the end of the day, Andrew Berry felt we have to upgrade. My job is to get the best talent on the field. And if we can improve, we will improve. And he went after Watson, and I was wrong. I was a bit of a doubter. I thought it could backfire and we'd have nothing left. But the Browns, they got their man.
All right, Jack, just relay to us the communication with what we're doing,
Oh, my
and
goodness.
we'll relay all of the plans and all the news to the audience. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Petey, a good method, private window here,
Yeah,
so you can
yeah,
have a couple
yeah.
of windows up here.
Uh-huh.
So we're not live yet on the Cleveland Browns report. Okay, we'll be going live there soon. 3:10, I see in 2 minutes. Petey, you let me know what you want to do. If you want to drive the ship, you do
Yeah,
it.
I'll drive the ship.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. And
then
I'll just be
we'll
your
bring
side
you in.
piece.
Everyone's getting some nice behind the scenes at Chat
Yep.
Sports. But you know what?
Yep.
As Chase Senior saying, no one does it like we do. We're moving on the fly here.
Yeah.
We're not coming at you guys
No
3
commercial
hours
breaks
later.
here.
No
Yep.
commercials. So when ESPN is having their producer meeting while you're watching some overweight guy tell you about a weight loss pill, we're doing it in front of you guys.
Damn right. Damn right. So we're going to go live here on the Cleveland Browns Report, do a simulcast with Chat Sports. So if you're a Browns fan and you want Browns side to this news, you can go to the Cleveland Browns Report. We're going to remain live here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports, breaking down this historic Deshaun Watson trade, everything that comes with it. Petey, hard pause, and then we'll take it away here.
The Cleveland Browns, they've got their man. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Deshaun Watson is going to Cleveland after he came out and said that the Browns were out of the running and it would come down to the Falcons or it would be the Saints. He pulls a 180 and he decides to make the right decision to go to the team with the most talent on it, with Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, Nick Chubb, Amari Cooper, almost said Jarvis Landry, but maybe he'll come back now. Who knows? He could
Yeah,
want to have
right.
fun at the party at Cleveland. So much going on here, so much to take in. It's all hitting me at once. But at the end of the day, the Browns and Andrew Berry wanted to upgrade at their quarterback position. And what better way to do that than to trade Baker Mayfield, basically, for Deshaun Watson. Mayfield, we don't know where he's going to go yet. But at this point, I just know about this one thing. There's going to be a great number 4 jersey in Cleveland.
Yep.
And if you can't wait for more great news, we've got tons of stuff coming at you here. So make sure you are dialed in. Deshaun Watson to the Cleveland Browns. Deshaun Watson is off to the Cleveland Browns. I can't believe it. I'm at
Nobody
a
can
loss of
believe it.
words right now, Chase Senior, as we are here on NFL Daily, live streaming with the Browns Report. A lot of moving pieces, but the best piece moving it all, it's Deshaun Watson to Cleveland. He came out and said that the Browns were out of the running, and it was going to be either the Panthers, maybe the Saints, or the Falcons. But ultimately, Watson makes the right choice. He picks the team with by far the most talent on their roster. From Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, Amari Cooper, Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt. A lot to break down here. So much to discuss here on the Cleveland Browns Report. We're going to continue to just soak it in right now because Deshaun Watson is going to the Cleveland Browns. 5-year deal. Let's reset the scene here and let's just bathe in this one more time. Deshaun Watson is going to the Cleveland Browns. I can't believe it, but it's happening. He ultimately decides Cleveland's where he wants to be. It is real. You are not dreaming. He's agreeing to a 5-year, $230 million guaranteed contract with the Cleveland Browns. He makes the right choice. He thought about the Falcons, the Saints, but ultimately he wants to go to the best team. He wants to go to the team with Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, Nick Chubb, Amari Cooper, Kareem Hunt, DPJ for shits and giggles. We're here on the Browns Report. We're on NFL Daily. Chase Senior with me. A lot to take in here. A lot of excitement happening for the team by the lake. And if you're excited like I am, this is why you subscribe.
Yes, sir.
Because when stuff like this happens, when Deshaun Watson gets traded to the Browns, in the biggest move in franchise history, we go live. We do it all for you. So if you want more Deshaun Watson content, if you cannot believe the Browns actually pulled this off, then make sure you are subscribed because I still feel like I'm dreaming. And with that in mind, maybe dreaming is your word. What's your one-word reaction to the Deshaun Watson trade? Smiling? Because I don't think I'll go to sleep without a smile on my face tonight. So much to take in here. Dog pound is one word. Super Bowl is another word. Shocker. Really? I mean, we're playing categories at this point. Deshaun Watson, what is this, posting on his Instagram right here?
Yes, this is
Producer
Instagram
Jack
post,
working on the fly. Dog pound. Woof, woof. Here we go, Brownies. Here we go.
Hey,
Woof,
hey.
woof. Unbelievable, but so believable in the moment right now because Watson, this is actually real. Everyone on Twitter said it wasn't going to happen. Twitter's not real life. Twitter's not real life until
Hey, only 20% of Americans are on Twitter,
until the
Petey.
trade comes through from Adam Schefter. That's the only thing that's real. The Texans are hosting the Browns, my producer tells me. Could that be week 1? I'm just filibustering because it's all coming in at once. But there's just so much to be excited about. Let me know what your one-word reaction is here. We are going to break it all down. We're going to look at the trade details. We're going to catch our breath a little bit. But for the moment, we're going to be excited about this move because this is the biggest trade in franchise history. Now, I'm going to catch my breath, and I'm going to let Chase Sr. come on. Chase is someone that isn't a part of the Dog Bound, that isn't a part of Cleveland sports. What is your unbiased take here, and what do you think went down ultimately for Deshaun Watson to pick the Cleveland Browns over the other options?
Yeah, look, the lazy debate is going to be who won the trade? Was it the Browns? Was it the Houston Texans? We had the similar conversation about Russell Wilson going to the Denver Broncos. Anytime, Matthew, you can land a top 5 quarterback in the National Football League, you win the trade, regardless of what you give up. And when Deshaun Watson is on the field, we're talking about a 5,000-yard passer. We're talking about a guy with elite arm strength. He has fantastic mobility. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Now, in my humble opinion, I think he's the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL behind Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, who are really neck and neck for those 1 and 2 spots. I'd put Watson at number 3. I think he's a little bit better than a guy like Aaron Rodgers. Now, Tom Brady coming out of retirement enters the fold as well, but the point here being, in terms of ability, in terms of potential, in terms of what he's done in his career, in terms of the long look at what Deshaun Watson can bring Cleveland, this is a franchise game changer. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League. And this move sends complete ripple effects across the entire National Football League. This right here, monster news for Cleveland. And with the trade acquisition, 3 first-round picks, 2 additional picks, that's what we know right now.
Doesn't matter.
The Browns become a player in the AFC.
Yeah, in an AFC arms race. But if you're concerned about the draft capital being given up, ask yourself this test. If you combined all those players, would they be as meaningful as Deshaun Watson to a team winning? Most likely not. There is no quarterback in this class, in my opinion, that would have the impact that Watson would have. I understand it's tough to get a lot of picks, but Browns fans, they should know more than anyone that you can miss on the draft, right? Not every pick is going to be a bona fide first rounder. So you know what? Take proven talent, especially when it's someone like Deshaun Watson, who isn't even entering his prime.
Right.
The guy was drafted in 2017. He's just getting started. The Browns, sure, maybe sell the farm system of picks a little bit, but from what I'm reading so far, they're not giving up any of their core players. No Denzel Ward on the move. Myles Garrett was never going to be an option. Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb, DPJ, they're all staying put. They're keeping the whole cast together, and they're adding a top 5 quarterback because the AFC has never been this good before. So the Browns and Andrew Berry, Kevin Stefanski, power to you for not just turtling up and shelling as one and going, I guess we'll wait our turn. Hopefully the other teams just kind of die off a little bit. No. They join the fight. They bring a gun to a gunfight by getting Deshaun Watson. If you love this trade, and I don't know how you can't, like the video.
Yes. So
make sure you like the video if you are in love with this trade, because how can you not be? It's Deshaun Watson going to the Cleveland Browns. This is not a dream. It's unbelievable.
And here's the deal, too. On the Cleveland Browns report, 250 people watching live on one of our key upstart channels here under the Chat Sports umbrella. More than 3,000 people watching live on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. But on the Cleveland Browns report, 33 likes, 262 people watching live. You got to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. How are you not pumped up about Deshaun Watson being traded to your squad? We should get to 100 likes as that audience continues to grow, and hit that red subscribe button. Who else went live right after this trade as quickly as we did? And we're about to break this down in full analysis. Nobody. Us here at Chat Sports, Matthew Peterson with the Cleveland Browns Report. Subscribe to the channel, like the video. 60 likes right now. We got to get to 100 before we really break this down in further detail and then take your questions here on the live show.
Yeah, we have a ton of breakdown. Let's briefly touch on Baker, though, because a lot of questions about his future, which is done in Cleveland. I'm guessing he goes to Indianapolis, maybe Seattle. Those would be the two destinations.
That's the preference according to reports.
I think those are the two likely outcomes that they're going to let Baker pick his team. And by the way, the Browns are going to get a pick for Baker. They're going to get a second, maybe a third. I mean, he's coming off shoulder surgery, and the team knows that the Browns are going to sell him for whatever. But for Cleveland to get something in return and to go into the upcoming draft and have a pick likely in day 2 in the second or third round, to not have to wait till the 4th round to make their first selection, that is huge. They can help contribute to the defensive side, meaning getting an inside, a defensive tackle. Maybe you want to beef up the offensive line a little bit, draft a backup center for Nick Harris. So much to do, so much to break down. But let's just enjoy this moment right now, because the Cleveland Browns, for the first time ever really, or the first time since Kosar, have their QB. It's been that long. But the days of the QB carousel in Cleveland are over.
As for the former quarterback, Petey, break it down.
Dav. He tweets out, Browns QB for now, Baker Mayfield informed the team he prefers to be traded to the Colts over the Seahawks. He likes the dome. He doesn't want to hang out in the rain. I don't care. I don't give a shit where he goes at this point. It's just, if he wants to go to the Colts and run the football there, Jonathan Taylor, power to him. The Seahawks are in the middle of a rebuild right now, it feels like, or a retool. Indianapolis looking to win right now. And I, tongue-in-cheek with Baker, I don't want it to be lost that Baker did a lot of great things for this city. I mean, Baker Mayfield got the Browns to the postseason, a playoff win in Pittsburgh, of all places, to end the drought, a 20-year drought. Unbelievable. Such a great feeling. But ultimately, the Browns feel that we have to improve at the quarterback position. And Andrew Berry, as a GM, his job is to get the best players on his team.
No doubt about it. Now,
he did it.
Yeah, on the Cleveland Browns Report, this is the first time we're going live, right, Matthew?
Yeah, we're killing it.
First
Shout
time
out to
that
the
we're
Dog
going
Pound.
live here on
Shout
the
out
Dog
to the
Pound.
Dog Pound.
Hey, 108 likes, 381 people watching live. That audience only going to continue to grow over time. Make sure you subscribe to the channel by hitting that red subscribe button down below. Like the video if you're pumped up about this trade. But also, for the first time in the history of the Cleveland Browns Report, we can take super chats here on the channel. So if you want your questions answered and you want to jump ahead of everybody else who's in line in front of you, we'll answer your questions guaranteed if you super chat us. So make sure you hit that super chat function and we'll answer all of your questions.
And if you're,
Yes.
Bernie's the only.
Yes, he's better than Bernie.
So Boss Man Yodes is
By
an
the way,
Ohio guy, and yesterday he was wearing a Bernie Kosar
The
jersey.
vintage image
Bernie
on that
Kosar
shirt was fresh as hell.
to get some good vibes going to Cleveland.
Yeah.
And it worked.
And it worked.
Thanks, Bernie.
Thanks, Bernie.
4 Bernie heads. 4 Bernie heads
Bernie
for Watson
heads.
to Cleveland. 4 Bernie heads. 5, 6 Bernie heads. It's coming to Cleveland.
Yo. Okay. Jack, can't hear you. So if
3
you could hop on the
first-round
mic,
picks.
that'd be awesome.
Producer Jack.
Okay.
So a 3 first, a third, and they're getting a 5th or 4th. Okay, so 3 firsts. They're giving up 3 firsts, the 13th overall pick, and then a first in 2023, which hopefully is the 32nd, right? You want to win the Super Bowl. And then the last pick, then a first-round pick in 2024, third-round pick in this upcoming draft, and then they swap their 4th and 5th-round picks, meaning the Browns move up. So they get a 4th and they lose a 5th. So ultimately, look at it this way to dumb it down. The Browns get Deshaun Watson for 3 firsts, a 3rd, and they receive a 4th and lose a 5th.
Unbelievable.
That's unbelievable. I thought it would cost more. I really did. Now, if you're coming across this channel for the first time because you're looking for more ways to consume this awesome news, then make sure you are subscribed. because we have been putting out Browns content for a long time here on the Browns Report by Chat Sports. So make sure you're subscribed. Join us at the channel. Join the Dog Pound on YouTube. That way you never miss breaking news like this when it happens. We had a lot of a lot of bells and whistles going off for Amari Cooper, but this takes the cake. Amari Cooper to the Cleveland Browns with Deshaun Watson now.
Here we go.
We're getting more news in.
Yeah, Colts and Browns having discussions about a Baker Mayfield trade per league sources. Right now, just discussions, but something to keep an eye out for. Now, another team in the AFC has also added to their roster Juju Smith-Schuster signing with the Kansas City Chiefs. Talk about this Ian Rappaport tweet here, Petey.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport tweeting out that the Browns and Texans are in an agreement for the Deshaun Watson trade. Let's get it on screen because I'm a visual guy too, so it's harder to take it in if you're just listening to me yell right now. 3 firsts, a third, a late round pick swap of a 4th and a 5th. It's done. He's a member of the Browns. Was it $230 million guaranteed? You know what? That's guaranteeing performance that's going to result in wins for the Browns. The days of wearing trash bags over your heads at First Energy Stadium, they're done.
Yeah.
They are done. I am all in, and I'm not going to eat my words later. And I know I know there are people on Twitter, by the way, because I was in those Twitter spaces. A lot of people have to go out and buy some Browns jerseys that said this would never happen. I know one individual that's got to donate $1,000 to a charity. If you know, you know, because he said this would never happen. Also, Jadeveon Clowney, right before we came on here, was interested in coming back on a 2-year, $24 million contract.
Yep.
Why not? Right? If the Browns have the money, now they didn't have too much cap space, especially after this deal for Deshaun Watson. But if Clowney wants to take a cheaper deal and make a Super Bowl run and not have to move because moving sucks, you don't have to get a U-Haul. You can stay in your home and pair up with Myles Garrett, where you had 9 sacks last season and revived your career. Why not do it? We got some other news coming across the news feed here. We got Juju. Oh, wow. Okay, he leaves the AFC North to go to the Kansas City Chiefs, so won't miss him. I thought he peaked in 2018 anyway, so as I like to say, who gives a shit?
Jack, do we want to catch up on some supers? Obviously, we want to start that Browns cut at some point soon.
Yep.
I would imagine.
Well, Chase, you take this away for a moment.
I'm
looking to see what Albright's been saying, because if you know, Benjamin Albright's been on this for a while, and he said this never happened.
Do your thing. Focus in on your thing. Live on the Cleveland Browns Report, live on Chat Sports. Combined almost 4,000 people watching between both channels. $20 Super Chat. Huge Seahawks fan. Sad times right now. Love your content. Keep it up. Really appreciate you supporting the show. For a $20 Super Chat, I am going to take a shot.
Cheers
Christian
to you.
Witherby, thank you so much for your donation right here on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. And also, 500 people watching live on the Cleveland Browns Report. First time we've gone live on this channel. Matthew Peterson has kept you up to date with all of the latest Browns news and rumors all throughout the offseason, and we're only going to continue to churn out crazy coverage. And here on the Browns Report, we want our first Super Chat in the channel's history. Who's going to be the first one to send in that donation? $20 Super Chat from Christian. I'm taking a shot for that. Read this $2 Super Chat from Jerome, Peter.
Yeah, Jerome coming in with the Super Chat saying, you've been drinking too much. Saints don't get nothing. You know what? The Saints got to go to Bourbon Street and drink their sorrows away because they don't have Deshaun Watson, but the Cleveland Browns do. And I can't believe it.
Another $2 Super Chat.
From Ryan coming in. Gee, kind of like I knew Hooper was coming here. I think he's talking about Hooper to where did he go? I already forgot. Carolina
Panthers, I think, but
Titans,
it was Titans. Okay,
Titans
there were conflicting
I
reports.
like that move,
there were
actually.
conflicting reports. Some people had said he was going to the Carolina Panthers. He is going to the Tennessee Titans. It's a 1-year deal worth, I believe, around $6 million. That's the deal for Austin Hooper, who can immediately become a very good tight end in that Tennessee offense. Earlier today on NFL Daily, we talked about Tennessee needing to add another offensive piece, maybe a trade for Robert Woods. They go tight end, and they bring in Austin Hooper, who was released by the aforementioned and the very popular now Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, and it saved I think it was $7 million in cap space.
About that.
Somewhere in that ballpark. All right, another Super Chat coming in from Derek. And by the way, we're simulcasting on our Browns channel. So
Yes,
if you want to
sir.
be the first one to get a Super Chat and get the love from the dog port, the Browns report, the dog pound here.
We're
at
going
the
to the
Browns
port
reports.
because everybody's got to hop on board,
I am
hop on
just-
the ship, and let's ride.
Yeah, I'm not going to remember tonight. I feel like this was the Super Bowl Atlanta versus Pats. Atlanta was up at the half just to blow a lead and lose the game. There were so many Falcons fans tweeting that the Falcons got an early lead on Watson, but at about the 28th minute of their phone call with him, he decided to change his mind.
Yes, he did.
And that happened again. Derek with one of the Super Chat legends so far here on the Browns Report. Let's go to another one here. Cheers to you, Tang. Who does Watson throw to? DPJ? Well,
Amari
Odell?
Cooper, brother. Come on now.
Does he know? Does he know?
You know that they traded late round
I
picks
got bad
for
news for you,
Amari
buddy.
Cooper.
This is 2022, not 2021. OBJ is no longer on. Okay, he knows this. Are gone. Good. Is this the also reason why they cut so many guys to free cap space? Well, they didn't really cut too many guys, but he has DPJ, Anthony Schwartz, and best of all, Amari Cooper. They can still sign, sure, more of a gadget-type player in free agency, but if they get a second rounder for Baker Mayfield, that's your pick right there. Chris Olave, George Pickens, Jahan Dotson, Christian Watson, someone in that second, third round tier, you pair that rookie up with Amari Cooper, Deshaun Watson will do just fine. He will manage. Watson's going to have plenty of people to throw to. And when he gets tired, arm hurts a little bit, want to give it to Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt, everybody, pick your poison. Both are dynamic and prolific rushers in the NFL. The Browns are going to be loaded. The Browns are going to be loaded. Make sure you are subscribed, by the way, to the Browns Report if you're watching us there for the first time, because when Deshaun Watson gets traded, we move all the pieces here to get live, to get the news to you, and to enjoy the party with you. Cheers to everyone watching. Deshaun Watson is a Cleveland Brown.
Yeah, we're gonna start a cut here.
Yeah, let's break it
Hold
all
on
down.
1 sec.
We're gonna get a little. We're gonna break it all down. I can't believe it.
All right.
He pulled a 180.
Petey, it's
Yeah.
your world. We're living in it.
Let's do this
Go ahead
thing.
and break it down.
Deshaun Watson has been traded to the Cleveland Browns in a blockbuster move after saying that it came down to the Falcons or the Saints. He pulls a 180, and he ultimately, in my opinion, makes the right decision. He joins a loaded roster with Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt, and most recently, Amari Cooper. Breaking the news here, Ian Rappaport tweeting out, the Browns and Texans are in an agreement on a trade for Deshaun Watson. It's a 3 first-round picks, a third rounder, and a late-round pick swap, a fourth and a fifth. It's done. He's a member of the Browns. Probably the best of all at the end there. He's a member of the Browns. So with that all in mind, and as we all enjoy this joyous day in Cleveland Browns history, what is your one-word reaction to the Watson trade? Is it Super Bowl? Is it delirious? Is it smiling? Or are you just going to go with the plain old simple, jumping up and down in one word? Let me know what it is in the comment section below, your one-word reaction to the trade. I also should mention we're here on NFL Daily with the Browns Report. Chase Sr. alongside me, who at this point is just along for the ride with the dog pound.
It's your
to
world.
Enjoy
We're living in it,
this
brother.
amazing day in franchise history. The biggest move as the Browns get Deshaun Watson and a 5th-round pick. The Texans get 3 firsts for the upcoming 3 draft, including the 13th overall pick in a month and change, a 3rd rounder, and a 4th rounder. Honestly, way less than I thought it would be. They don't give up a single member of their core. No Kareem Hunt, no Denzel Ward. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Deshaun Watson to the Cleveland Browns. I cannot believe it. I really did not think this was going to happen, especially after he came out and said he had removed the Browns from his list. But ultimately, he looked at the 3 rosters, I think, and said, which of these is the best rosters? And that was never a competition. It was the Browns by a mile. And so what's my word going to be for that? Super Bowl. That's the expectations now for the Cleveland Browns. I mean, ultimately, Andrew Berry said, I need to do my job as a GM. Where can I improve my roster? And he felt the quarterback position was a spot he could improve on. And so what does he do? He tosses his hat in the ring for Deshaun Watson sweepstakes, and he makes it happen. He brings him over from Houston, and there's a lot to unpack here because he did not play in 2021. He's got 22 civil lawsuits against him, but at the end of the day, this is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, and we'll break that down for another day. But for right now, Deshaun Watson is going to the Browns, which ultimately does mean that is the end of the Baker Mayfield era here in Cleveland. As we join Chase Sr. here on the Browns Report, the Baker Mayfield era is over, and I think there's going to be a lot of great memories that come from it. Winning your first postseason game in over 2 decades in Pittsburgh, of all places, against the Steelers team that had been the big brother in the AFC North for so long. But Chase, we welcome you to the show. We welcome you to the Dog Pound.
Yes, sir.
You're one of us right now. You're a part of the Smiling Crew. What is your maybe unbiased opinion as someone who's not a Cleveland Browns guy, but just looking at this from afar?
As a guy who covers the NFL on a daily basis, and I absolutely love what I do, this trade is one of the biggest trades in the history of the National Football League. Deshaun Watson, upon getting traded to the Cleveland Browns, is also going to sign a contract worth $80 million more of guaranteed money than any other quarterback in the history of the NFL. It immediately makes the Cleveland Browns Super Bowl contenders in the AFC in a conference that is straight up loaded with some elite quarterback talent, all under the ages of 26 years old. I've been saying this all week. I've been saying this for weeks, that Deshaun Watson, in my opinion, is the third best quarterback in the National Football League, Matthew Peterson. I think he's right behind Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, who are really neck and neck. I'd put Watson at number 3, yes, ahead of Aaron Rodgers, ahead of Tom Brady, who's about to be 45 years old, 70% completion percentage back in 2020 on a roster that was bad, with a lot of dysfunctional pieces hovering around Deshaun Watson, with an organization that never seems to know what they're doing. 5,000 yards is what he threw for, 33 touchdowns, 7 picks. He can pick you apart with his arm. He can pick you apart with his legs. But what I love about Deshaun Watson, he is a pocket passer first. And for Cleveland, they now have a loaded roster with a really good head coach who I believe in Kevin Stefanski, with an offensive side of the ball that features players like Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Amari Cooper, and David Njoku. A very good offensive line even after they released J.C. Tretter. Deshaun Watson, to pivot like this, makes this absolutely epic. But I think you made a good point originally. He went to the right team. Him going to the Atlanta Falcons never made sense to me, Matthew, because I thought they were a rebuilding roster. If anything, he should have gone to the New Orleans Saints if he wasn't going to go to the Atlanta Falcons, because they have pieces on the offensive side of the football. They're set up to win right now. But the Cleveland Browns, as an all-around roster, are the better roster as compared to those two teams. He goes to the right spot. And for Cleveland fans, you just have to be elated at this news. This is a game changer. Yeah. This is a franchise icon. And this is an elite player at the quarterback position who's a winner, and he's always been a winner. 2 national titles appearances at Clemson, 1 national championship over a Nick Saban-led defense, in which he carved up in both of those games, by the way, monumental.
Absolutely. And if you're watching this for the first time, as you're looking for places to take in the Deshaun Watson trade news, make sure you're subscribed. And while you're down there, let us know, will the Browns win the AFC North? Were the Bengals a one-hit wonder? Because all of a sudden the Browns go from having the worst quarterback, well, we'll figure out what the Steelers do, but from the bottom of the division, they just threw that blue shell like in Mario Kart all the way to the front, blew up the Ravens and the Bengals, and now have put themselves at the top of the leaderboard in the AFC North. Let me know if the Browns are going to win the division, why for yes and for no. We're not only on YouTube, though. We're on Rumble as well, another great video platform service. So make sure you subscribe and follow us there as well. When you go to rumble.com/Browns Report, hit the subscribe button. Just more ways to take in great Browns news and rumors content. Listen, they have uncensored politics, news, sports, business, tech, really anything under the sun. So follow us when you go to rumble.com/Browns Report. But the Browns, they got their guy, Deshaun Watson, coming over. This was the NFL passing leader in 2020. He has been one of the top quarterbacks since he came into the league and took over in like week 3 of his rookie season, whatever it was. And he does not only have a great arm, you can use him as a mobile quarterback as well. He can move, he can run, he does it all a little bit. Deshaun Watson is one of the best in the NFL. This is nothing new right now. But what's new is that the Browns have a quarterback, that there's no more QB discussions for who knows how long. I mean, the time is over. We can retire the jersey with all the list of quarterbacks on the back of it. This is it. This is the move. This brings Deshaun Watson to Cleveland and ends the carousel, the jokes, the butt end of the NFL of being the bottom of the barrel without a quarterback for way too long. Deshaun Watson comes to Cleveland. And, of course, with that in mind, Baker Mayfield,
Yeah.
done in Cleveland. Now, the Browns initially told me they would not request his trade offer. Now they're trading him. There's no doubt about it. Baker Mayfield, according to Dov, saying that he prefers to be traded to the Colts over the Seahawks. And listen, I'm going to respect Baker for what he did for this team, being a part of a team that ended that postseason drought, won a game in Pittsburgh. But at the end of the day, power to Andrew Berry. I was a little nervous if this all backfired and they had no backup plan, but we'll never know what the backup plan was because who cares at this point? It all worked out. They got their guy, Deshaun Watson. Baker Mayfield is done in Cleveland. The Browns ultimately decided we need to do better, and we're going to look at every position and see where we can improve. And if we can improve, we're going to make an effort. And they did that, and it worked. So make sure you're subscribed because we're going to have a lot of Deshaun Watson content coming your way. You're not going to want to miss a single thing. So make sure you hit the big red button. Join us if you're coming across us for the first time. It's the YouTube version of the Dog Pound. Join us, one of us style, Wolf of Wall Street. Hit that big red button. Go to youtube.com/Browns Report. Boss man James, here it is. We got him.
Let's go.
Browns helmet.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We got
we
him.
got him.
We're having fun here. That's what we do here at the Browns Report. That's what we do at Chat Sports. Adam Schefter tweeting out, Jimmy Haslam's 10 years as Browns owner has been eventful with QBs, including, and get ready, Johnny Manziel, Brian Hoyer, RG3, Brandon Whedon, Austin Davis, Josh McCown, Deshaun Kaiser, Kevin Hogan, Cody Kessler, Tyrod Taylor, Baker Mayfield, and now Deshaun Watson. Jimmy Haslam, I went to your college in Tennessee. You were a little cheap there, but finally, $230 million guaranteed to make sure you got the most important position in the history of sports correct. Follow me on Twitter as well. If you're looking for more Deshaun Watson content, give me a follow when you go to @MatthewPeedy. I think the first thing I tweeted was OMG, OMG, and breaking it all down. So follow me on Twitter today. Let's get some shout-outs in for people that follow me on Twitter. 90 seconds. Going to pull up my Twitter right now. Shout-outs for the next ones. Here we go. Keep them coming. We got Bean Dips. That's a nice name. Soshi's son. Keep the follows coming. Daniel Novak. Follow me on Twitter. Get a shout out. We got 60 seconds this. I've honestly never seen my Twitter like this. I usually get like one notification and I'm pretty pumped about it. But right now they're pouring in. We got Isaiah Jones, the Highlander, Pats Nation. Appreciate you, my guy. Magnus, keep following. We got 30 seconds-ish, Jack. iMambi. Keo Kurto. Shamari. 15 seconds. Beat the buzzer. Get a shout out on today's Browns Report. Zach Wilcots. Mike Dibble. Mike Dibble! Just Dave. And that's probably time. Mike Dibble with a $100 super chat. Let's go.
Congratulations, buddy. There he goes. He's double fist.
Cheers to all of you, Mike Dibble. Here we go, Brownies. Here we go. Woof, woof. Hey, Matthew, love your coverage as always. Can't wait to see Deshaun in Cleveland. Love you guys. Enjoy this. You earned it. Also, Chase, I am back. Mike Dibble, a legend. The real Cliff also follow me. Tim Bro. I don't know what we do for a $100 super chat for the Browns Report. Yeah. Last ones to get out. Oh, Gregory, Cameron. Appreciate all of you following me here. If you're looking for just another person to follow, tweeting out about the Browns, tweeting about the NFL, I'm not going to be a Browns beat reporter. I'm not at Berea. But you know what? We keep it light. We keep it fun. And we have a good time all around. Matt, appreciate the follow from you. The real Cliff, we did it. Give me a live shout out. There's your live shout out, Cliff. Joseph Green, Ethan, Timbro. Oh, I think it's happening. Oh, boy. Oh. 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 Deshaun Watson! Let's go!
Hey, we got to take some shots, too.
Oh, my God.
Got to take some shots. I got the bottle here.
Yeah, let's get some shots.
All right.
Are you kidding me?
Hey,
Let's get some fucking shots.
Get some cups out there or some shot glasses.
We're having a party.
We're having a party,
We getting
baby.
that cutout, though?
We're having a party.
I want the Fetty. I want the
Fetty. Give me the Fetty.
Oh, God.
Just give me a stack of these.
If you watch us for the first time, you're like, what the hell's going
In the
on?
meantime,
this is what's
when
going
you
on.
leave, just clear some
As
of
we
this
like to
stuff
say,
off.
Adam Schefter would never. He's sitting in front of his Big J background with his Michigan diploma. Meanwhile, my SEC ass is just happy to be here.
We're going heavy
Let's
on
go.
these pieces.
James, the boss man.
First super chat in the history of the Browns report.
Let's go.
Mike Dibble tried to super chat
Also, shout out to the
$100.
Dog Pound.
He-
500 live
sent
on
us
our
a
first
second?
view show ever.
Wait, what?
Let's go, Max.
There it is.
Max.
It's his birthday! Max!
Let's
That's
go!
the best birthday ever! Yeah! Unbelievable.
HBD in the chat.
Hey, I got the shot. I got the shots over here. Let's ride. Harry, you got one. Petey, you got one. Here's
Oh, I gotta tweet this out right now.
here's yours.
Yeah, that's me.
$2. The Yoda, the king, the boss, the legend, the man. Here we go. Cheers, y'all. Hold on.
Boss man Yodes.
Yode's got to come in here. I'll pour him up.
He's
for
a,
him.
he's a Cleveland guy.
This is for you.
Get him a shot.
Oh.
Hey,
Let's effing ride.
Browns fan reaction cut Q&A style.
Yeah, that's
Hey.
a good idea.
Q&A. Q&A coming up on the Browns report.
Watson trade reaction from Browns fans.
Let's go.
Go Browns.
Let's go.
Woo!
To Watson.
Cleveland, you're having the time
Life
of your
of your
life.
Or as Dan Levy would say, Falcons trying to keep the play alive, and now he's dead.
dead.
He's going to Cleveland.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, let me just compose myself for a moment because,
Yes.
this is something I talked about to actually maybe get a little bit back on track. If you just looked at the three rosters of the Browns, the Falcons, and the Saints, this was never a competition.
No.
I don't have to look it up. I bet there's more combined Pro Bowls on the Browns than those two teams combined. Maybe not the Falcons because of Matt Ryan. Whatever. You get the point, though. I mean, this was never going to be that close of a competition. But ultimately, it's just the bias of I don't want to go to Cleveland. He's afraid of the cold. We'll get you a jacket, Deshaun. Don't worry. Someone's going to spot you some mittens, too. I just can't believe this. Oh, my goodness. The Browns. So let's get some questions coming in. Use
Yeah.
hashtag Browns or Super Chat to get on the show. If you Super Chat, you skip the line. The line's 500 people long right now. Not saying you won't get on with the hashtag Browns, but just the best way to, get it back. Googs, see you follow me on Twitter.
Googs, yeah.
One thing I saw in the chat, by the way, I saw it for a couple people, but does Jarvis Landry all of a sudden be like, you know what? I didn't sell my house yet.
Let me go back,
Let me go
baby.
back on a team-friendly
Take that
deal.
piece off the market.
Right. I mean, it says who wants to move? Moving sucks. You don't have to pack anymore. Just, God, if it is, imagine this. Watson takes the snap. It's a play fake to Chubb. He has Kareem Hunt in the flat. Instead, he wants to go deep. Cooper's not there. Maybe he looks at DPJ. Anthony Schwartz is streaking down the sideline, and now Landry's open over the middle.
Bang.
He's got all these
Let's
options.
go.
That's how exciting this could be.
Let's go. We doing a little brownie mailbag?
Yeah.
Hashtag Browns to get your questions answered on the show. Hashtag Browns to get your questions answered on the show, and you will be featured on the Cleveland Browns Report. Right now, the line pretty long, about 500 people deep. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We'll take any super chats. If you want your questions answered, those super chats that come in, we will answer those first.
Get hashtag
Browns.
We'll get those questions going. So let's spend a moment while those questions come in to maybe discuss what Baker Mayfield's going to be doing going forward. If you're just joining us, he has obviously, going to be traded, and he's requested that he goes to maybe the Colts over the Seahawks. I think a lot of people in Cleveland are going to have, a tough time of, yeah, this is awesome. We got Deshaun Watson, but Baker Mayfield was a polarizing topic for the Browns. But if you were a Baker believer, if you were a Baker stan, it's a little tough to see the QB go that did so much for the Browns, right? Like, we don't need to go in the past and talk about what was going on in 2017, 2016, leading up to that 2018 draft. But he helped the Browns. Baker walked, I think, so that the Browns could go out and take a quarterback that could take them to the next level.
Yep.
I think that's what Baker will be remembered as. Of, you know what? We couldn't have had Deshaun Watson if it wasn't for Baker. Because he put this team at least in a spot.
Respectable territory.
Exactly.
Yes.
To make Deshaun Watson go, you know what? There's a lot of pieces there. I know their pass doesn't have banners hanging in their stadium, but let me be the first. Let me be the guy to bring him to the first Super Bowl. And I love players like that. You see it more in college sometimes. If I don't want to go to Bama, I want to go to a smaller school and make my own legacy.
Yeah.
That's what Deshaun Watson did. That's what he opted to do, and he made the right choice. We got some questions, Producer Jack? Let's dive into this thing.
Let's do a cut. Cut daddies.
Welcome into the Cleveland Browns Report. Deshaun Watson is a Cleveland Brown, so we're going to break down all the questions you guys have coming out of this trade, what this means for the Browns going forward. Alongside me here from NFL Daily, Chase Sr. by Chat Sports. We got a ton of things to go through, so let's just start knocking them out one by one. First question coming in, it's a super chat. Appreciate you, Big Dog Wolf. We'll give you a beer cheers. What wide receiver can the Browns afford at this point to help Watson? Well, you got Amari Cooper, but I see what you're saying of wide receivers. There's not many big names left besides Jarvis Landry.
Odell Beckham Jr.?
I don't think
maybe a trade for Robert Woods. I think that's unrealistic. Yeah.
But I think what you realistically do is this: you try to get Landry. If not, you're going to get a second or a third round pick for Baker Mayfield wherever he goes. You take that pick and you draft a wide receiver, and you pair Amari Cooper with that rookie, and you already have DPJ, and hopefully Schwartz has a bit of a bounce back-esque year in his second season. Another question coming in here, another super chat as well. Mr. Block Ice 2020. Thoughts on what this means for Jimmy G. Wow, I've had way too many.
Hey,
Jimmy
we're going
Garoppolo
crazy.
trade-wise. Well, you know what? You asked this question at the right time because Chase Sr. is our 49ers guy here at Chat Sports. So, Chase, what do you think?
Yeah, so look, when we talk about the quarterback market, Deshaun Watson off the board, New Orleans Saints now expected to sign Jameis Winston, that coming in from Adam Schefter. Baker Mayfield's going to get traded by the Browns because he's not going to be the backup with this team, especially considering the contentious relationship that currently exists between him and Cleveland. So for Jimmy G, you're looking at the Carolina Panthers. You're looking at the Seattle Seahawks. You're looking at the Atlanta Falcons, maybe if they trade away Matt Ryan, but the trade value for Jimmy G and the trade market has somewhat diminished if Jameis goes back to New Orleans. You have Watson going to Cleveland, and what's going to happen with Baker Mayfield? He's going to go to a quarterback-needy team, and he's the more viable quarterback, more attractive quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Next question coming in, another super chat. Appreciate you, Roger. Happy for Browns fans, but Watson ain't good enough to sniff Rodgers. You know what? Good thing you wouldn't have to face him to the Super Bowl in that situation. But at the end of the day, I think Deshaun Watson is about, 15 years younger than somewhere in that range. I think my math's a little off, but you get the point. Then Aaron Rodgers. So Rodgers, he can do his purging and voluntary vomiting for all I care. Deshaun Watson, he's not doing that, so I'm not too concerned about comparing one QB from another. The Browns got their first real franchise quarterback since Kosar, probably.
Yes,
so,
easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
Next question, L Raider 93. Cheers to you, L Raider. I can see Deshaun Watson improving this team. They deserve it. Coming from a Raiders fan. You know what, L Raider? Appreciate you, my guy. It's going to be interesting in the AFC. You guys just got Devontae Adams, and the NFC is looking like, like the movie Replacements, all right? It's just going to be a laughing stock compared to what's going on in the American Football Conference. Interesting question coming in here from producer Jack. What was Amari Cooper's one-word reaction?
Yes.
Yes. Right?
Woo!
Is that it? Good. Yeah.
Good.
What was Amari Cooper's one-word reaction? Let us know what you think Amari Cooper thought when he got the notification. If he did, maybe he's in the circles. I'm not sure. Just like you, when he found out Deshaun Watson was going to be the one tossing him the pigskin. Next question in from R&R Cash-On Carter. Lamar's Ravens or Deshaun's Browns? Which WB you want? I don't know. I guess I'll answer this question on which team is better.
What about
maybe?
you?
What about
do
you?
want?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Well, you're at the Cleveland Browns report, so surprise, surprise, I'm going to pick the Browns. But I think Lamar's a great quarterback, right? He's an MVP. But I'm taking Deshaun Watson, the Browns. Case closed. Next question in from Thomas. Thomas, my guy, $20 super chat.
Cheers to you, brother.
Cheers to you, Thomas. Thank you.
I'll take a shot to that, too.
With all that talent, now Watson, he hasn't played in a year. If they don't make it to the Super Bowl in the grounds to fire this regime, I mean, yeah, I guess so. But at the same time, you asked that question, I think, with a bit of a mindset of if they don't make it to the Super Bowl within the first 1, 2, 3 years. Deshaun Watson's a franchise quarterback, right? Like, look how long Tom Brady was at his team. I'm not saying he's the next Tom Brady,
Yeah.
but you're saying that's the time span you got. You're going to have him for ideally the next 10-plus years. So if you don't win it in 2022, I'm not burning this regime down. The regime finally did something good. Steven Handel with the next question. What do you think the Browns, what do you rate the Browns after this trade? All right, let's go. It's a good question, Steven. I'm going to say first in the AFC North. Okay, I think that may be a bit of a surprise. I know the Bengals just went to the Super Bowl, but teams kind of go on Super Bowl runs and then fall out a little bit. Happens more often than we like to think. So I'll go with the Browns in the AFC North. But in terms of the NFL, top teams out there, the Bucs with Brady, the Packers, the Broncos with Russell Wilson, they're top 5. I think they have to be, right?
Yeah.
With how much
easily.
talent on that roster?
Yeah.
If they're not 3, I think they're at the Broncos level.
Yeah.
They got a bunch of talent, and they were missing the QB. Both teams making a very similar move, getting a star quarterback when they had a lot of other great pieces around it. If you're watching this report for the first time and you want more Browns mailbags, news, rumors, trades, make sure you are subscribed when you go to youtube.com/Browns Report. Help the dog pound out. We're on YouTube also, so make sure you're subscribed. That way you never miss breaking news like Deshaun Watson, Amari Cooper trades, because something tells me Andrew Berry,
He ain't done.
He ain't done. And I'm not saying maybe that's
He ain't done yet.
but like we have now a pattern of him as a GM. If he wants something, he's going to go get it.
Yeah.
He's not going to sit back and go, I hope they come to me. No, he's going to go get his guy.
$5 from Scott Hughes, by the way, Jack.
Ooh, appreciate that, Scott. Let's go to the next question here. How long can they keep all of those skill players with this huge hit to the cap? I mean, that's an actual realistic issue-ish. For sure this season. Nick Chubb, he got an extension last training camp. Kareem Hunt, if I remember correctly, is entering the last year of his deal. I think Kareem Hunt would be the first one to go of the core pieces when they eventually have to decide who they're going to pay and whatnot as contracts expire. People want extensions. But at the end of the day, you retool around your quarterback, but as long as you've got that centerpiece, you make adjustments.
Yeah.
I mean, Kareem Hunt wasn't a top pick in the draft. You can find running backs, and ultimately, I hate to pick on Nick Chubb and Hunt, but we know the running back position is expendable. So how long? For sure 2022. Maybe lose one of those guys in 2023. But when you have a quarterback, you make do. Scott Hughes with the super chat. We all have to restructure some contracts to get more players. Okay, so we're on the contract conversation. And thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. You're right, though. I mean, they have some bodies to pay. One, Denzel Ward. That all of a sudden just popped in my head. That's a player who's entering the final year of his contract. What are the Browns going to do? Is this the ending? I hate to, ruin the mood here, but I don't know if the Browns can pay Garrett, Watson, Cooper, and Denzel Ward. They may look to have some other players take some restructured deals. We'll see if that's in the making. But that's a good point, and that's something the Browns are going to have to consider. But I go back to the point of, if you got the quarterback, you can find other pieces. Quarterback's the toughest one to find. You can get another corner. How excited are you, though, to have Deshaun Watson as the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns? Scale it 1 to 100. Actually, scale it 99 to 100. I don't see how you can be lower than that. But let me know in the comments, 1 to 100. Let me know how pumped you are that Deshaun Watson is the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. And also make sure you follow us at Rumble, another video platform service that puts out great content regarding sports, news, politics, tech, business, really anything under the sun. So if you want to show this channel some extra love, we all have extra channels at Rumble here at Chat Sports, and I am proud to say that the Browns Report has the second most followers of all the NFL teams, only behind the Chefs. So if you're tired of the Chiefs and you hate that Week 1 loss after going up early on them, let's just make it a competition. Follow us by going to rumble.com/Browns Report. Roger Moore, $2 super chat. Might there be a suspension? Now we really come down to earth a little bit more.
That's important to know.
It's a very good question, Roger. Here's my view on it. One, we can draw from the NFL's past, which is important to do when it comes to this.
Yep.
Okay? Zeke had a case against him, not 22, but 1, and he got suspended 6 games, if I remember correctly. This is a bit bigger than that. However, I do wonder if the NFL will go, you know what, Deshaun Watson? You sat out the whole 2021 season. We're going to go a little light on you and slap you on the wrist because you basically already served a 1-year suspension. We're going to give you a 4-game suspension. Could that be in the cards? We're going to find out. I just don't know if the NFL is really in their best interest to sideline one of the best QBs for a year and a half or 2 years. That seems like something Roger Goodell will ultimately go, damn, those dollar signs coming out of Cleveland are tough to pass up on. Like, for example, they're going to suspend Deshaun Watson, for a long period of time. Well, now you're not going to give Cleveland any primetime games. They're just losing TV revenue right there because no one wants to watch Case Keenum on Sunday Night Football.
No.
Mike Dibble with the next question. Dibble, appreciate you, my guy. Do you think this move will keep Clowney in Cleveland? A good question.
Yeah.
So right before the news broke, they were in talks on a 2-year, $24 million contract. And depending on when you're watching this, maybe that status has changed already. But I do think there's a good chance now, maybe not for 24 anymore, because they're giving $230 million to do Deshaun Watson. But I'm guessing Clowney, if he had his pick, he'd want to stay where he had a great season a year ago, and they improved dramatically at the most important position. Question coming in from 4K for Voken. Sign Wagner and Clowney. Sounds great to me. That sounds great to me in Madden. And I think that would be fun if both those players decided to take team-friendly deals. But let's not forget the Browns have JOK, and they signed Anthony Walker back. I don't really know if there's move in Joe Woods' 4-2-4 scheme. That's what he kind of likes to run, He likes to get extra DBs out there. I don't know if Wagner fits. And like we said, Clowney, if he wants to come back on a cheap deal, if the Browns can make it work, fine by me. All right, next question coming in from True. So are the Browns better than the Ravens because they are no bums? They are not bums, no cakewalk. Yeah, I think they're better than the Ravens, right? I mean, who's going to say no right now? Chase, what do you think as we bring you back on the show?
Yeah, so actually a pretty fascinating tidbit that I want to hit here live and on this mailbag.
Yeah.
Important contract note for Deshaun Watson, who got a 5-year, $230 million contract. Base salary for 2022. This is the genius of Andrew Berry, who learned under Howie Roseman. Get this, PD. $1 million. Which means if he's suspended, that'll be the base salary for Deshaun Watson in 2022. $1 million. How about that? Yeah.
So he puts it all in signing bonus? I don't.
Again. Salary cap? It ain't a thing.
It ain't. If someone ever tells you they know the salary cap, they're lying.
Yeah.
It is a mythical place that I spend way too much time trying to research, and I never actually come away knowing much more than I thought I did. Let's ask this question to you guys watching. Will the Browns win the AFC North? Y for yes. I'm not going to even finish that. Give me a Y for yes down in the comment section. The Browns, they're going to win the AFC North. Let's get some shout-outs here on our live stream. Over 550 people watching on the Browns Report.
Nearly 2,000 on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel.
Chase, can you start us off?
Yeah, give some shout-outs to those on the Cleveland Browns Report. By the way, just because I love Matthew Peterson, $50 super chat here on the Cleveland Browns Report. I'll shotgun a beer for the homie here. Try to make him some money here on the channel. $50 super chat. I'll shotgun a beer on the Cleveland Browns Report. Nearly 600 people watching live. Subscribe to the channel. YouTube.com/Browns Report. We went live immediately after this report was made official, and then we broke it down in further detail and did a mailbag on top of that. So those of you in the chat on the Cleveland Browns Report, Tacos Life, Mike Dibble, what it do, brother? Appreciate those donations today. Daniel Massey, Scott Hughes, Tacos Life, MD Neely, Mick the Dog, Mason McHale, Uriel, Oren, Lil Ty G, Glenn Francis, John Lowe, Philip Buffa, Mason, Dab Nation YouTube. Do we think it's a good idea to go sub-only chat on Browns?
Not a bad idea. But before we do, I just want to actually, this just came across the wire. This is the NFL spokesman, Brian McCarthy, on Deshaun Watson. And I think we recently were talking about what a suspension could look like as we kind of dialed down the celebration for a second. He says, any transaction would have no effect on the NFL's ongoing and comprehensive investigation of the serious allegations against Deshaun Watson, nor would it affect his status under the collective bargaining agreement and the personal conduct policy. If the league's investigation determines that Watson violated the personal conduct policy, discipline may be imposed. This is just GM talk, basically. Boring stuff.
Yeah.
So, the NFL's going to do an
Boring
investigation.
stuff, but important stuff.
We're on sub-only chat. So if you
This
are
is why you
watching
sub,
this,
man.
if you're watching this on the Browns Report and you want to get in the chat, all you got to do is subscribe.
Yep.
It's free, too. Like, it's not free as in, like, once you put your credit card in, we'll never charge you. You just click a button.
Yes,
It's that
sir.
simple. Oren, we love Chat Sports. We love you, Oren. Appreciate you. Curtin Evans, give me your AFC North rankings. Let's go Browns, Bengals, Ravens, Steelers, and it's really close between the Bengals and the Ravens, and the Steelers in last.
Yep.
Scott Hughes, the contract is as good as the trade. You heard Chase just talk about it. Genius stuff. Andrew Berry, did you know? He went to Harvard, Ivy League.
Learned under Howie Roseman, who, hey, he might not be the best developer or identifier of talent. He can manipulate the salary cap.
You want to hear something funny on Brown's Twitter right now?
Yeah.
I get made fun of in the office because of Brown's Twitter.
Let's
I don't
go.
care. Chad Johnson, Chad Ochocinco, tweeted out a couple days ago, Deshaun Watson to the Browns. And people thought he was trolling Cleveland because of his days in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Did he know?
Yeah.
Did he know? Maybe.
Inside scoop. Kid Wilson, 33, by the way, a subscriber of the Cleveland Browns Report, and a shout-out to Petey. Matthew Peterson is the Deshaun Watson of YouTube. Bang.
Yeah. Oh.
Chris Lutteray,
Yeah.
subscribing to the channel.
Thank you. Curtin Evan, you're right. All right, you're welcome. Tim Michaels, now Stefanski has to do his part and pull through. That's a great point because I think Kevin Stefanski was limited in what he wanted to do offensively with Baker. Not only because of Baker's injury last season, but just the type of schemes and throws he knows Baker can and can't make, right? Baker's had some issues with a bit of downfield accuracy. He doesn't have that with Watson and the arm talent, right? This opens up the playbook in terms of the route tree receivers can do. So Stefanski is about to become, hopefully, another AP Coach of the Year, but we're going to find out what he's really made of. All right, make sure you also follow us on Rumble. Let's get ready to rumble by going to rumble.com/Browns
Let's get ready to
Report.
rumble!
Listen, if you want another way to support the channel, you just click one link and then you hit subscribe, and that's all you got to do, and that gets my boss off my ass. And if you've had a boss that gets on your tail about something, this is an easy way to appease both parties.
Bang, bang.
So make sure you follow us at rumble.com/Browns Report. And if you like us even that much, maybe you'll head on over to rumble.com/NFL Daily, because NFL mock drafts, trade rumors, stuff like this that encompasses the entire league is covered here by the big wigs at Chat Sports like Chase Sr. So just more ways to get your favorite content for, let's be honest, the best league in all of sports.
It's not even close.
Baseball could never. Baseball would probably I bet baseball would announce a Mike Trout trade right now. That's what they would do.
A big trade would happen, and then Rob Manfred would be like, oh, no, I'm shutting that down.
Yeah. Baseball could never. All right, we got a super chat coming in, though. This one for the Brownies. Appreciate you, Clint. Is Brandon Cooks
Crack a
trade
beer to
an
that.
option now? We will be getting a pick for Baker. It's a good idea. Brandon Cooks has always been involved in trade rumors because his name is Brandon Cooks and he lives out of a suitcase. So, potentially, I would think the Browns, if they'd probably want to go with a rookie wide receiver, mostly because you're already got a lot of money tied up in other spots. What you pay a receiver in the 3rd round or 2nd round is much less than Brandon Cooks.
Yep.
And I don't know if there's that much of a difference of talent between some of these top receivers than Brandon Cooks, who's getting a little bit older, and he'll be a free agent after 2022, 2023, sometime soon. So you get to pay him eventually then. I like the idea, don't get me wrong, but I think they'll probably go to the draft to fill that void. Browns have been busy in free agency, to say the least now, after getting Deshaun Watson. Haven't been too much action on the free agent trail, but let me know. What's your favorite signing, favorite move? Could be Anthony Walker bringing him back. They signed Taven Bryan to help out to replace the 2 Maliks up front. So let me know what your favorite signing, free agency move. It cop-outs to Deshaun Watson, and you won't get any grief from us here if you want to say that. Let us know down below what your favorite free agency signing / move has been so far by the Cleveland Browns. As we get some more shout-outs here on the Browns Report. Riley, what's Baker's value? Great question. The Colts and the Seahawks, I think, kind of have the Browns by the balls a little bit because they know they have to move on from him. So I'm guessing at least a 3rd, maybe a 2nd. Sam Darnold went for a 2nd last year.
Exactly. Carson Wentz went for a protected 1st. He had to play about 75% of his snaps.
The thing with the Seahawks is they have 2 early 2nds-ish. They have their own, I believe, and the Broncos as well after that Russell Wilson trade.
Yeah.
So teams will look at the 2nd round and go, it's not just any 2nd. What kind of 2nd? Early, late 2nd. So maybe the Colts, who went a little deeper, record-wise, maybe give their 2nd round pick.
Another super chat coming in from Clint Beach. We also have a couple of more super chats coming in on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel.
We got to this one.
Yeah, we talked about this one, right?
Yep.
Mike Dibble, $5 super chat. Or are we going to Roger now?
Yeah,
we're going to Roger.
There
Okay, $5 super chat. As a Cowboys fan, I know about the so-called NFL investigation Zeke was. A witch hunt. Police basically said it was a gold digger case. Still got 6 games. Yes, so you're basically saying that pertaining to Deshaun Watson, he could go on the NFL exempt list.
Yeah.
And that is a realistic possibility. Now, a big note for that, Deshaun Watson's base salary in 2022, $1 million. So basically, Cleveland gave up a lot of draft capital to get Deshaun Watson. But if he can't play this year, they're able to escape that big salary cap number because it's not a big salary cap number. It's only $1 million. So they kind of protected themselves to a certain degree.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, I don't want to speculate too much on what a suspension could look like.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this. The NFL, year after year, has gotten a little more lenient on things. And I don't say this to, blow off the serious allegations, but that the NFL, in my opinion, has learned from, I wouldn't say their mistakes in the past, but going, you know what? Whether it's right or wrong, sidelining star players is not good for business. And the NFL is a business. So whether you don't like it or not, that's a different conversation. But if I had to, make an educated guess, maybe I'm wrong, I think the NFL is going to do what's best for business at the end of the day. Mike Dibble, do you think this move will keep Clowney in Cleveland? If Clowney wants to come back on a cheapish deal, yeah. The Browns are apparently going to offer him a 2-year, $24 million contract. So I don't know if they can swing that anymore. But what's interesting was that news came out 10 minutes, 20 minutes before the Watson news. So I'm guessing the Browns wouldn't have done that if they didn't know. But maybe they were completely blindsided. When Deshaun called him, he was like, actually, I changed my mind. Where's a good spot to live in Cleveland? I'm coming up there later today.
Yeah.
Let's get to our next super chat. Juan Sanchez, OBJ and Jarvis back to the Browns. Jarvis, potentially. OBJ, I don't know. Maybe now that Baker's not there, but let's not forget this. OBJ tore his ACL in Week 7 of 2020. He returned to the NFL in Week 4 of 2021. Almost 11 months, essentially, to rehab. He tore his ACL again in the Super Bowl in February. If it's 11 or 10 months, we're talking about a November, December, January return. Now, maybe I never tore my ACL, so I have no idea what a rehab looks like for that.
I hope you never do, brother.
Yeah.
Me too.
But maybe
he
returns quicker this time. I don't really know. I know it was not his same knee, though. So if it's going to be like last time, he ultimately may not be signing with someone until late in the season, almost like this past season, and he may just pick the best team to try and win his Super Bowl. That's where I think OBJ or what happens with him. let's open the book up a little bit here. Who has been the biggest NFL free agency winner so far? Aside from the Cleveland Browns, right? I mean, you land Deshaun Watson. As for some big moves, I liked what the Eagles did, getting Hassan Reddick, Allen Robinson to the
Fletcher
Rams.
Cox, by the way, back to the Eagles.
Oh, they were able to amend that.
1-year deal. Mike Garafolo, I'd expect it to be finalized and signed in the coming days, perhaps on Monday, but he's on track to return to Philadelphia.
Yeah, super chat on the Browns there, Jack. I see some funny stuff in the chat too. Other winners I'm trying to think of. Honestly, it's been like the longest week for us covering the free agency window. Trying to remember the big moves at the start of it back on Monday.
Seriously.
There's just been so many signings at this point, it feels like. But let's get to the super chat here coming in from Miguel. What's going on in Cleveland? A parade, potentially, right?
To a certain degree, yeah.
Champagne everywhere, beer flowing, people dancing. I mean, that's what's going on in Cleveland right now, I have to envision. So the Browns get a franchise quarterback and not one that leaves people having sports talk radio debates over, right? That's not Deshaun Watson in terms of his skill level. That is, those days are over. Another super chat from the greatness of the Raiders. The Devontae trade was a great birthday present for me today. War the Raider Nation. Great job, guys. Appreciate you. The greatness of the Raiders. Yeah, talk about a fun last couple hours for some fan bases. The Raiders get Adams. The Browns get Watson. This league, man, this NFL league, nothing is like it. Let's get some more shout-outs here. Let us know. Biggest NFL free agency winner. Let me know
How about
who
this
you think
too?
it is.
Yeah, we're $50 away from $500 in Super Chats on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel as we are broadcasting live there. 1,400 plus people watching live on the Cleveland Browns Report. 400 people watching live. $30 in Super Chats. If you want to get your questions answered, if you want a shout out, some recognition, Super Chat us. We guarantee you that will give you a shout out here. But the main point of emphasis, let's get the $500 in Super Chats here on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. 1,400 people watching live, $50 away from $500 in Super Chats. And look, this is why you subscribe, and this is why we appreciate your donation so much, because day one of NFL free agency, we were live literally for 8 hours straight. Day two, 6 hours. Wednesday, we were live for 4 or 5 hours. Yesterday, we were live for 4 or 5 hours again. And today, we went live at 11 a.m., so we've been live for 5 hours because there was so much going on in NFL free agency, NFL news and rumors. And that's what we do here at Chat Sports. Now, when you give us donations, we really appreciate it because we work our asses off behind the scenes. A lot of you see us drinking beers, taking shots, beer bongs, beer boots, shotguns on air. But the work that goes behind that really is crazy. And right now, I'm looking at the lab right now, at the Chat Sports offices. People are grinding their asses off to make what we do possible, and you make what we do possible as well. That's why we're so appreciative of all of your donations. And here is our Super Chat menu. Matthew, break it down.
Yeah. Before we do that really quickly, what are we getting into, Jack?
Saints
Saints
cut. I can host if you want, Matthew.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just want to address one quick thing, and hijack time for chat in the Browns. Just I
Take your
reiterated
time.
this earlier, but going back to the Baker Mayfield, let's not disrespect him. I've said the Browns and the Dog Pound should thank Baker for what he helped to do for the Cleveland Browns,
For sure.
getting them out of the depths, right?
Yep.
1 win in 2 seasons before he got there, getting them to the postseason, winning in Pittsburgh. I will forever be thankful for what Baker Mayfield did to help this Browns organization and franchise grow. Granted, he was not alone, right? Landry, Garrett, there are a lot of other pieces there. But still, he's the quarterback. So I thank Baker for that because ultimately Baker Mayfield is a part of the reason, maybe the biggest reason, why the Browns were in a position for Deshaun Watson to go, you know what, let me go to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Because this is the Browns we're talking about. We know this, that there's a chip on our shoulders about people don't want to come to Cleveland. You know, it isn't Miami, it isn't New York, but you know what? At the end of the day, Watson made the right call going to the best roster. But I'll miss Baker in the standpoint of not like I'm going to miss him under center, but I'll miss him because he walked so we could run.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the best way to summarize Baker. So if you're missing Baker in the chat, I understand it. I get that. But let's get ready to party.
Yeah.
Because we just upgraded big time.
For Saints, Jack, and for those of you watching, we're about to break down the latest Saints news and rumors. And for those of you watching on the Cleveland Browns Report, you won over the New Orleans Saints and the Deshaun Watson sweepstakes because you landed one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League. So we're going to kind of approach this from the Saints' point of view here on NFL Daily and on the Cleveland Browns Report. So make sure you continue to hit that red subscribe button, like the video, and that goes a long way in supporting everything that we do. See a lot of your questions coming in on the Browns Report. Mason, Pee Wee, Kurt, why don't we do Seahawks in the meantime? Mick the Dog, Sonny Ball, Orrin Smith. So we're actually going to pivot a little bit, like Michael Jordan on a fadeaway. You know, we're going to pivot a little bit. Petey's a Chicago guy. He knows what I'm talking about. Whoa, what do we got?
Anthony Walker's giving up his number 4 for Deshaun Watson. Very nice.
Oh, wow.
I know I got a little excited, but still.
No, I like
Posted
it.
on IG.
You
so got my number.
Instead of talking Saints, we're going to talk
Talk Seahawks, where
we're going to talk some Seattle Seahawks
if
because
you want to follow Baker,
they too are in the mix for a quarterback, and there's been a lot of rumors about Baker Mayfield potentially getting traded to Seattle. So here on the Browns Report, with the Deshaun Watson domino now falling, there are a lot of moves that can now transpire to impact the Browns, but also involve some teams and involve some players that are involved with the Cleveland Browns, but also players on this roster. In the meantime, though, here's our Super Chat menu. $5, we'll give you a beer cheers. $10, we will talk about your team on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. And I see Super Chats coming in. We'll get to those here in a little while after we talk about some of these teams that are kind of impacted by Deshaun Watson. We're $40 away from $500 in Super Chats. Once we get there, I'm bringing everybody in from the Chat Sports office, and we're all going to take some drinks, take some shots, and shotgun some beers and have a good time if we get the $500 in Super Chats. We are $40 away. $15 roulette wheel spin. Haven't done those today. $25, we'll take some shots. $100 Das Boot. $50 I'll shotgun. And we'll continue to have fun and talk about NFL free agency here on NFL Daily and on the Cleveland Browns Report. Those of you watching on the Cleveland Browns Report, really appreciate you guys for showing up, showing out. First time we have gone live on this channel.
Yeah.
One of our fastest growing channels here under the Chat Sports umbrella. Petey, I mean, this has been dope for you,
here's
man.
what I'm going to say, too. You know, we got some bigger channels at Chat Sports. Ones like the 49ers, Chase runs have been around here for a little bit longer. But if you guys come out 550-plus strong, I'm going to make my pitch to the boss man here to get some more Browns content your way.
Here we go.
A lot
More
easier.
subs,
More
videos.
subs, more content. We can go live every week.
So, Jack, we going Seahawks here? Okay, cool. You let me know when we're ready. Do you want to have that NFL Daily L3 there? You want to go Seahawks? Cool. Remind me what we're talking about here. Okay. Yeah. No commercial breaks here at Chat Sports.
No.
Built different.
It said you get to see the behind-the-scenes stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Kerry Hyder, yep. Getting to 8 is never an issue. Okay. All right. So we're about to talk about the latest Seattle Seahawks news and rumors. Producer Jack, we ready to rock? Those of you watching us on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, continue to keep that chat rate flowing on the Cleveland Browns Report. Seahawks directly impacted by Deshaun Watson. That's why we're talking about it here on the channel. Welcome into Seattle Seahawks Today by Chat Sports. I'm Chase Senior. He is Matthew Peterson. It is day 5 of NFL free agency, and the biggest domino that we were waiting to fall was the Deshaun Watson trade. Now, the Seahawks were never really invested in Deshaun Watson. He had a no-trade clause. According to reports out there, he didn't want to get traded to the Seattle Seahawks, and in a monster move that has really ripple effects across the National Football League, he's been traded to the Cleveland Browns. So this impacts Seattle in terms of the quarterback market and a potential trade that could take place for their next quarterback as a Russell Wilson replacement. This coming in from Dov Kleiman. He said Browns quarterback Baker Mayfield informed the team he prefers a trade to 2 destinations, the Indianapolis Colts or the Seattle Seahawks. Some of you watching might ask, why not the New Orleans Saints? They are bringing back Jameis Winston, who was having a pretty decent year last year before tearing his ACL. But Matthew Peterson, I'm going to bring you onto the set. You were reacting to the Deshaun Watson trade on the Cleveland Browns Report. For Baker Mayfield now, a deal and a trade seems to be inevitable and imminent. What happens if the Seahawks trade for Baker Mayfield, and what player are they getting?
So let's first talk about the idea of trading for Baker, what that could cost. I think Baker's going to go for maybe a second or a third. Hard to say. He is coming off a shoulder surgery. So the Seahawks are going to use that in their advantage in negotiations with Cleveland, who, by the way, they have to get rid of Baker. So they don't have much leverage. So Seattle did pick up some picks from Denver, so that makes it a little easier. And ultimately, this could go one of two ways, right? You could get Sam Darnold and have it cost you a second and it be a horrible trade. Or you could get your franchise QB. If you think the Browns messed up Baker, didn't maximize him to his potential, whatever you want to spin zone yourself to doing to sell yourself on Baker and have it only cost you a second or a third, that's highway robbery. So as for the player they're getting at Baker Mayfield, they're getting a guy who loves football, he loves his teammates, he loves the team. They're getting a competitor. That's Baker Mayfield. We've known that since his days in college. He wants to win. And sometimes his emotions maybe overshadow who he is as a player. But Baker Mayfield had a bad season in 2021. He also got hurt in week 2 after being sacked and tore his rotator cuff and then tore his humerus a couple weeks later against the Cardinals in week 6, I think. So Baker Mayfield is a QB. He's up and down. He's a roller coaster. He's had some good points in his career. He also had some bad points. He also had the most touchdowns by any rookie quarterback in his rookie season. So there's a lot to digest when it comes to Baker Mayfield if you're a Seahawks fan. But I think you ask yourself this question. Is Baker Mayfield better than two things? Any QB in this draft or Drew Lock? I think the answer is yes. Is he so much better that he's worth a draft pick?
Yeah.
That's the follow-up question.
And here's the thing about Baker Mayfield. Like, everybody focuses in on him being an emotional guy and the tenure with the Cleveland Browns really fizzling out, and it certainly did. But he was drafted number 1 overall as a surprise, but also he was drafted number 1 overall because he does have some ability. He has some talent. Very good arm strength, decent mobility, and a quarterback who can win you games. I mean, he helped lead the Cleveland Browns to their first playoff win since the 1990s last year for a dysfunctional franchise that was really down in the dumps. So Baker Mayfield can certainly still play, and if the Seahawks were to trade for him, one, he's on his rookie contract, so the contract is really not all that crazy.
$18 million on 1 year.
He is better than Drew Lock or a Geno Smith type of player. So should the Seahawks trade for Baker Mayfield, 12s, show up, show out in the comments section. Let us know what you think. Type Y for yes or type N for no. We know that you're a very passionate fan base there in the Pacific Northwest. That's why you got to subscribe to the channel as well. But we want you to treat the comment section like a sports talk radio call-in line and let us know if you think the Seahawks should trade for Baker Mayfield.
And to go off that, Chase, one last thing here before we move on to the next story. If you really want to sell yourself on Baker, you know who also switched teams to hurting his shoulder? Drew Brees.
Drew Brees.
You just tell yourself that enough.
You know who also has
sell
an injured
yourself
shoulder? Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay.
To Carlos Dunlap now. He has been cut by the Seattle Seahawks. Was a big trade acquisition back 2 years ago during the 2020 season. And at defensive tackle, a guy who can also kind of line up on the edge as well. I thought he was pretty good for Seattle in 2021, coming over from the Cincinnati Bengals where he wasn't getting playing time. That's why he got dealt to Seattle. Had a pretty good year. 35 tackles, 8 tackles for loss, 8.5 sacks, 7 pass breakups. I think one of the underrated aspects of his game, he does a really good job with that size of 6'6", 280-plus pounds of putting his arms up to deflect passes from opposing quarterbacks. You can combine that with the fact that, that he's really good at rushing the passer. I think he's going to have value out there on the open market. Was a very successful player with the Cincinnati Bengals, put up a bunch of big numbers, came to Seattle because really they were pressured to make a win-now move 2 years ago, and he was pretty good upon that trade, making impact plays, but now it's really a salary cap saver and a money saver for Seattle to move on from Carlos Dunlap.
And to go off of that, too, this is a Seahawks team that I don't really know if they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Are they retooling or are they rebuilding? If they get Baker Mayfield, they're retooling. If they decide to roll with a rookie or Drew Lock, they're rebuilding. But they know right now they don't want to commit to any big contracts or they're not feeling like they're going to win a Super Bowl in 2022. So why not free up some money? That way you can be big spenders, say, in 2023 with a better QB draft class, and you can, be bigger spenders then. We got some other news here in the Seahawks world. Kerry Hyder was cut as well by Seattle. Bit of a disappointing season in 2021, only tallying 1.5 sacks. Chase is a Seahawks team that defensively they have gone away from what we know them to be. The Legion of Boom is far over right now, so I think we're finding out what this next Seahawks front and defense is going to look like as they begin to try and find some new pieces to work around. Also, Bobby Wagner, that's his old news here, done in Seattle. So I think we're seeing Pete Carroll, John Schneider hit a hard reset button and not want to have these bigger-ish contracts on their books when they don't feel like they're in a win position right now with these guys. So why not just, get some extra money in the piggy bank, and we'll cross this bridge later once we got a quarterback we feel can really help win us some football games.
Yeah,
so,
and it's been weird for Seattle the last couple of years because Pete Carroll, look, he came to Seattle, Pacific Northwest, out of USC, and when he was at USC, I mean, he had that program humming, right? But really the consistent theme upon, Pete Carroll coming to Seattle with the Seahawks, they made it to those back-to-back Super Bowls. They won one. But the mainstay for that organization was defense. But the last couple of years, they have not been a good defensive football team. That's a big reason why they changed defensive coordinators, and they're moving in this new era, as we've talked about here on the channel. And really, they've been somewhat aggressive in free agency so far. And because of the fact that they've made some of those moves, they've had to cut bait with some of these players, like Kerry Hyder, on this roster. Now, this is why you subscribe to Seattle Seahawks Today by Chat Sports. We are really closing in on 26,000 subscribers. If you want the best Seahawks news and rumors here on YouTube, it's interactive, informative, consistent, and involves the audience, then you got to hit that red sub button down below or go to youtube.com/SeahawksTV. A move that Seattle made. They signed Quentin Jefferson. Signed with the Seahawks, 2-year deal. We'll see what the details are. But the initial takeaways here, Matthew Peterson, as Seattle continues to make a flurry of moves in NFL free agency.
Yeah, I'm thinking in terms of my reaction or takeaway from this is it's a little bit of, I don't know if it's one step forward, 2 steps back, but more as a fan, you're like, what are we trying to accomplish right now? I mean, like I said earlier, is this a retool or is this a reset? And if they get Baker Mayfield, I don't think they're looking at it as like a reset. And so we go full circle on these other moves that I think in the NFL, a lot of the moves you make are very dependent on who you have as your quarterback. You don't go out and get big-name players always if you don't feel like you're ready to compete. And at the same time, you got to spend some money or else you're not going to have any butts in your seats to watch you guys lose. But you got to have, you got to be able to stay competitive, especially in the NFC West, where we have known it to be one of the toughest divisions in football. So let me ask this question to wrap up the show. Grade the Seahawks moves so far. A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know the letter grade down below. I guess if you factor in the Russell Wilson trade, it'll be hard to find anything better than C. But with maybe just free agency
Transitional
signings.
phase.
Exactly. Let us know what you think in the comments below. Shout out time.
All right, we'll give some shout-outs to those on the Cleveland Browns report, as well as on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. Scott Zappa is on the Browns report. Justin Blair is as well. Orrin Smith, Dion Owens, Family Man, Mick the Dog, Dog Pound, Rise Up, Show Out. On our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, still 1,300 people watching live. We are $34 away from $500 in Super Chats. Let's get to that milestone. Really important here at Chat Sports. Those of you watching on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, I'm looking at Eric Torres, Shane Haran, AJ Evans, Mark Gabbert, Go Cyan, Superior Records, Polar Splash, Cole, Aaron, Big L, Lovely, Dante, Ghost, Caden, That Kid Gid, Joshua Summerlin. Thanks to all of you for rocking and rolling with us here at Chat Sports.
Yeah, and also to everyone watching on our Browns live stream. We deviated a little bit there from Browns news, so I get that. But here at Chat Sports, we cover the whole league. So unfortunately, if I have argued enough to try and make it a little more one-dimensional, but there are 31 other teams you got to show some love to every once in a while. So that's what we're going with right there. But let's get some shout-outs here. Scott Zappa, appreciate you. Always see you in the comments section. Happy to see you here. Kid Wilson, here's your shout-out to Justin Blair, Family Man, Orrin Smith. So appreciate everyone watching on our Browns live stream. First one ever. So you guys are part of history.
Yes.
How about that? Put that on your wall. It's going on mine tonight. Got a couple of shout-outs coming here. Mick the dog. He's been busy in the chat. I love YouTube chats. It's where friendships are made or broken.
Gotta love it, man.
Yeah, he's got the elf as his icon too. One of the best logos in sports. Justin Blair, appreciate you guys watching here. Clint Beach, go Browns. Go you, buddy. Give a cheers to that.
Go you, buddy.
Yep.
That's right.
We got some other news coming your way here, producer Jack. What do we got going on?
Okay.
We're gonna talk
We
about
doing
the Saints
next
a little
now?
bit here because. Maybe
So the Saints,
are
they
in
missed out on Deshaun Watson.
They did. Are they in on? I thought you said they were in on Winston. Is that
Yes.
a thing?
Did
Did I miss that?
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yep.
Did the Big J's tweet it?
Or
are we tweeting it? Shefty tweeted. Oh boy. Well, if Shefty tweeted it, it's got to be.
Is
true
that
a little.
official, Jack? Just so I know off the top. Okay.
Could you imagine? So, Winston tore his ACL in like week 7, week 8, week 9.
About that middle portion of the year.
I
Yeah.
don't think he'll be ready for week 1. Do they roll with Taysom Hill and Ian Book?
Yeah, I actually think he might be ready. He started ramping up
See, like,
activity
I got
a
burned
couple weeks ago. Yeah.
back in the fall because I would thought OBJ would be ready for week 1.
Yeah.
You know, and I was burned on that.
Right.
And I was like, oh, he was not even week 2 or week 3 actually. So that's why now I'm always like, all right, let's pump the brakes a little bit here.
Yeah.
So
383, first 27. How's that for Browns? Pretty solid. Petey?
what
383, first 27.
383
Is
for
that solid for Browns?
yeah.
Pace? Decent?
Amari Cooper.
A lot of competition out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up? Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, basically to recap what has been a crazy and epic and basically life-changing day in the National Football League, the Cleveland Browns traded for Deshaun Watson. Now, we've been live on the Browns Report for a long while now, a couple hours at this point, I believe. We're about to end that live stream, but basically we're recapping everything that transpired. And Matthew, obviously, this is a trade that is the most notable in the history of the franchise and could be franchise altering considering the talent and the money that Deshaun Watson is being paid. By the way, Ian Rappaport had a mistype in his tweet. He said a $1 million base salary for 2022. It's actually $10 million. So he didn't include that zero on the back end of that. So that is the new update there.
Ian.
Yeah.
Trouble.
I know.
But look at the trade package right there, and I get it. That's a lot of capital. But I think you got to face reality. If you don't have a quarterback in this league anymore, you're playing chess and everyone else, or you're playing checkers and everyone else is playing chess, okay? So it's worth the 3 first-round picks. I think there's no doubt about it. And you get a 5th rounder, not bad, and you hopefully get a 2nd for Baker. So you get Deshaun Watson, you still have a 2nd-round pick in this upcoming draft. And by the way, you didn't lose your 2nds for next year. So I look at it like this. You gave up 2 firsts because the draft's almost over, it feels like. There's 2 more drafts without first pick. Fine by me. I mean, Browns fans should know it better than anyone else. Not all first-round picks work out anyway. So let someone else screw up the pick for them. Just take the proven talent at the most important position in all of sports.
There you go. $5 super chat. Ricochet TV on the Browns Report. How much will it take for Walker to give up that number 4? He already did, right?
He posted on Instagram that he's giving it to Watson.
Say less.
So Deshaun Watson, I guess, steak dinner on him. Like, that's probably, players do that, maybe a watch or something. But, yeah, I don't think there's going to be much of a competition for that number, for number 4. All right, next one. Clint Beach. Rodgers probably has a bruised ego now. Him being the highest paid QB didn't last long. Yeah, I didn't think about that. He blew, because Rodgers got like $150 million, but I don't know. It was spread over a couple of years. I don't know how much that's guaranteed, but you're right. Him and his man bun are going to be a little butthurt after that, but not my problem. So sorry, Aaron. Maybe call your parents to console you. that too mean? I think I went a little far.
No.
Okay. Also, if you're watching the Browns Report, we're going to end the live stream in a little bit. But if you like what we're doing and you're coming across this for the first time, you can continue watching by going over to either rumble.com/NFL Daily or youtube.com/NFL Daily. So check us out, Chat Sports. Sorry, no, youtube.com/Chat Sports. So just follow us there. Make sure you hit all the subscribe buttons. Show some love here because we're giving you guys all the content you guys could ever want. And also make sure you follow us at the Browns Report at rumble.com by going to rumble.com/Browns Report. I got that link in the comments. It's also in the description of the video, so super easy to find. Just more ways to show some love to the channel here. Get those numbers up. We're approaching 1,000, so help us cross that milestone. Like I said, we're about to kill the live stream on our Browns feed, but if you want to continue watching, stay up to date with more NFL stuff, just want to hang out with Chase and I, crack open some cold ones, enjoy the start of your weekend, because what better way to start off a Friday than having a real QB1 under center.
Damn
so
right.
go join us at youtube.com/chatsports. You'll see it right there. Chat Sports TV, sorry. And follow us at rumble.com/Browns Report.
All right, still live on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. 1,200 people watching live. We're about to talk about the New Orleans Saints. They missed out on Deshaun Watson. It looks as though, according to Adam Schefter, that the Big Easy homies, the Saints, about to bring back Jameis Winston. We'll break all of that down in further detail. 1,200 people watching live, as I talked about. 1,400 likes. How quickly can we get to 2,000 likes? Also, $466 in Super Chats. How quickly can we get to $500 in Super Chats? Once we get there, bringing people on from the Chat Sports office, we will take some shots, take some drinks. If we reach that milestone, we are $34 away from $500 in Super Chats. It shouldn't be hard to get there considering this many people are watching live. And how do you not support us? I mean, we've been live every single day of NFL free agency. We've blown the competition out of the water. No other YouTube channel has been close. And even on like terrestrial television, right? Competition hasn't even been close. We've been dominating the competition, so we appreciate all those donations that come in for all of the hard work that we give you. Yes, we like to have fun. Yes, we like to talk about football. You see us shotgunning beers, beer bonging beers, taking shots with the audience, but the work behind the scenes really is absolutely special, and that's why we've grown here like we have at Chat Sports. So we're talking New Orleans Saints here coming up in just a few moments. Jack, Saints today, I believe, right? Saints news and rumors today. All right. You ready to rock?
Yeah, let's do this
Let's
thing.
talk about the New Orleans Saints. Jack, you good to go? All right, let's talk
Big
about the
Easy.
Saints right now. Big Easy, what up? Welcome into New Orleans Saints today by Chat Sports. I'm Chase Senior. He is Matthew Peterson. Right now, we're live on NFL Daily on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel as we approach 300,000 subs. But here on Saints Today, make sure you hit that red subscribe button to stay in the know with all things Saints news and rumors. And what you have to get caught up on, the fact that the New Orleans Saints look to be a finalist for Deshaun Watson, did not land Deshaun Watson. Instead, at the last moment, at the last second, in a shocking move, he approved the trade with that no-trade clause to the Cleveland Browns and not the Saints, and Cleveland, in turn, giving him a 5-year, $230 million deal, fully guaranteed, $80 million more than any other fully guaranteed contract in the history of the NFL, Matthew.
A lot to take in, and Saints fans, I am sorry if you were banking on Deshaun Watson, turning this franchise back in the right direction, I should say. Maybe even bringing Sean Payton out of retirement to coach him. But ultimately, he picks the Browns. And now the Saints QB watch is back on full scale. Looks like they're narrowing those sights in on Jameis Winston. But Watson, I guess, pulls a shocker here because a lot of people expected him to go to either New Orleans or Atlanta. I mean, depending on who you're following online and on Twitter, you heard different rumors of which team was leading in the clubhouse. The Saints were really high up on it. I mean, he even had a second meeting with New Orleans. Did he not? So a lot here to take down. But ultimately, Deshaun Watson going to the Cleveland Browns. And maybe it's Jameis Winston back again in New Orleans. So with that in mind, it's a bit of a difficult question to ask.
This is a great question, by
I
the
think
way.
it's a good
Producer
question.
Jack, if you cook this up,
Was this Jack?
that is next
Producer-
level. Trace, great
Shout out
job
to
by
Chase.
you. Better
Trace,
college quarterback.
not overall.
Both
right
won
now.
a natty.
Yeah.
In college. We're talking college here.
I'm trying, I think I lean Watson, but Winston
Two
was
natties
good.
instead of one.
Never forget when Winston was suspended and he came out dressed for the game and Jimbo Fisher's like, get out of here, Jameis.
Yeah.
But let us know who the better college QB is. JW for Winston, DW for Watson. Let's head on over to the news from Shefty right now. He tweeted out that after today's trade, free agent QB Jameis Winston now is expected to be back in play for the New Orleans Saints. So I think the Saints always felt like if Winston wanted to come back, that would be an easy, bring him back kind of move. He is coming off that ACL tear, and that's going to be a big question mark in terms of when will he be able to play. And do the Saints want to find or just stick with Taysom Hill until Jameis Winston's ready to come back if he's not ready for week 1? But ultimately, I think not a bad consolation prize if you're the Saints.
Yeah, Jack.
Winston was good to start the season.
Let's go full screen here because Jameis Winston has not signed with the Cleveland Browns. There are rumors, though, that he might go back to the New Orleans Saints. And when you talk about Jameis Winston going back to New Orleans, the issue with Jameis has never been ability. It's never been arm strength. It's never been about his talent. He certainly has that. And prior to signing with New Orleans in 2020, he was coming off a year in which he threw for more than 5,000 yards, but at the same time was also the first quarterback to throw for 30 touchdowns and 30 interceptions. So Sean Payton took a gamble on him last year as the replacement for Drew Brees. And prior to tearing that ACL, I thought Jameis Winston, PD, played pretty good football. 7 games, 5-2 record. When he went out of the lineup, the Saints were bad. They had to go with Trevor Siemian and Ian Book. But in those 7 games, you talk about the win-loss column, which was great. I thought the decision-making was better. He threw for 1,100-plus yards in those 7 games to go along with, a nice little touchdown-to-interception ratio of 14-3 if he ends up finishing the year with New Orleans. We're talking about a player who was on pace to throw for about 30 touchdowns and 6 picks. That right there is pretty solid. And that's why I see and can see why the New Orleans Saints want to bring back Jameis Winston, because the guy can still play. And you might be able to get him back for a much more affordable salary as compared to a player like Baker Mayfield, who has a large salary due to him being the #1 pick back in the NFL draft a couple of years ago, and Jimmy Garoppolo, whose salary cap hit on the final year of his deal is going to be worth a little less than $27 million. So if the Saints go this direction, I don't think it's a bad, basically, resolution to not landing Deshaun Watson. He just has to be a better decision maker with the football. And, of course, there are concerns as well with him coming off that torn ACL.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Because if you really think about it, what's this conversation like if Winston doesn't tear his ACL? And this Saints team, I think, goes to the playoffs, right? I think they outlast the Eagles, who got hot at the end, but the Saints really crumbled when they had Ian Book and Taysom Hill at quarterback, and even Trevor Siemian, for crying out loud. So Jameis Winston, this is a 5-2 team. I bet they're going to the playoffs. I bet they're still probably looking to upgrade if Deshaun Watson's on the market. But that makes this decision to bring him back a lot easier. So if you're a Saints fan, you got to be somewhat ecstatic that after all this, if you end up with Winston, you could have fallen a lot further. So there's much worse quarterbacks out there that could have been under center for New Orleans. Let's hope they bring back Jameis. I think that's a good fit for both parties. If they do bring back Jameis Winston, I can guarantee you'll have a video going out about it on our Saints channel here at Chat Sports. So make sure your notifications are on. That way, when the video comes out, you get the noti, you watch the video, you get the news, you break it all down with our host at Chat Sports, and also you get to interact with Saints fans because no one does it like we do here at Chat Sports. So make sure you subscribe by going to youtube.com/Saints today. And make sure those notifications are on. Hit that bell icon, and you're set to go.
As far as this Deshaun Watson trade, did New Orleans have the draft capital at their disposal to give up in a trade for Deshaun Watson? Well, certainly, according to the Houston Texans. And the big component in this, Deshaun Watson waiving his no-trade clause to go to New Orleans, or to go to Cleveland and spurn New Orleans. And that's really a big component of this deal, is that Deshaun could have gone to the Saints. He could have gone to the Falcons. The Texans had all 3 deals on the table in addition to the Carolina Panthers. And at the last moment, he decides not to go to New Orleans, and instead he goes to the Cleveland Browns. And this is the trade compensation. The Browns receive Deshaun Watson, a 2024 5th-round pick. The Texans get 3 first-round picks from 2022 to 2024, as well as a 3rd-round pick in 2023 and a 4th-round pick in 2024. I thought it made a lot of sense for Deshaun Watson to pick one of 2 destinations. It was the New Orleans Saints, and it was the Cleveland Browns, because both rosters were really set up nicely to compete for a playoff spot and a championship in the immediacy of the moment. Instead, he goes to Cleveland, which was really a move that surprised a lot of people at the end of the day.
It did. And I think the Falcons being in this race was always head scratching. I think the only reason they were really in it was he's from Gainesville, Georgia, north of Atlanta, maybe some hometown ties, wants to go back. But I've never seen him be repping ATL or yelling, let's go Dirty Birds. So as for the pitch, maybe between the Browns versus the Saints, I think New Orleans probably went in there and said, listen, we've got some playmakers on defense, right? We've got C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and then we've got some great edge rushers as well. And let's not forget who you have to work with on offense. One of the best running backs in the NFL, Alvin Kamara. And hopefully, and I bet they probably sold this hard, we're going to get vintage, like 2019 Michael Thomas back for you to work with. No receiver and the other two teams can come close to him when he's at his best. But I hate to pour salt on the wound. I think Watson ultimately decided, you know what, this isn't about the city or the weather. This is about a roster. And he decided the Browns offered him the best roster to win now, right? And so as for the Saints, much better run franchise overall than Cleveland or Atlanta. But he felt the roster just couldn't compete. This was not a move that the Texans made. This is a move that that Deshaun Watson made, and the Texans just signed the piece of paper that said, fine, let's make it happen. What do you think, though? Do you want the Saints to re-sign Jameis Winston? We bring him back in on the discussion. Why for yes and for no? Let us know what you think about Jameis coming back to the Big Easy, going back to the Superdome. Let us know down in the comment section below. And also, our Saints channel here is run by Trace, who does a fantastic job behind the scenes, pulling all the strings to make it happen. So if you love what you see here, hit that big red button, subscribe. Help us reach 5,000 subscribers, because the deal is the more subscribers equals the more studio time.
Damn right.
And that's the more videos you get. Who is the best NFL free agent left? Chase, day 5. For a long time, my answer was Allen Robinson.
Yeah, he's no
That's
longer on
over
the board.
now.
Yeah.
about
Stephon Gilmore?
Gilmore.
Tyrann Mathieu?
Yeah, okay, I like Matthew. I was going to say, maybe, before you said those, I was going to say Landry. But I'm going to probably
He's up
pivot to
there.
Gilmore.
No,
Because
he's
the
up
thing
there
with
for sure.
Gilmore, this happens a lot with Patriots players. When New England releases really good players, you kind of blindly assume that, well, if the Patriots moved on from him, then he can't be good anymore. You know, New England's too smart to do something like that. But he's still young. He was Defensive Player of the Year like 2 years ago.
Yeah,
I think he still play at a high level.
I agree.
So I think Gilmore is probably the right answer. Clowney's a good one. Landry another one. And then in the offensive line, you got Lael Collins, Teron Armstead, right? Talking about New
he's
Orleans.
up there for sure, yeah.
I forgot about him for a
One
moment.
of the best offensive tackles left.
Yeah, so there's still some good guys out there. Let's get that across.
Yeah.
Still some good guys out there.
Give some shout-outs to some of the people, and we'll get caught up on those Super Chats. By the way, $32 now away from $500 in Super Chats. Once we get there, I'm bringing people in from the office. We're taking shots. We're going to shotgun some beers. We're going to have a lot of fun to celebrate reaching that milestone. $32 to get to $500 in Super Chats. Can we get there? And if we do, we're going to party because we appreciate all of the donations here.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
cool.
Producer Jack giving us the game plan in our ears.
Since Petey's
here.
going to sub out, if you go full screen, Petey, I'm going to use the bathroom again. And
let's
then I'll
do
come
that.
back on.
And
once,
let me
once
get some
Harrison
shout
comes
outs
on.
here
Yep.
to best free agent left. Let me
Catch
know.
up
Bobby
on Super
Wagner.
Chats in the meantime. Bobby
Yeah,
Wagner's up
That's
there.
a good
yes.
one. Good one, Alex. LJ agreeing. We got some Super Chats to catch up on. We're closing in on 500. What do we say, Chase? We get 500? Some shots across the office? We get some office shots going on here. So help us reach that milestone. Minshew. Not a free agent, but maybe not a bad trade acquisition. OBJ's a good one, too, right? OBJ really turned his career around. He kind of had to after leaving Cleveland. So that's not a bad one. I just worry about that ACL. Jarvis to the Eagles. That'd be a fun one, I think, for Jalen Hurts. Teron Armstead, I like that one. He's the best offensive lineman across the board, I think. Right? I'm trying to think of a guard or center who was really better. I can't think of anyone right now. So let's see if he goes back to New Orleans now that the Saints don't have to pay $200+ million to Deshaun Watson. So get some more best NFL free agent here. Jack, we got any Super Chats to catch up on? All right, so producer Jack's going to get those on the screen. As always, you can Super Chat, skip the line. So Roger Moore, Bobby Wagner preferred destinations. I think if you're Bobby Wagner, you're chasing titles, not so much money at this point. But you also got to look around and see, all right, well, I want to make more than just $1 million. I'm not taking the vet minimum. Cowboys have been long rumored to Bobby Wagner. They need help at linebacker. Now, they did re-sign Leighton Vander Esch today. Maybe that's that's the move they go. If it's not Bobby Wagner there, trying to think of some other destinations. Miami could be interesting. Another move, apparently he really wants to stay in the NFC West. Kind of like Richard Sherman. Could he be going for revenge 2 times a year? So Arizona, San Francisco, LA, those are all on the table. Let's get to our next question here from Adridge. Appreciate the super chat. Cheers to you, my guy. Is everyone that afraid of Brady that everyone is heading to the AFC? I don't think so. I just think that ultimately, like, it's a bit coincidental. I will say that much. But Wilson had a no-trade clause. He went to the AFC because it was either Denver or, like, Washington. That's a dumpster fire of an organization. If you are watching this and you like Washington, I think you know this. And as for Deshaun Watson, he picked the best roster, which also happened to be an AFC team. Next one. Only a base salary of $1 million. I think it's $10 million. I think that Ian Rappaport mistweeted. I think it's $10 million this upcoming season. Cleveland can still make big signings. Even with a 6-game suspension, we still have 11 games to make the playoffs. Yeah, let's just go down the rabbit hole of, all right, Deshaun Watson suspended 6 games. You need Case Keenum to go 3-3. You need your backup to go 500. And can Deshaun Watson in the other 11 games go 9-2? Right? That's 11-5. That's 12-5. That's playoffs. That's kind of an easy path right there. So we'll see what Cleveland does in free agency still. Another super chat coming in from Jay Elam. I think Saints should take Baker Mayfield. That's also an interesting idea. Whether or not New Orleans wants to go after Baker now that he's on the market. I haven't heard him rumored there much. But then again, I hadn't heard Deshaun Watson to Cleveland much until about a week ago. Anything's possible. Let's get some shout-outs going here. Shout out your favorite team. Let's see who we got here. Get your favorite team shout-outs going in here. Flood the chat. Let me know who you guys are repping today. Juan Hernandez, we know him as a big Raiders fan here at Chat Sports. Got some Bills, Bears, Panthers, Colts. Colts will be interesting. Chargers coming in from Cujo. We saw you yesterday. Happy to have you back, my guy. Browns, Bears, Colts, 49ers, Lions, Cowboys, Duval. You're not worried about Lawrence? He had a good year. I just worry that the cast around him is going to screw him over. Texans, Giants, bear down. Hawks, Panthers, Cowboys. From Italy, Packers. My failure, Atlanta Falcons, Browns, Matt Ryan to Dallas. Yeah, dream on, buddy. Panthers, Steelers, Commanders, Seahawks, Cowgirls, Broncos, Ravens. Trying to see if we've gotten every team yet. Bucks. I haven't seen Bengals yet. Can we get a Bengals? Anyone a Bengals fan today? Going once, like bingo. Any Bengals fans? No? I don't think so. Rams. Okay, that was another team we were missing. Dolphins, Chiefs. Chat Sports teams. Appreciate you, even though we would be horrible on the field. There's a Bengals. Little something. Bengals fan right there, along with Gam. So, Panthers, Colts, Raider Nation, Giants, Carolina. No Bungles. Jets, Vikings. I hadn't seen the Vikings. Now we got our first Vikings in there. A lot of Colts fans. I think we got to get a Colts channel started at Chat Sports. I think that's at least on the to-do list because a lot of Colts fans always when we tune in on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Falcons, Steelers, Bears since 1920. You are an old person. Steelers, Bengals, Bucks, Raiders, Panthers. A lot of Panthers today. We got a super chat. Appreciate you, Andy, for the $1 tip. Cheers to you. Hope you guys are having some cocktails, beverages if you're over 21 and that's your kind of thing. 5 o'clock, almost here in Central Time. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Seahawks, Fly Eagles Fly, Colts channel. There's the love. Why are the Eagles sleeping? Chase from Philly. He doesn't think they're sleeping too much. They got Reddick. I don't know how many other moves you really could have made.
I mean, look.
Hey, he's hopping back
if I'm
on.
here again, hello. We've been live for 6 hours here on day 5. We back, Jack? We good?
There
we
it
good?
is.
I just want to make sure my audio's good. If you see the beautiful face of Matthew Peterson, it's all good. But I am talking to you with my velvety pipes. No, yeah, Eagles, $50 million per year for a premier pass rusher in Hassan Reddick. I think that's a steal of a deal. Outside of that, they haven't made a lot of big splashes. Now that Watson has decided to get traded to the Cleveland Browns, I think a lot of ensuing moves now follow that because, one, teams want to go there. Other teams who missed out on Deshaun have voids to fill. For Philadelphia, obviously, there were rumors about them being interested in Deshaun Watson. They hang on to Jalen Hurts. And I think maybe you'll see a wide receiver signing. There was some interest in Juju Smith-Schuster. He's actually going to the Kansas City Chiefs. I absolutely love that fit. But for Philadelphia, they bring back Fletcher Cox after releasing him yesterday. It's going to be a one-year deal. So maybe this is like the farewell tour for Fletcher Cox. But the Eagles, did they need to make some moves? Do they need to make some moves? Yes. But we'll see what they do. I think that roster is in a pretty good spot.
I want to answer this question. Then I think Harrison's going to take my spot here. So that'll be my kind of sign off. But seeing a lot of Colts fans in here. They're asking, what's going to cost to get Baker versus Matt Ryan? Very different quarterbacks in their career. And I think that's going to result in different trades. I think it's hard to estimate. I think Matt Ryan gets you more, especially if I'm Indianapolis. I think Matt Ryan's your guy. But I say that now, and I don't think the Falcons move on from Matt Ryan. They don't Deshaun Watson. That was always if they got Watson. So what would it cost to get Matt Ryan from a Falcons team that now doesn't want to give him up? They don't have a first-round pick to give, so maybe a 2023 first, maybe a second and a third. It'll cost you more to get Matt Ryan now because the Falcons don't want to move on from him. So he's also got a huge dead cap hit, which I know the cap is real until it isn't, but that is a part of the equation. So my official answer will be Baker gets you for a third, Matt Ryan a second and a third. How about that? All right, let's get you guys in on Rumble. If you guys want to find other ways to consume all of your great NFL content here from Chat Sports, you can do it by going to rumble.com/NFL Daily. It's the #1 channel we have right now on Rumble. So appreciate all of you guys that have already followed and subscribed us at Rumble, another great video platform service. But if you haven't already, I don't know what you're waiting for. Check it out, rumble.com/NFL Daily. Super chat, another one. Jay Elam, appreciate the tip. Julio to the Cowboys, what y'all think? I don't hate it. Only because the Cowboys haven't done anything. So at least you feel like you did something this week. I mean, you're an NFL exec, and you mailed it in, and you botched Randy Gregory's contract. Yeah. So if you want to bring him for like the vet minimum and have him work with CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup, by all means, knock yourself out. I don't know if he's going to be what you are envisioning him to be, though. We have just over 1,100 people watching. We want to get that many more and some in likes. So if you're having a good time, you're enjoying your Friday, you're ready to just kind of get your weekend started before you do that, you want to join us here at Chat Sports, hit that thumbs up icon. Help us reach, 1,500 likes. That seems like a pretty good milestone. So like the video if you're watching and you have not already. Just a friendly reminder. That way, you get more great content coming your way. We got Harrison Graham. He'll come back, join the show in a little bit here. Give some more shout-outs in the meantime. G Money, Panthers draft left tackle, trade for Jimmy G. I don't hate that. I think this YouTube commenter just sold me a little bit on that. You can't do Sam Darnold again. And I think Jimmy G's trade value went from a second, and it's slipping to a third to a fourth right now.
Yeah,
they need to get him off their books.
Yeah.
This has gone on way further than Lynch and Shanahan would have liked.
Yeah.
So you just did a similar-ish trade, not really, but kind of, last season for Darnold. I don't know if you want to make the same mistake twice, but they are different players. So you can get Jimmy Garoppolo for, let's say even a fourth, and then you draft Evan Neal or Ikuomu out of NC State. I think I got that wrong. Charles Cross. There's a lot of good players out there at that offensive tackle position in this upcoming draft. So, yeah, I like that idea. I like the idea of getting Jimmy Garoppolo and drafting a tackle. Doesn't work out, Jimmy G? Guess what? It's a loaded QB class. We say that every year, but I really think that for 2023 with Bryce Young and CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
And who knows who's going to come on the scene because no one had heard of Kenny Pickett or Malik Willis going in the first round a year ago. Get some more shout-outs here. Taco Frog, he's got a crush on you, Chase.
Taco Frog. Let's see. What's the question from Taco?
He says he
I
loves
love you, Chase Senior. I love you, Taco Frog.
We'll get ready for Harrison to tap me out here. I like Julio Jones to Green Bay. Yeah, I guess so, right? I don't know what what Rodgers was thinking when he decided to go back to Green Bay, knowing if Devontae Adams wouldn't be there. But that's the route he wanted to go on. So I'm going to sign off here. Appreciate everyone that's been riding with me since I hopped on. And if you've liked the content you've seen, follow me on Twitter, @MatthewPD. Pretty simple stuff. I'm always talking about the NFL, Browns, Broncos, anything really that is NFL related. So follow me on Twitter, @MatthewPD. Been a blast hanging out with you guys. Catch up with you later. Chase, appreciate you riding shotgun with me.
I'm happy for you, brother.
And until next time, I guess, we'll see what else happens. So I was
All right.
going to say, Adam Schefter's not done. His thumbs are moving.
Matthew Peterson signing off here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. And in a little while, we're going to bring back on Harrison Graham to talk about the latest Chicago Bears news, rumors, movement. A lot to get to on that front. We're also going to break down the top available free agents left in this free agency class. That's all coming your way on NFL Daily with 1,000 people watching live. $22 away from $500 in Super Chats. Once that happens, everybody here to my left in the Chat Sports office going to come on screen. We're going to take shots. We're going to celebrate 5 straight days of commercial-free NFL free agency coverage. So $22 in Super Chats. Here's our Super Chat menu. If you send us any donations, we'll give you a shout out. We'd greatly appreciate it as well. And once we get to $500 in Super Chats, we will be able to kind of celebrate what has been an epic, crazy, wild, shocking, very entertaining week here across the National Football League for the official start of the NFL league year and free agency, which is only going to continue to really churn over the next couple of days, especially now after Deshaun Watson got traded to the Cleveland Browns. I want to give some shout outs to those of you watching, Jordan Fountain, Chase Senior to Dallas. Hey, that's where we're at, emanating live. Thank you, Jordan, for watching. Much love. Jimmy G is bad from Why Big Jordan. Bears should sign a wide receiver I've heard of from Brett Kimball. Carolina will be all right from Sir Hen AB50. Let's go Bears from Gam. Chase, can you play wide receiver? I love weed. Nice nickname, by the way. Nice username. And yes, I can play wide receiver, but actually, I think I'm a better quarterback. Yeah, I could chuck that thing 50 yards. That's easy. That's easy money. Harrison has seen it. I got a nice little arm. Played outfield and pitcher in high school. Going to bring on my boy, Harrison Graham, the homie, the legend, the guy, the man, the myth, the legend, the host of Chicago Bears Now. And we're about to talk about the Bears here coming up.
Yeah, Bears signed a defensive end earlier, got lost in the shuffle because some guy named Deshaun Watson got traded, but happy to help with all of that. I also had to cover the Chiefs signing Juju Smith-Schuster. Just got to that, but I am back. And, hey, can we just show Petey some love a little bit real quick?
Oh, dude, have to.
This guy has come a long way. His teams have had a hell of an offseason.
Yeah.
It's good stuff, man.
I just kind of let him roll as he was talking for a while about Watson and all of this NFL stuff. And I was like, you know what? I'm proud of my homie, man. I'm proud of the guy.
The growth.
The growth has been exceptional and
really
a very valuable asset here at Chat Sports.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. Petey, salute to you as he grabs the final stuff that he left here in the studio. Here's our final plan. We are going to, I say final, who knows what the hell is going to happen next, right? We're going to cover the latest Bears news and rumors. They made a signing earlier. Also, we got contract details on Justin Jones, so we'll break that down. Plus, explore a potential free agent that they could land after the Deshaun Watson trade. And then, Chase, we'll just break down the remaining free agents, so then we'll call it a day here at Chat Sports. I think we're good to go on that front. So 35 minutes more of live coverage here, and then we'll call it a week. And it's been a hell of a week at that. So here we go.
Also, hold on. While we shout out Petey, shout out Jack Lotteray.
Oh,
man.
well, that goes without
5
saying.
straight days of producing nonstop.
I was going to give him
Nonstop.
some big love before we signed off at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But Jack Lotteray, he
The MILF hunter, man. He's been killing it.
He's been putting in the
Chris, we love you too.
Chris Lauderay, you're a legend as well. We sang happy birthday to her the other day.
Yes,
so
we did.
That's good stuff. Jack's doing great. He's been awesome all week, and since he's hopped on board here as he approaches his year mark here next month. So here we go. A couple more cuts to go, and hopefully nothing else happens, right, Jack?
Yeah,
So you can
we'll see.
get a breath of air. Buckle up. Who knows? Here we go. Welcome into Chicago Bears Now by Chat Sports. Harrison Graham and Chase Sr. with you. And Chase, appreciate you hopping on
Yes, sir.
for this Bears segment. Got lost in the shuffle because Deshaun Watson got traded, and yes, we'll react to that as well. But the Bears did sign another player earlier today, Chase. Al-Quadin Muhammad. If you don't recognize the name, he's a Matt Eberflus guy.
Yes,
he comes over from the Indianapolis Colts, 2 years and $10 million. And obviously, Chase, once the Bears traded Khalil Mack, they weren't going to replace him with one guy. I've talked about on Bears Now, Travis Gibson, who got a lot of playing time last year after Matt got hurt with 7 sacks. I expect him to start. This is like your number 3 edge rusher behind Robert Quinn, behind Travis Gibson. You bring Quadin Muhammad on board from Indianapolis, 2 years, $10 million, depth signing that can be a rotation pass rusher.
And this became a point of emphasis for the Chicago Bears because of what happened with Larry Ogunjobi. Yes, a different position at defensive tackle, but you needed to have another addition along that defensive line. And for him and Muhammad, this is another emerging player who I actually think has a lot of upside. He's only 26 years old. He's coming off the best year of his career since being a 6th-round pick by the New Orleans Saints out of Miami. 6 sacks last year.
Yep.
And in this scheme, I think he's really going to be able to play well. And for Matt Eberflus, he's done a good job of developing defensive linemen, but also pinpointing how those players can kind of transition and translate to his defenses. I think Muhammad is a factor, and he's going to be a factor this upcoming season for Chicago.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Look, 6 sacks last year. I mentioned Travis Gibson, who had 7 sacks last year. So you have 2 guys who are young, especially Gibson, but also Muhammad, who combined for 13 sacks a year ago. If they can give you similar sack production here, look, I don't think Robert Quinn's giving you 18.5 sacks again next year, but can he give you 10 or 11?
Right.
There's no reason not to think he can't if he's able to stay healthy. And everybody's like, well, yeah, Khalil Mack's on the other side. It's easier. Dude, he did most of that production without Mack last year. Robert Quinn had an all-time season last year, and no one even realizes it because the Bears stunk overall. But if he's 80% of what he was a year ago, he'll give you double-digit sacks. Al-Quadin Muhammad can give you 5 to 7 sacks. Travis Gibson, I think, could give you 8 to 10 sacks. He had 7 sacks playing less than half the snaps last year for Chicago. So you've got 3 quality edge rushers, plus Mario Edwards Jr., who's a nice piece as well as kind of your number 4 guy. I think this is a decent value signing once again for Ryan Poles. The Larry Ogunjobi loss hurts, but all the contracts that they have finalized have been value signings and guys that are going to contribute right away. Al-Quadin Muhammad is just the latest guy to do just that. So grade this move for the Chicago Bears. A, B, C, D, or F. When a guy gives you more sacks the year before than the amount of million you're paying per year, Chase,
Seriously.
6 sacks, $5 million per year, it's got to be like a B+. It's a pretty good signing, I would say.
I agree with you, and get those votes in right now. But you have Muhammad coming to Chi-Town as well as Justin Jones. So I actually like how Ryan Pace Harrison has been able to pivot
Poles.
and adjust today.
Ryan P.
Sorry, Ryan Poles.
I've
not
done it
Ryan
before.
Pace,
It's
yes.
tough.
Very, very easy to mix up there. But for Ryan Poles to pivot, adapt, adjust, move on from the blow that was Larry Ogunjobi to get Muhammad and now Justin Jones, both of these players can end up playing very well inside this defense. And depth along the defensive line, I think, is so underrated. You get your edge rusher in Muhammad, you get your defensive tackle in Justin Jones, and you're not paying anything close to what you were paying Larry Ogunjobi originally.
Yeah, and we broke this news earlier today. Justin Jones signing a 2-year deal. We now know the contract details, so I thought we would expand on it further. Obviously, once Larry Ogunjobi's contract fell through, the Bears pivoted, signed to Justin Jones, who had 3 sacks a year ago. I kind of mentioned that this is kind of your Bilal Nichols replacement. He got 2 years, $11 million with the Raiders, 2 years, $12 for Jones. kind of the same deal. This is like mid-level starter as a defensive tackle, not an all-pro by any means, but a guy who had 3 sacks last year, coming off the best year of his career in the NFL, gets $6 million a year, so a nice little payday for him, and an opportunity to start at a spot that the Bears are fairly thin at the defensive tackle position. We'll see if they fill some more or get some more bodies at that spot. Obviously, I think Jones will be your 3 tech. We'll see what they go at the other spot. Does Kyrus Tonga start? Do they keep Angelo Blackson to start there? Those are both options. Obviously, you could probably use some more depth, but you get Al-Qadim Muhammad, Justin Jones, 2 professional defensive linemen. That's kind of what I describe these as. These are quality players. They're not going to jump off the page. These aren't going to, catch the top headlines of a Deshaun Watson trade, but these are sneaky good moves that go under the radar and are guys that can help contribute on your football team. I think both signings are pretty solid by Ryan Poles. Let's get Chicago Bears now up to 45,000 subscribers. We crossed 44,000 a couple of days ago, and 45K is within our sites. YouTube.com/Bears Now, the latest Bears news, rumors, free agency coverage, and a whole lot more. Subscribe. Don't miss any of it. We will have you guys covered better than anybody here on Chicago Bears Now. Daily videos, a lot of the time, Chase, multiple videos per day. Speaking of which, this is our second video today. I want to speculate on Teron Armstead.
Let's go.
We'll react to the Deshaun Watson trade first, and then we'll circle back to Armstead here because it's all connected.
Yep.
So Teron Armstead traded to the Browns. That's why I'm getting to this Bears video a little bit later for you guys. Crazy day at the office. Watson to the Browns from Houston. Here are the trade details, 3 firsts, yada, yada, yada. So obviously reaction is just, wow.
Yep.
We thought we were going to have to worry about this guy in the NFC. Now the Bears don't have to worry about him hardly at all as the AFC chase continues to load up. But the significance of the Bears side of this is there's been some chatter out there. If Watson were to choose the Saints, which he is not now, he chose the Browns, Teron Armstead could have gone back to the Saints. Now you wonder if he finds a new home, if the Saints decide not to bring him back. Bears need offensive line. I know Teron Armstead has injury issues, Chase. Thoughts on Armstead in Chicago as their left tackle?
I think it'd be a nice little piece there. Obviously this has been a point of emphasis for Chicago to build along that offensive line. That's why they addressed it in the draft last year. And unfortunately, the back injury was very unfortunate there for
Tevin Jenkins, who missed most of the year.
Out of Virginia Tech, missed most of the year. But you bring in Armstead, and I think Armstead could be a really good piece here. And for Justin Fields, this should be the utmost importance for Chicago. Surround him with pieces, surround him with support, have foundational pieces to help allow him to grow, because you have to understand this guy can be a franchise icon. He can be a franchise changer and building piece, but you can't afford to have his confidence really go by the wayside. The way that you do that is not surrounding him with good pieces like Armstead and support along that offensive line.
And look, you Bears fans know this. We've outlined this. You see the number on screen, 8 games played last year. Armstead comes with a pretty deep injury history. Basically, since he's taken over as a starting left tackle in New Orleans, he averages like 11 games played per year. He's missed a lot of time. Now, 4 of those seasons, he's played in 13 or more games. So if you were to bring him on board, you're hoping you get that. Can you get 13 out of 17 games played? That is what you hope. And then if you're a playoff team, you want him healthy for the playoffs. It's kind of how I view Tyron Smith with the Dallas Cowboys. Give me 75% of snaps, be healthy for the playoffs. That's what you would hope out of Teron Armstead. I think it's unrealistic to think he would play in all 17 games because his injury history speaks for itself. But you're talking about an anchor at left tackle. When he's healthy, I'm not going to say he's Trent Williams, but he's in that next tier. He is that good of a player, and I think if the Bears got him and he could stay healthy, it's a franchise changer. And like you mentioned, Chase, Justin Fields would benefit greatly. Contract, obviously, would have to, talk me into it based on the injury history, but I could be talked into it if the price is right. Should the Bears sign Teron Armstead? Type Y for yes, type in for no. Let us know what you guys think on this one down in the comments section. And, hey, we'll see what happens. I think now that Deshaun Watson's been traded, more dominoes are going to fall in NFL free agency. Speaking of which, if they fall, we'll obviously be publishing on YouTube. Also on Rumble. Bears Now is now on Rumble. daily Bears news and rumors videos, plus some occasional bonus content. Rumble, Bears Now, Rumble After Hours is what we're calling it. Rumble.com/Bears Now. Support us. We need to catch up to some of our other Rumble channels here at Chat Sports. Go give us a follow, rumble.com/Bears Now. You can also download the Rumble app on your mobile device and search Bears Now. Give us a follow. You can find it that way as well. Get some shout-outs here. Should the Bears sign Teron Armstead, as we'll bring Chase back on screen here. Let's see. What are the people saying? Michael says no. Alfred says no. Niner says yes. Niners for life says yes. Jamal says yes. Browns get a win. Yes, we have the cash. And that's the thing, Chase. With the Ogunjobi contract falling through, Bears have money. Like, they've got real money to spend. They already had money even with that contract. They got $20+ million to play with. If they
a lot of money to play with, and some still areas of need on this Bears roster.
O-line help. I still think you could use another receiver. Corner, I mean, you got to get a CB2, so still some areas to address here for the Chicago Bears. All right, you want to get this top free agents to get out of here?
And then hop out.
Yep, let's do this. I'll tell you what, though, if we get to $500 in Super Chats, we're $22 away. I'll take a parting shot. You in?
Yes.
We get to $500?
Got to get to $500.
Got to get to $500.
I mean, come on.
We'll do an office shot.
Yeah, office shot for $500.
Office shot for
$500
$500 in Supers.
We're $22 away.
Be a great way to end the week.
We've been live for many more hours than any YouTube channel out there. Which big baller is going to Super Chat $22 to help us get to $500? If that's the case, we celebrate, and I hope it's the case, because I hope you guys have enjoyed our coverage as much as we have. Now, is this Bears, Niners?
This is Maine, but we can do the cold open style. Let's talk about that after. Just top remaining free. We'll put it on Maine for sure, and then the other stuff we'll talk about after. But top free agents remaining that are still out there. I think we got 15 or 20 of them. Jack, I'll let you freelance it.
Yeah.
And we'll get after it here.
Cool.
So here we go. Top remaining NFL free agents coming your way. And, yes, let's get to 500 in Supers. You'll have about 10 or 15 minutes during this cut, so clock's ticking. Let's get there. Day 5 of NFL free agency is wrapping up, and there are still a lot of big names out on the free agent market. Harrison Graham and Chase Sr. Chase, let's break down some of the top names following the Deshaun Watson trade. First up here, Stephon Gilmore, who's been linked to the Raiders, been linked to some other players, 31 years old, but still a premier cornerback in the National Football League.
He's coming off a Pro Bowl season in which he got traded from the New England Patriots to the Carolina Panthers, and while only playing 8 games coming off of that surgery and following the trade, he was really, really good, Harrison, and he's still one of the top corners in the National Football League. In 2021, he was named to the Pro Bowl, so that goes to show you just how good he was. 1 tackle for loss, 2 interceptions, 2 pass breakups. I'd like to see the figures of his deal depending on where he goes. You look at a player like Charvarius Ward of the San Francisco 49ers, $14 million per year. That's like the middle tier. And then the upper tier is J.C. Jackson, $20 million per year on the first 2 years of that contract to the Los Angeles Chargers. Gilmore can still play. I think because of his age in his early 30s, a team's going to probably offer him maybe a 3-4 year deal worth anywhere between $10 and $15 million annually.
Yeah, I think Stephon Gilmore is certainly a guy that's still looking to cash out. The question is, how many years will he actually get? Next up is Jadeveon Clowney, and now before Watson got traded, Jordan Schultz reported that the Browns had offered 2 years and $24 million for Clowney, which would be pretty team-friendly, to be quite honest, because he had a nice year last year, 9 sacks, 11 TFLs, bounced back in the sack category after a couple of down years in that regard. But maybe he's willing to take that now that Cleveland's clearly chasing Super Bowls.
I think Jadeveon Clowney is an excellent player, and a lot of people become obsessed with the sack totals, and he's never been a huge sack guy. In fact, 9 sacks this past year, tied for the second highest of his NFL career. He had 9.5 back in 2017. But this guy is a disruptor, and he is a game changer. And while he hasn't had a lot of sack totals like people expected him to have, coming out of South Carolina as that next generational prospect, quarterback pressures have always been in the game for Jadeveon Clowney. 17, 21, 21, 13, 19 in the last couple of years. He's been excellent, and I still think he's going to demand a lot of interest on the open market, and I still think, even at this point of his career, he's dealt with some injuries. He's 29 years old. He could still play. He has gas left in the tank. If he goes to a team like the Niners, right, opposite of a Nick Bosa, he was opposite of Myles Garrett last year. That's where I think those sack numbers come into play.
Next up is Odell Beckham Jr., who, Chase, I think out of a lot of these guys that we're going to break down here, and, we'll go a little faster on the lesser names, he could wait a while because reports surfacing he may not be healthy until November. If that's the case, he might just hang out and see what's what. If he wants to hang out until, the season gets going and kind of see what things look like, maybe a team suffers an injury at wide receiver and needs to plug in at wide receiver 2 or something like that, he could do just that. But we saw that's exactly what happened last year. He plugged in for Robert Woods and played very well with the Rams. We'll see when he signs, but certainly still an impact player when healthy.
I like OBJ, and I thought before he got traded to the Los Angeles Rams, he still had good ability left in him. I think he was a byproduct of just a disastrous season with the Cleveland Browns, where Baker Mayfield was banged up, he was injured, he was beaten, he was battered, and because of that, on top of the fact that OBJ and Baker Mayfield never really had a great relationship in terms of on-field chemistry, he was able to just unlock and unload with the Los Angeles Rams. OBJ, at this point of his career, still has explosion. I do worry about him coming off 2 torn ACLs, but a big name and a big ticket player, and he played excellent, and I mean excellent football for the Los Angeles Rams coming down the stretch.
What's been the best signing so far? Let us know what you guys think down in the comments. I think Hassan Reddick to the Eagles is a good one.
Yep.
If Deshaun Watson, if there's no major legal issues moving forward, obviously if that works out, I know it's a trade, but you can factor that in as well. Favorite signing / move so far in NFL free agency. Now, Chase, we are now on Rumble as Chat Sports partner with Rumble just a couple of weeks ago, and we've been publishing all of our NFL content over there as well. We've been live throughout NFL free agency. Cool platform as we expand our profile here at Chat Sports. Plus, you can find some exclusive content over at rumble.com/NFL Daily. Give us a follow, and Chase, there's a lot of other content creators people can check out as well. News, sports, politics, tech, business, whatever your interests are, you can go find it at Rumble.
Basically anything you want, you can find it on Rumble. Free uncensored content as well for those of you who like freedom of speech and like sharing opinions, bold opinions like myself and Harrison Graham. Rumble.com/NFL Daily. When you're there, hit that green subscribe button.
Keep it moving here. Bobby Wagner, who you got to wonder if he's one of these guys that's going to decide quickly now that Deshaun Watson domino has dropped. He's been linked to the NFC West. I still think he's a damn good linebacker.
So do I.
Maybe he's not peak Bobby Wagner, but he's probably still 85% of that player.
Yeah, no, 170 tackles last year, and for those of you saying Bobby Wagner is washed, Bobby Wagner is spent, this guy can still play at a premier level. Now, is he the same linebacker when he has to drop back in coverage and range sideline to sideline and get up and down the field vertically, covering tight ends and some slot wide receivers? No, but you can put him in the box, you can blitz him. He can still thrive and drop back in coverage. And as a guy who maybe is losing some of his athleticism, makes up for it with an extraordinarily high football IQ. This guy's a future Hall of Famer.
Let's go to Teron Armstead now. We'll see what he decides now that Deshaun Watson has not landed in New Orleans. There was a lot of chatter. If they land Watson, they'll keep Armstead. Early 30s, tackle with injury history. When healthy, top 5 left tackle in the game. Will Chicago gamble here? Will another offensive line needy team like with Cincinnati go out and get a Teron Armstead? I'll be fascinated to see where he ends up landing in NFL free agency. Let's go to Tyrann Mathieu now, Chase, who Chiefs go Justin Reed. They move on. Safety market's been hot, but I wonder, is Mathieu going to be the odd man out? Is he going to have to take a little less? Be curious to see what happens here.
Man, I love this dude's positional versatility, his overall football smarts, and his just knack for making game-changing and game-winning plays. You want to put him at safety, he can play both spots. You want to put him at corner, outside, slot, he can do that. You want him to rush the passer, he can do that as well. That's why teams are vying for Tyrann Mathieu.
Next up is La'el Collins. He's met or meeting with the Cincinnati Bengals, depending on when you're watching this. Listen, he's not an all-pro, but when he's healthy and engaged, this is a premier right tackle.
Yep.
He has experience playing guard as well. He can move around if you want him to. I would just put him at right and leave him there, but he is certainly capable of moving around. And I think Cincinnati, who I mentioned he's visited with, just makes a lot of sense here.
Makes a lot of sense because they have an offensive line need. As host of the 49ers Report, a lot of Niner fans have hit me up. Hey, Lyle Collins, it's a replacement for Mike McGlinchey. There's no question he's the better player, but because he's a free agent target and not a trade target, I think another team is going to be willing to overpay for Lyle Collins, who's one of the best tackles in the NFL, as Harrison had talked about. Now, last year struggled, hip injury. Nick Bosa lifted him off the ground in that wild card matchup on a bull pass rush, but he's very, very good.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So we'll see where Lyle Collins ends up after the Cowboys released him just a couple of days ago. Who's been the biggest free agency winner so far? Dallas has been the biggest loser. They have not signed a single external free agent as of Friday, which is pretty mind-blowing. But, Tom Downey in shambles. Let us know, biggest free agency winner up to this point. We'll speed things up as we get to the back half of some guys here. Rob Gronkowski, it kind of feels like he's going to play another year with Tom Brady or just retire, right?
You would think so. They're bros, man. They're bros, and one of the ultimate bro duos of all time. Rob Gronkowski, still a free agent. Is he mulling retirement? Probably, but is he going to come back? Yeah, he could with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Jarvis Landry next up, and, we kind of wondered what he would do. Would he follow Deshaun Watson? Well, I don't think he's going to go back to the Browns. That would be quite a story. They cut him and then bring him back for cheaper. Could he get talked into that? Who knows? He had a meeting set with the Falcons. You got to wonder if he wants to sign there, though, now. I don't view Atlanta as a contender at this point, so we'll see where he lands. Probably the top slot on the market right now.
Yeah, because Juju Smith-Schuster signed with the Kansas City Chiefs. That makes Jarvis Landry the #1 slot corner. Was working out with Deebo Samuel this past week. If he learns anything from Deebo, it's positional versatility and the knack for making big plays.
Dwayne Brown, who's getting older, 34, 35, 36, in his mid-30s. I think Seattle, if they want to, regardless who they play at quarterback, maybe they get into some sweepstakes for some other guys.
Yeah.
They want to bring back Brown on a one-year deal to help protect that quarterback's blind side. I could get behind that. He could also retire if he wants to. So we'll see what he decides to do, but still an above-average left tackle at this point in his career.
Very good player, and he's a little bit older, a little bit injury-prone, but 17 games played last year, 8 sacks allowed. Not a good season for him. He could play better, and I think he would be the first one to admit that. But for teams looking for offensive line help, Dwayne Brown can help you.
Kyle Van Noy got released earlier during free agency, and he, ever since he signed that contract with Miami a couple of years ago, Chase, hasn't really been the same guy that we saw in his initial stint in New England, but this is still a starting caliber linebacker, I believe. He can do a little bit of everything. He can blitz some. Not that good in coverage at this point, but I think he could be your number 2, number 3 linebacker in today's NFL.
I agree. Kyle Van Noy is just an exceptional, overall football player. Now, he secured the bag with the Miami Dolphins a couple years ago. Didn't work out. Went back to the New England Patriots. Didn't work out for tenure number 2 in Foxborough. But this guy, he's a really, really good player and a smart player.
Jameis Winston, who there's already chatter that the Saints are going to zero in on him and bring him back. So by the time you watch this, that may already be done. But, look, he's one of the big winners of Watson not choosing New Orleans.
Yeah.
Right? They'll bring him back probably. He'll start there. If something crazy changes and, let's say, New Orleans trades for a quarterback, Baker Mayfield or someone else, maybe he has to go elsewhere. But Jameis Winston, look, he wasn't lighting it up, but he was playing much more efficient football before the injury a year ago.
Yeah, Jameis Winston, a former 5,000-yard passer, a 30-touchdown thrower, but at the same time, 30-interception thrower a couple of years ago in that final season with Tampa Bay. Prior to getting injured last year, I thought that he was really making strides under Sean Payton. I'd actually like to see what he can do as he comes back off that torn ACL.
I want to see a full season of Jameis.
Me too.
Can he get back to...
He was on pace for throwing 30 touchdowns and 14 picks.
Maybe not being
solid.
a premier quarterback, but can he be that second or third tier guy?
Yeah.
I want to find out. We'll see if he gets the chance to do that. Subscribe to us here at Chat Sports. More NFL news, rumors, draft, trades. By the way, free agency is not even close to being over with, so we'll still have coverage for you. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV, 100% free. We will have you guys covered here on the channel. Zadarius Smith, Chase, who briefly agreed to a deal with the Baltimore Ravens, backed out. 4 years, 35, with incentives up to 50. We still haven't really figured out completely why he backed out. Does he want more money? Was there language in the contract, a la Randy Gregory, that he didn't like? One of the better pass rushers still out there at this point.
He is a good pass rusher, and for Green Bay, prior to only playing one game in 2021, he was putting up back-to-back double-digit sack seasons, and that investment that they made in him rang true, and it worked out. Spurned Baltimore, didn't go back to be more where he originally started his career. Still a good pass rusher if he can stay healthy.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Cordero Patterson, who I wonder what his market is, Chase. Like, do NFL GMs and franchises say, okay, this was a fluke in Atlanta because he'd never really done this before? Like, he's had big plays in his career, but 600-plus rushing yards, 550 receiving, 11 total touchdowns. Like, that's well beyond anything he's ever done. He's also 30, so it's not like he did this in his 4th year. He did this in, like, his 8th year.
Yeah. He's Deebo Samuel Light, though.
Was this lightning in a bottle, or can he continue to do this? Because if he can't continue to do this, this is a guy that should make over $10 million per year with how versatile he is.
Kick return. Punt return.
Probably the best kick returner in the game, too.
Coming out of the backfield on wheel routes. He's very good there. Maybe tinker with him in the slot. Receiver, jet sweeps. As a running back, too, what he did last year was incredible. And he's been getting it done as a returner for a long time. Last year, he proved his worth as a multi-dimensional offensive threat.
Yep. Akeem Hicks, who has had injury issues, but when he's healthy, he's still productive. 20 games missed over the last 3 seasons. I like Akeem Hicks. I think what makes sense for him is to sign with a contender where, if he's healthy, he's giving them even more. If he's not, he's kind of just bonus. That's where I view he's at in his career. 1 year, 2 year deal with someone who's trying to make a run at a Super Bowl here in 2022.
Akeem Hicks is a load at defensive tackle, man.
So hard to
6'4",
block.
335. So hard to block in the run game as well as the ground game. He has that power to just shed offensive linemen off of him to be able to make big plays. Now, a couple of years ago, especially in 2018 and a year or two before that as well, leading into 2018, I mean, he was producing crazy sack numbers. He was better than a guy like Fletcher Cox, but at this point, a little bit older, a little bit injury prone. It all comes down to the price tag.
Who is the best NFL free agent left? We just broke down several of them here on Chat Sports, and there's other names too, but we were just breaking down some of our top guys. Let us know, top free agent left to sign. Give a few shout-outs here, and we cross $500, so company shot.
Company shot.
Round them up.
Company shot.
Round them up.
A couple of people are recording videos, but, man, we need to celebrate that.
Yeah, we got to get there.
We'll start pouring them out.
Get a few shout-outs here, and then we'll show those super chats. Cordero Patterson to the Titans. That would be – I would actually like that a lot. Akeem Hicks to the Rams. That makes a lot of sense to me. Just get a depth get a guy that can help that D-line. T.J. Watt to San Francisco. He's under contract for a long time, so that's not going to happen. Baker Mayfield, he won't be a free agent, but he's a trade guy. Lots of moves still to come. Next domino you got to think is Baker, which, by the way, I just saw a report that Colts have emerged.
Yeah.
And
Frank Reich.
Let me ask you this.
Intrigued.
Is Baker an upgrade from Wentz?
I think
They're
so.
kind of the same to me.
Yeah.
But Baker,
some reckless decisions.
But Baker is still younger.
Yeah.
I would do it if
Baker.
I would do it if I was Indy, because what better option do you have?
Yeah, it doesn't have the size of Wentz, who's like 6'5" and polarizing. Baker Mayfield a little bit slighter, a little bit shorter.
Less injury concerns. So I know he was hurt last year.
This past year, but look, he got beat up, man.
Yeah.
And the Browns,
Colts have a good
their offensive line wasn't as good as expected. Baker Mayfield, I'd rather go him, younger player, still confidence-wise, I think he has it, whereas Wentz maybe a little bit more wobbly.
Yeah, they need a receiver next to Michael Pittman. But if you get Baker and go get a good receiver, then, Colts could contend at least a little bit. That would be another team in the AFC. I was just breaking this down a little bit ago. Outside of, the Jets, Texans, and Jags, every AFC team is good.
Yeah.
The Bengals just won the AFC. Where are they in the pecking order? 6th? Seriously, on paper.
In their own division, where are they now? You know what I mean?
Dude.
Yeah.
It's possible they could be the worst team in their division.
Hashtag this league, man.
Oh, I know. It's taken over. There's no doubt. All right, Jay Elam with the super chat as we cross 500. This next one, or we'll get to the one that crossed us over in a second. Cowboys better get Wagner, Danielle Hunter, and Julio, that'd be a great day. I mean, yeah, that would be a great day for just about any team if you get 3 pretty good players. But I hear you, Jay Elam. They've signed 0 external free agents, which is pretty mind-blowing. Mr. Fight Monster, Armstead, Gilmore, Wagner, or Wagner to Denver. If I had to pick one of those, I might go – the secondary is good. I don't know if you need Armstead. I might go Wagner. Put him in the middle of that defense, Chase, in Denver. Put him at linebacker. Who's Denver's best linebacker? I can't even think off the top of my head. Petey, who's Denver's best linebacker? Off-ball linebacker.
Josie
Yeah,
Jewell.
get Wagner.
Yeah.
You get Wagner in Denver.
Russ is trying to recruit him.
He's like the missing piece on that defense.
Yeah. Here's the one that got us past 500.
He said, cheers. Get her done.
And another Australian currency.
There we
I
go.
believe.
Appreciate
G'day,
it,
mate.
Raven. G'day, mate. Jack Bishop.
Cheers.
Here's the
Let's just
Australian.
take those shots. I'm not sure how many people can come in because everybody's busy,
Yeah, that's
but let's
true.
just take shots.
We'll take shots.
You and I.
Jack Bishop will get this across here
Cheers.
on this one. Cheers. Daniel Falele to the Raiders. Can he fall there? So they don't have a pick till what? Round 3 now? Their first 2 picks are gone for
Yeah.
the – yeah, it's possible. I think Falele could fall to round 3.
Yeah.
He might be intriguing enough, though, at 6'9", 380, where some team takes him in the second round.
No doubt. Yeah, no, intriguing for sure.
He's one of those guys. All right, we're about to wrap up the week here on our live coverage. I just want to thank everybody involved. Subscribe to support us. That would mean the world to us. We're closing in on 300,000 subscribers. We'd love to get there before the NFL draft if possible. NFL news, rumors, trades, draft, free agency. We'll probably do a post-free agency mock draft. Tom Downey might even do that on Sunday, so stay tuned for that. So that would be fantastic. Please subscribe. Also follow us on Rumble, rumble.com/NFL Daily. That's another way you can support us. It's free. You can download the Rumble app, rumble.com/NFL Daily. Jack, get up here. We got a round of applause to producer Jack. He produced, outside of a couple bathroom breaks, 5 straight days of live NFL free agency coverage.
Yep.
Get over here. The man is an absolute tank, a unit.
Tank Lauderay.
We could not do what we do without his guidance, without his producing. He's the best at what he does. He's fantastic. Chase, Mitchell Renz, Tom Downey, they are heavily involved in our coverage. The guys behind the scenes, too.
Awesome stuff,
Our
man.
bosses, James and Brett, they're obviously the leaders of this ship. They're fantastic. Matthew Peterson, who you guys got to know a couple times this week. You guys will probably see more of him throughout the rest of the offseason, NFL draft as well. Marshall Green, you guys saw him some as well. Trace Gerard, Jeffrey Cooperstein. Who am I missing? Jeremy Chuggs. The new guys, Tyler Jones and Will Scott, they're getting some work done behind the scenes this week as well as they're training on the job, plus helping us out.
And the people.
And obviously you guys. Like,
Yeah.
none of this is possible without the audience. Like, if we're just talking to a wall, then, we're just wasting our times here. You guys make it possible. The staff behind the scenes makes it very easy for Chase, myself, Tom, and Mitch to just get up here and talk. They all play an integral role. Appreciate it. Again, follow us on Rumble. Subscribe. We're out for now. Who the hell knows what's next? But Chase, like a wise man once said, buckle up because you never know.
6 straight hours today. That's right.
Hey, good stuff. Adios. See you guys later.